Chapter 281 There are things designers can't do. I think what's even more gratifying is that the top 3 newcomers all performed well. Rita also gave her own opinion. The goal of the top spring split is very clear. That is, on the premise of training the newcomers. They can perform as well as possible. Better results. I think as a fan we shouldn't put too much pressure on them. And there shouldn't be any performance requirements in the spring game. The talents of the 3 newcomers are very good, as long as they adapt to the rhythm of the game, and then play around Noob and Weishin. This year's top will still be the most powerful contender for the championship. That's right. Miller nodded. IG fans don't have to worry. You can also give more time to the newcomers in the team. There are also many newcomers in the IG team. Although the kid is a veteran. He was a veteran last year. I have been in the jungle for a whole year. And now I have temporarily returned to the ADC position. It also takes time to get back the feeling. After all, this is a domestic league. Naturally, the commentators cannot only speak for one side, but also have to speak for the opponent. Li Hansheng took off his headphones, and the roar of celebration created by the audience swept over his eardrums. He turned his head, and saw that Gao Tianyang beside him was still sitting blankly on the chair looking at the computer in front of him, as if he was still immersed in the feeling of officially winning for the first time on the field. Then she smiled and pushed him. Garlic bastard. Aren't you nervous anymore? No way. Gao Tianyang fiddled with his helmet and said harshly. I'm just tasting the taste of victory. He was actually quite stressed. Although Jackie Love and Ming replaced the championship bottom lane pair of Imp and Lu Mao. They had already played last year, so the psychological pressure was not that great. Gao Tianyang is different. He only joined top last year and has never played for top. He himself is a relatively sensitive player. But now, he finally successfully won a victory. It was a good start. And it also made me feel relieved. At least I no longer had to carry so much pressure to compete. Yo yo yo. Jackie Love smacked her lips disdainfully. You taste Kanba. Look at your worthless look. Can't you imitate your brothers? Be more mature and calm down. Jackie Love is definitely deliberately taking revenge on Gao Tianyang. It's just that Gao Tianyang has almost never been to the bottom lane. Can't blame him though. The jungler doesn't know the splitting technique. In the game, almost any jungler mainly focuses on one half of the zone. Gao Tianyang chose to play in the upper half of the game for 2 consecutive games. So Jackie Love in the lower half could only silently resist the pressure. Fine. Ning on the opposite side also doesn't like to capture the lower half. And both sides start a fierce confrontation around the upper half. The 2 teams on both sides didn't have much sense of participation. Jackie Love won by adding troops and replenishing troops, while the child Yushin just replenished troops and replenished the opponent's Winnow and Nakano Daddy and ran over to kill him. Human beings' joys and sorrows are not the same. Let's go! You have to go over and shake hands with the person opposite. Li Hansheng reminded with a smile. Obviously at this time last year, it was Candy and others who reminded him that in just 1 year, he had become a veteran on the field. Cross the stage and come to IG's player seat. Li Hansheng smiled and patted the Shy on the shoulder, and then said in a very pretentious manner, Come on! I'm looking forward to my next fight with you. Then he came to Rookie again and said, Old song. Can you give us a little more strength next time? I even pointed you to train the newcomers. But in the end you have no ability to resist it all. Rookie could only show a wry smile. What else could he say? It's not like someone with a really low emotional intelligence would say. My teammates are too weak to lead. Right. Rookie is not the kind of character who blames his teammates for failing. Jackie Love also came over with a smile and hugged Rookie. Old song. If it weren't for Brother Hansheng, I would be your teammate now. You can't blame the brothers for being ruthless. But you can only blame Brother Hansheng for having 2 thick legs. Go. 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 Rookie rolled her eyes and pushed Jackie Love away in disgust. What a shameless thing. But Li Hansheng's legs are indeed thick. Even Rookie has to admit that Li Hansheng's dominance in the top lane has surpassed all the top laners he knows. He knows better than anyone what his little brother Thazy is capable of. But even such a talented little brother was still easily manipulated by Li Hansheng. He really had no choice at all. Although there are also factors of tactical arrangement in it. But for the IG team, the management is just a grassroots team. And the coaching staff is just responsible for ordering takeaways. Unless it is talent crushing, it is impossible to win against these strong teams in a serious battle. A well-known NBA basketball star suddenly appeared in Rookie's mind. Or, if that doesn't work, can he join in if he can't defeat him alone? Rookie, Song Eugene, What's worse than Gao Dui? In terms of landing, he can still beat Gao Dui, and he is also better than Gao Dui in support and roaming. Why did Gao Dui complete the honorary Grand Slam of his career last year? But he is still struggling for a spot in the playoffs. Who wouldn't be jealous of this? Hey, don't be angry. Jackie Love suddenly smiled playfully. I'll find a chance to treat you to a meal. Jackie Love is not lying. If there were no factors like Li Hansheng, he would indeed join the IG team directly last year. After all, Jackie Love still has a good eye for picking thighs. At that time, he decided that he would either follow Li Hansheng or follow Rookie. These two people were his big friends. Other people? It's just rotten fish and shrimp. Not worthy of being his Jackie Love's big brother. That's why the two of them have a good personal relationship. And they often meet for dinner together during breaks. Okay, let's talk about it then. Rookie waved his hand. Seeing the child Yushin who had returned to the ADC position again, Li Hansheng also smiled and took the initiative to say hello to him. After all, the child Shin had a lot of jokes. As for Sapphire in the auxiliary position, Baoan looked like a girl. Brother Hansheng, please add me as a friend later. I never had the chance before. Okay. Li Hansheng did not refuse. On the contrary, Jackie Love on the side laughed and scolded. Brother Lon, why do you talk like a woman? Yes, you also operate like a sister. The last thresh didn't touch me even once. Baoan didn't reply, just looked at him with resentful eyes. It seems like a silent accusation against the scumbag in front of me. When I was ranked, I called him Blue Baby, but now I call him Mrs. Child. Right. Hiss. It can only be said that young people are really good at playing. After the handshake was completed, the top 5 people returned to the center of the stage, lined up, and bowed again to the audience. Top's fans immediately became energetic when they saw their team members bowing to them, especially some female fans who not only waved the cheering sticks in their hands, but even took the initiative to shout at the top of their lungs. Shengbao! Shengbao! Look here. Li Hansheng is already a seasoned veteran in the arena. How can he still be teased by female fans? He smiled and waved in the direction of the enthusiastic female fans, and then even took the initiative to blow a kiss. It immediately caused a commotion at the scene, and even more enthusiastic and excited screams from the female fans. Zenkumba is outrageous. Where is this LPL game scene? The whole thing is a large-scale star-chasing scene. Let's just say, can these girls in the rice circle be able to calm down? Every time I watch a game, they make noise attacks. I feel sour. I admit that I really feel sour. Brother is cute. If you don't understand, just ask. How can I be as popular with my sister as Brother Hansheng? First, you have to become a world-class player. And secondly, you have to have a face that is more handsome than Yanzu. It's hard to be a world-class player. But I do have a face that's more handsome than Yanzu's. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. I've been getting angry lately, and my urine is yellow. Let me wake him up. Top's players had packed up their peripheral equipment and returned to the backstage. And Li Hansheng was called down. He needs to return to the stage to be interviewed by the host again. Originally, Li Hansheng wanted to give this opportunity to the 3 newcomers. But this is the opening game. After a while, I saw Yu Shuang walking over with a smile on her face. Congratulations! It's a good start to the new season. It really didn't disappoint us fans. It's okay. It's okay. Li Hansheng smiled politely. Sure enough, good-looking people talk so nicely. Sister Shuang's OL outfit is becoming more and more like a female elite in the workplace. Praise people, especially women. You can't simply use, "You are so beautiful." This will be too general and too perfunctory. The best way is to pick the most conspicuous points of the other person. Point out the details and praise them. Only in this way will the other person feel that you are really attentive and not perfunctory at all. Yu Shuangluan's appearance is not that outstanding, but she has a bookish temperament and an intellectual beauty. Obviously sweet words are useful. Yu Shuang smiled even happier, and started a series of commercial exchanges. He is a good-looking guy who plays games, and he also speaks very nicely. She didn't forget about the business, and handed Li Hansheng a small card while joking. You take a look first. The above are all questions she would ask, and there are no very in-depth or sensitive questions. The questions asked by the LPL host are generally relatively simple and formulaic, and the post-game interview is more like a process. Many viewers simply won't watch the post-match interviews. Certainly, they will not miss Li Hansheng's interview. The two came to the side of the stage, and the candidates for the MVP of the second game were being announced. It's still Li Hansheng. Under the 4-1-point push system, the top laner has too much room to play, and it is easier for the top laner to perform outstanding operations on the wing with the resources of the entire team. The most typical example is the World Championship that year in S5. There is no doubt that Marin is very strong and outstanding. But can you say that he relied on his personal ability to suppress Smeb that year? Obviously not. If it weren't for SKT's perfect control of the lane change game, and if it weren't for the great support SKT's midfielder and jungler gave to the top lane, he might not be so outstanding. With the support of the 4-1-point push tactic, Li Hanqing's KDA, average output, damage ratio, and opponent's economic lead all stood out from the crowd, crushing the opponent's shy in all aspects. Soon, the two of them returned to the stage at Supermarket Square. Seeing Li Hanqing return to the stage, the audience burst into warm cheers and applause without hesitation. This can be regarded as the first time Li Hanqing appeared on such an occasion after the annual award ceremony. Yu Shuang smiled and said, "Congratulations to Top for defeating IG for a good start to the season. We are also honored to invite our old friend, new player, for an interview. Let me ask you, how do you feel about successfully winning your first victory in the spring split?" Regarding this kind of problem, Li Hanqing answered directly, "I'm very happy. Everyone knows that our lineup has undergone a big change during the transfer period. There are 3 newcomers in the lineup. At the beginning, I was worried that they would not adapt to the game. But obviously they adapted to the game faster than I thought. Compared with simply winning the game, the integration of the new players is what makes me happier. Yes, Top has undergone major lineup changes this year to replicate last year's excellent results. The 3 newcomers need to grow up quickly." Yu Shuang nodded in agreement. "Can you reveal the team's goals for this year's spring split?" "Well, actually, I really want to say championship directly," Li Hanqing shrugged. "But that would put too much pressure on the newcomers. So let's keep a low profile, on the premise of allowing the newcomers to get more accustomed to the competition, get training and improve. Try to get better results as much as possible." For viewers who are used to Li Hanqing's lively post-game interviews, Li Hanqing suddenly accepted an interview in such a serious manner, which made them a little uncomfortable. "Brother Hanqing, if you are kidnapped or in danger, just blink your eyes. Brother Min will go and save you right now." "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This can never be my brother Hanqing." "Gui Gui. Brother Hanqing. Won't he start to have the baggage of being an idol after he becomes a star? Don't be so disgusting. Brother Hanqing. Please return to normal quickly. Such a change is normal." Last year, Li Hanqing was very crazy during the post-game interview and said some very arrogant things. There's a reason for that. At the beginning, the team was short of money and needed to gain traffic so that the parent company could see the huge traffic pool of esports and increase investment. Someone needs to take care of the job and be the clown, in order to allow the parent company to make additional investments. Li Hanqing chose to go to Gotham City to confront Batman without hesitation. The second is that the top team as a whole needed someone like this to help them withstand the pressure of public opinion. There were 2 core players in the team at that time. Gao Dui and Imp have just experienced the career low of S5, and they need a relaxed public opinion environment to slowly adjust their status and mentality. Candy and newcomer Meo also need a relatively relaxed public opinion environment. Li Hanqing deliberately drew the public's attention to himself in order to relieve the pressure on his teammates. But now, after Top won the championship, the overall situation has changed drastically. First of all, he has already won the championship and proven himself. There is no need to talk about winning the championship every day. Have you ever seen Mr. Ma talking about being rich every day? A change in mentality is inevitable. Li Hanqing is not the protagonist in X-Luo continent. How dare he reincarnate as a god king and ask for blessings from bodhisattvas? The attention of Top is still extremely high. If I say something very arrogant easily, I have attention and a large fan base. Even if the team's performance fluctuates, fans will not blame themselves. I will only blame my teammates for not playing well. But new people have to pay a certain price for their growth. IG lost 2 league championships in the spring and summer, only in exchange for the growth of Jackie Love. And only then did they have that wave of forward flash. Li Hanqing's starting point is still to allow the newcomers in the team to grow steadily in a relatively relaxed and friendly public opinion environment, instead of being burdened with huge psychological pressure as soon as they come up. "So what do you think of Coach Yu Shuang asked next. "I can only say, a champion coach is a champion coach." Li Hanqing smiled and praised. "He and Brother Sheng are 2 coaches with completely different styles. If I really want to describe it roughly, belongs to that typical academy. Brother Sheng is the kind of passionate coach. Yu Shuang had to admit that Li Hanqing's speaking skills were getting better and better. This question is actually a bit of a pitfall, because it is easy to form a contrast between the current and ex of and Bai Yueyao. It is a bit like your girlfriend and your mother falling into the river at the same time. Who do you save first? In any case, this is a proposition. But Li Hanqing resolved this embarrassment with high emotional intelligence. Finally, let's say something to the fans. Li Hanqing is still so low-key. First of all, I still want to emphasize to everyone that the club's goal this season is still to win the championship. But we also ask everyone to recognize the reality. The team has undergone a blood change, and there are too many new blood joining. Newcomers, we need time to grow, and the coaching staff, and we also need time to adjust. There will definitely be pain during this process. But everyone must believe that although the process is painful, the result will be good. Be more patient. Be more tolerant. If you really want to find someone to scold, then come scold me. He really makes me cry to death. MD. These three guys from Jackie Love are really lucky to have met such a big brother in the team when they debuted. Sheng Bao. We believe you. Believe first. Question again. Brother Hanqing's mind is always so trusting. Why can't you expand it a little? I can't find any spray spots at all. It's not like someone is really cruel to criticize my Sheng Bao. Right? It's not possible. Right? Yu Shuang smiled. I hope Top can still achieve something this year. And I believe Top will not let us down. Finally, thank you Noob for accepting our post-match interview today. The two bowed towards the audience again. After the interview, Li Hanqing immediately returned to the backstage. Next was the duel between Wei and EDG. In the backstage channel, he met players from both sides. Old Li, you look like a different person. And the style of the post-game interview is not like yours. Candy teased with a smile from a distance. That's right. Lu Mao also joked. Those who don't know better think that Lao Li is being threatened. Go away. Li Hanqing rolled his eyes. You two have performed better today. The champion Nozook won't have to be lectured in the first game. Right. Hee. Look at how I raised pigs directly in the EDG wild area today. Candy looked quite confident. Is it so inflated after winning the championship? But when Li Hanqing saw EDG's lineup, he understood. The factory director seemed to have made up his mind to rest for a while. And he had no plans to play today. EDG's lineup is the top laner Sheng Qianga, the jungler Taizi Ai Loli, the middle lane Junior Brother, and the bottom lane Eboi plus Mako. Eboi's age is actually not yet reached. But each club maintains a certain tacit understanding with each other. Although there are clear regulations. As long as everyone knows you don't make trouble, the officials will usually choose to turn a blind eye. In the original time and space, IG itself planned to let Jackie Love play in S7. Unfortunately, IG was too high profile in the training matches, which annoyed other teams, forcing EDG to pull IG and blow themselves up together. This caused Jackie Love to miss the whole year of S7. But in this time and space, as Top won the championship, they became the favorite in the eyes of the officials. And Top Capital, a big capital, intervened in advance. Even if there are a few jealous people, they still need to consider the consequences. They don't dare to bring out the age issue at all. They are all in the same circle. They usually won't really break their skin unless it is absolutely necessary. That way the gain is not worth the loss. And it is easy to offend people. And more clubs have the same choice as EDG. Everyone has a tacit understanding. And I also play with 1 or 2 young people who are not old enough. But let's be honest. Brother Xingqiang will join EDG at this point in time. Which is indeed beyond Li Hanqing's expectation. Mainly because I didn't expect Snake to actually let him go. Li Hanqing can also understand. After Brother Crystal was eliminated, Snake has no hope of recovery because the cost of their reconstruction is too high. The boss has no idea of going all out and investing heavily. So they can simply build a cheaper lineup and maintain the LPL quota. Star players, like Brother Xingqiang, took advantage of everyone's big investment to sell them at a good price. It can be regarded as a favor sold to EDG and Holy Spear Brother, which may be useful in the future. Moreover, in a world that is already in chaos, no matter what outrageous things happen, Li Hanqing will always feel normal. Can there be chaos in the LCK next door? Okay, buddy, let's see how you raise pigs. Li Hanqing smiled, and then walked back to the backstage lounge unhurriedly. Guihao was still standing at the door waiting for him to go in, and patted his shoulder with a smile on his face. Also smiled kindly at Li Hanqing. To be honest, The core of the team is such a perfect person. And he really can't find any faults at all. The team is not in a hurry to leave. The main reason is to see the performance of Candy and Lu Mao. Li Hanxing simply found a seat and sat down, while the commentators were explaining their BP. He took out his mobile phone and browsed the comments on the internet. Gui. Is this what you said Top is going to do in the new season? Why do I feel that these three newcomers performed well? Indeed. Especially for junglers. I think Licking's upper limit is higher than Kindy's. His small operations are obviously much better than Kindy's. This is only the first game. Can you please stop blowing the loan? If someone doesn't perform well next time, it will still be you who criticize him. Just asking if you don't understand. Is Brother Hanxing's dominance in the top lane now greater than that of Peak Faker in the middle lane? Is it really just one crown to surpass them all? Let's not talk about surpassing. At least let's talk about the championship first and then tie it. Right? Have any Cloud players ever seen how Faker dominated the mid lane back then? Laughing to death. No matter how bad Faker is. Didn't he get single killed by someone like Stateless back then? Since Brother Hanxing debuted? Who has killed him solo? As I looked at it, the building became crooked. It was originally meant to be an evaluation of Top's performance today. But it turned out to be a comparison between Li Hanxing and Faker. Shidow netizens are like this. Overall, the audience's evaluation of the three newcomers is quite good. And Li Hanxing's hard work is not in vain. He put his phone at ease and suggested with a smile. Why don't we wait for we to finish playing the game and take them to have a dinner together? By the way, we can catch up with Lao Xiang and Brothers Wu. Guo Hao thought for a moment. Okay. During the spring split last year, we and Top, two brothers in need, signed up for a team together to stay warm and eat in Shaxian County. Now, Top's parent company has invested heavily. And we has also received an investment of almost 20 from the XA City ZF. Which is not bad. The 2,000 mentioned above is the overall investment of ZNZF to build a cultural and tourism town. And it does not really spend that much money to invest in e-commerce. When competing in an industry, the big one will definitely be investment and construction such as real estate. The result of the game was not unexpected. Although Datai ZAI Loli once had high hopes. It was once the most popular anchor on the YY channel. But he is not suitable for the game. EDG actually gave him a lot of opportunities. Last year, he was loaned to IM. As a result, he was snatched away from the main jungle position by others not long after. When AI Luli is on the court, she really just checks her steps on WeChat to go shopping. The Yefu linkage between Candy and Lu Mao has a great tacit understanding. And the other three groups of we also have a tacit understanding. It has a complete 3C framework. And the addition of Champion Nozook is perfect for plug and play. Let the strength of this Wii team usher in a real transformation compared to S6. EDG obviously still has problems with running in. Noth is a coach who is good at coaching the team's offense. But EDG has been focusing on defensive counterattacks in the past few years. And rarely has that kind of early offensive rhythm. In addition, newcomers also need to get used to the team. It showed that EDG played very chaotically, without any rhythm at all, and were led by the nose by Wii. Although he relied on his strong tactical execution to support him on the court. He was just dying slowly. 2-0. We defeated their old rival EDG. Got their first victory as they wished. And proved with practical actions that they are a strong contender for the championship in the new season. This kind of performance also made countless 60 people rise up and shout for the youth to come back. In an interview after the game, Candy also put aside his harsh words. Gao Tianyang played really well. But if we meet, I will definitely teach him a good lesson. And since I knew how to help Lao Li last year, I will know how to restrict Lao Li this year. Then I will cooperate with Brother Leg to let Lao Li experience the feeling of being sanctioned. Considering that Candy was the winning member of Top last year, this statement was obviously a joke between friends. Top fans did not care about this thing. On the contrary, some people really analyzed it seriously. If Top met Wii, there would be a risk of losing the game. But when he got to the backstage, Li Hanxing directly chose to physically suppress Kongdi. Xiang Rengjie, don't think that I can't punish you if you go to Wii. You like to use harsh words, don't you? Ha! Lao Li, I was kidding. Candy immediately gave in with a playful smile. I was wrong? Wrong! Help! It's murderous! There was a lot of fun and laughter in the background for a while. The two parties made an appointment to go to a nearby restaurant for dinner together. In the car, Li Hanxing looked at Candy beside him and couldn't help but curiously asked, how come your friend circle is so dead lately? Didn't you always share photos with your girlfriend before? It's ridiculous. Candy waved his hand. We broke up a long time ago. Damn. All the best friends in the world can't even have a mother. What's wrong? Li Hansheng asked curiously. When we won the championship and returned to China. Didn't I tell you that I had saved up for a month to meet her? I'm not talking about money. Didn't she say she was out of town at the time? But damn. Someone told me later that this bitch was traveling in Hainan with her so-called male best friend. After saying this, Li Hansheng immediately understood what happened. So, whether it's male besties or female besties, this kind of group really can't even fit together a table for the New Year's Eve dinner. But it's good to be able to come out. Maybe Candy can have a good ending in this world line? But before Li Hansheng could speak, Candy had a sly smile on his face. Hey, Lowly didn't know how good it was to be single until after we broke up. You're just too self-sufficient. When will you figure it out? Let me tell you. I'll take you to experience it. A moment of true happiness for men. The taste is definitely beyond your imagination. I can probably experience the Emperor's happiness. Go. 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 Li Hansheng rolled his eyes. This kid is completely hopeless. He has been thinking about this for the rest of his life. Right. As usual, when having dinner together, the operation staff of both parties would take photos and post a Weibo post to cue each other. The game between Top and IG sparked heated discussions not only in China after the game, but also abroad. Top's victory has significantly increased the curiosity of the outside world about the LPL. This year, Tingjing specially opened an English commentary channel for the LPL on foreign live broadcast platforms such as YouTube and Mao's channel. They even spent a lot of money to hire some well-known English commentators to be responsible for the commentary of important games. In order to attract more popularity, Li Hansheng's 2 consecutive superb carry performances also made European and American audiences say, "Oh my god." The designer tailor-made a green steel shadow for Noob. No one can handle this hero. Only Noob can. What about debuffing the champion? Fist. It was so powerful when it weakened Sword Girl. But now it's biased. Right. Okay, designers, can't they find a way to limit Top? Don't say it's hot. Noob is a god on the road. Even the designer can't weaken him. So let's continue to weaken Dao Mei. Welcome to the era ruled by noobs. For comparison, LCS.NA's top laners are almost invisible. They are all rotten fish and shrimps. If TSM stops working hard and crowdfunding is really not possible, let's just poach Imp and let Noob bring his talent to the NA region. Some good people even specially edited a collection of Li Hansheng's wonderful operations in the 2 games and sent them to Riot designers on Twitter. Actually, Riot designers are also helpless. What the S6 version really benefits from is the core jungler. So they made a lot of changes to the jungle in the preseason. It stands to reason that the previous champions should be the biggest beneficiaries of the version bonus. But Top is not a wild core team. This is just like the original Time and Space. After SKT, which was also not a wild core, won the championship, in the S7 season, Riot was unable to weaken them at all, allowing SKT to still persist until the finals. That can only weaken the style of play. But Top's play style is also difficult to weaken. Limit the hero pool? Please. Not to mention Li Hansheng. The hero pools of Gao Dui and Jackie Love are also quite deep. Restrict play style? Top is a typical 3C driver. And the 3C driver is the most stable method because it is applicable to any version. Theoretically, as long as your 3CS are strong enough and Nozook doesn't hold you back, you will be a basically invincible model. And no designer can target you. Why can SKT remain strong? Because they are the most typical double C drivers. No matter how you change the version. I will focus on the middle and lower double CS anyway, so as to stay the same to cope with the changes. My mid and lower double CS are strong enough and I can carry them in team fights. So the whole team will focus on fattening up my double CS. I don't care about your mini early paths, as long as I can win you in team fights. Riot also knows to limit championship teams. But the designer team still doesn't have a clear way to limit Top. For now, the best way is to reduce the presence of the top order. But this also leads to their pursuit of faster game rhythm and more intense confrontation and conflict. If the presence of the top laner is reduced, the presence of the bottom lane will skyrocket, which will lead to the game time being lengthened. And both sides will brainlessly delay the development of the ADC. If you want to pursue a fast pace and more early team battle collisions, it is necessary to maintain the strength of the top laner. Because only the top laner can have combat effectiveness with one set. And the top laner is also the one that faces the most fierce competition, and is the easiest to cause trouble among the 3 paths. not to mention reducing the presence of the top laner. The clear direction within Riot Games is to further strengthen the voice in the upper half of the map and make the confrontation between the top, middle, and jungle more intense. Bottom lane? Just be your tool for replenishing troops and pushing down towers. And don't think about going back to the old days of mindlessly raising ADCs. So, Riot designers are also in a very helpless state right now. Looking at Li Hanqing's strong performance, they were unable to do anything. Instead, he was ridiculed by the players. It can only be said that there are things designers cannot do, as long as your plugin is powerful enough. Designers can't do anything to you. But the genius designers thought of another way. Why should it be targeted, and why should it be restricted? Isn't it good to just let Li Hanqing continue to be strong? The popularity Top has brought to the LPL by winning the championship is immeasurable. The LPL itself is the largest market for League of Legends. Winning the championship can further increase the development of the market. Moreover, if Li Hanqing really has the ability to maintain a high level of performance, why not make him the second Faker and become a global iconic figure in League of Legends? In essence, it is still about making stars, using the star effect to drive the development and business expansion of League of Legends on a global scale. This is more in line with maximizing interests. Chapter 282 Angry Fans. Top's schedule was relatively easy a year ago. There are no back-to-back games. And at worst, the next game will be played every other day. But takes every game very seriously. And he knows exactly what this year means to Top. Not just Top. Considering that this year's Championship will be held in China. All teams' large investments are aimed at competing in the World Championship. Although Top's overall strength is relatively strong, there are 3 newcomers in the team after all. Is not the kind of person who takes money and does nothing. It is this kind of reputation that allows him to continue to receive high salaries. The next 2 opponents Top will face are LGD and QG. Since LGD introduced Marin last year and failed to compete in the World Championship again, it has simply begun a journey of failure. 2 foreign players, Marin and Dade, who received high salaries, were sent back to the LCK. On the top lane, they hired Jinu, a high-scoring laner from the Korean server. In the middle lane, they hired an old acquaintance, Dharma King Funny. Their overall strength was at the bottom of the league, and they were heading for promotion and relegation. QG is this year's newly promoted team. Even though they are newly promoted, their overall strength is very strong. Doing fulfilled his promise to the QG boss. Last year's QG midfielder split. The team at that time chose Swift, and the team was directly sold to the current owner of NB. But in fact the boss of QG supports Doimb. So after Doimb left the team, he rejected the olive branch offered by other LPL teams, accompanied the QG boss to go to LSPL as the emperor of the secondary league for a year, and came back with QG. He and another Korean jungler Klid formed a top-level midfielder combination. In terms of strength, they are even stronger than LGD. Deliberately found Li Hanqing before the start of these 2 games. He didn't hide it, and directly stated his intention. Hanqing, I will reduce your weight in BP in the next 2 games, and consider letting you take some pressure-resistant and team-starting top laners. The team is still a little too dependent on you. I hope to help others build the confidence and habit of carrying games through tactical arrangements. Everyone has inertia, or path dependence. If you achieve success through a certain method for a long time, you will subconsciously choose the same method no matter what happens next. Naturally does not want this situation to happen to the team. To put it simply, it is true that Li Hanqing can continue to maintain the current results. But in that case, it will be a restriction for other players, and they will become too dependent on Li Hanqing. This is just like RNG, when they first focused on the middle and jungle. Xiwu, Xianghua, and Letme would occasionally have amazing performances on the field. But by S8, an absolute 4 guarantee 1 system with Uzi as the core was established. And this system was almost invincible for a whole year. It directly caused several other people to completely change into the shape of Uzi. When it came time for them to stand out in the World Championship, they had lost the ability to carry the game. In that year of S8, not only fans were waiting for the 3-piece set of puppies, but also the RNG players on the field were waiting for the 3-piece set of Uzi? Although Li Hanqing had expressed his willingness to obey all his tactical arrangements before, still had to say low to Li Hanqing. Because, once he chooses to resist pressure and start a team as a top laner, Li Hanqing's personal data will be sacrificed to a certain extent, and he will not look so good on the scene. This is just like on the basketball court. James is originally the core player with the ball, and his focus is on offense, and defense will definitely be neglected. Now the coach asks him to run off ball tactics, hand the ball to other teammates, reduce his proportion in the team's offense, and let him focus more on defense. Isn't the most intuitive feeling brought about by the decline of various basic data? The same goes for League of Legends. By then, Li Hanqing's average damage ratio, and opponent economy leadership will definitely experience a sharp decline. Okay. Li Hanqing did not refuse. Actually, picking on weak teams won't give you many training opportunities. You can also arrange such tactics for me when playing against strong teams. Mainly is from a long-term perspective, not to consolidate the immediate results. People without thought, he must worry about. Li Hanqing thought very clearly from the beginning. Even if he couldn't win the spring split this year or go to MSI, it didn't matter to him. As long as the three young people could grow up, he wouldn't mind making certain sacrifices in the spring split. Maybe in the process, he will be questioned by black fans, or even ridiculed by jumping faces. But as long as we can win the Final S championship and win the cup in the bird's nest, it will be fine. That's good. Breathed a sigh of relief. It's the best thing if you can accept it. Having worked in the LPL for 2 years, has a very good understanding of the situation here. The status of a superstar player is to override the authority of the head coach. This is why almost never considers joining a team with star players. He prefers 5 capable players with their own characteristics. I just don't want my tactical arrangements to be hijacked by star players. If he were to coach RNG, with Uzi's absolute status in the team, how could you possibly design a tactic centered around the top half? Uzi can't have sex with you on the spot? Not every leading player is willing to cooperate like Li Hanqing. However, when made such a request, Li Hanqing simply spent the points and special honor points that he had never used. Li Hanqing's current property panel is as follows. Host, Li Hanqing, enjoying the energetic and rampage mode buffs. Host properties. Operation ability, 98+, 98 to 101. Development ability, 95+. Reaction speed, 95+. Average hand speed, 95+. Team fighting ability, 95+. The last time I added points was during the World Championship, and it has been several months now. It's just that in the past few months, Li Hanqing was relatively lazy at first, and didn't do much to earn points. So he has only accumulated more than 8,000 points until now. But at the end of the year award ceremony, Li Hanqing became the biggest winner, taking home the 3 awards of Best Rookie of the Year, Best Top Order of the Year, and Best MVP of the Year. Here are 3 special honors. At the same time, the S6 Global Finals Championship and the subsequent FMVP also earned 3 special honor points. Another thing that Li Hanqing didn't expect was that the Demacia Cup champion actually provided him with some special honors. He originally thought that such an honor with insufficient gold content would not be counted by the system. If he had known this, he would have participated in the solo game in the All-Star game. Maybe the S-Game champion could also provide some special honors? He now has a total of 6 special honor points and more than 8,000 points that have not been spent. Well, even if you are playing as a tank top laner, you still have to beat others. Li Hanqing curled his lips. What is a true carry top laner? The Shy of S8 and S9 is a good example and proof. The warrior top laner is very slippery, and the tank top laner is even more slippery. The scariest thing about the Shy at his peak was not how good he was at playing warrior heroes, but the fact that he was very present when he played a tank top laner like Xiao. And that was the scariest thing about carrying the team. The system increased my operational ability to 100, and the remaining 4 special honor points were all added to my team battle ability. By the way, all 8,000 points were also allocated to my operational ability. After waiting patiently for a moment, Li Hanqing finally saw the changes in his system panel. Host, Li Hanqing, enjoying the energetic and rampage mode buffs. Host properties. Operation ability, 100+, 100 to 109. Development ability, 95+. Reaction speed, 95+. Average hand speed, 95+. Team fighting ability, 99+. The current attribute values of 95 points for development ability, reaction speed and average hand speed are enough. If will let him choose more top lane tank heroes in the future, then team fighting ability will be particularly important. After all, based on Li Hanqing's own experience and considerations, team fighting ability includes the ability to start a group. I've already maxed out my operational abilities. If there's another Grand Slam this year, I guess I can get all the attributes to 100. Right. Then I'll be a truly invincible hexagonal warrior? Looking at the system attribute panel, Li Hanqing seemed very satisfied. In this way, even if he selects a tank hero, he can help the team to the greatest extent. Top soon ushered in the second game of the spring split. And the opponent was LGD. There is really nothing surprising about this LGD team. Although the Wild King's jungle plan is very strange. Gao Tianliang is not the kind of person who particularly likes to invade the jungle. He will not be disgusted by the Wild King at all. Arrive. Gao Di went crazy with this one. And even took out Kassadin with the second one, killing him randomly. The two heroes Li Hansheng chose were Titan and Shin. Yes. You read that right. It's Titan, one of the three Phantom Gods. And Shin, the originator of pressure-resistant support top laner. The data in the two consecutive games are March 4th, 16 and March 2nd, 18 respectively. The number of kills has been reduced. And the number of deaths and assists has increased. After all, you have to physically go forward to start a team. And many times you need to actively help other teammates, who are doing damage, to absorb the damage from the opponent. The increase in the number of deaths is inevitable. In these two games, we can see the changes in Top's tactical choices. Wang Lao, who serves as the commentator, said, in the past, Top was accustomed to developing its own offensive rhythm around the top lane. But these two we can see that first of all, jungler Xiaotian rarely goes to the road. And the role of the noob team has changed from the team Battle Reaper and damage dealer to the role of starting a team and taking injuries. Indeed. Guan Ziyuan also nodded. Is this intentional to train three newcomers? If this is the case, then our evaluation of noob may have to rise to a new level. With his current status and being famous and being willing to make such sacrifices is really rare. Whoa, yeah. Cry hard for me. I just don't understand. What's wrong with leaving the ball to the strongest person? Why must Brother Hansheng be sacrificed? That is, isn't this putting the cart before the horse? What is the point of not letting the strongest person control the game, but instead forcibly suppressing the strongest person? If you don't want to do this anymore, just say so. Damn it. What kind of head coach did Guo Hao find? Ha ha ha. Is there a possibility that Top is afraid that Shen Bao is playing too well and will not be able to renew his contract next year? Deliberately lowering the price? It's really outrageous that the contract was signed just now. How could anyone lower the price so early? Can't the fangirl be a little wiser? Brother Hansheng himself said that in the spring game, he should cooperate with the coach's arrangements to help newcomers grow. Why are there so many conspiracy theories? Really? Even Li Hansheng was interviewed in various public places and expressed similar meaning many times during his live broadcast. But when this happens, it still arouses dissatisfaction from many fans. This group of fans simply want to see Li Hansheng use his personal ability to crazily suppress others on the court, and then perform at a carried level in team battles, so that they can go to the forum to brag about Li Hansheng's statistics. But now, Li Hansheng's average damage ratio, opponent economic advantage, and other data are all declining. Even if he won a game, he failed to win the MVP. How can they go out and brag? Is indeed under tremendous pressure from public opinion. Fortunately, the entire Top team supports him, and Li Hansheng also firmly supports him. After a day of rest, Top immediately faced their third opponent in the spring split, QG team led by Doim. This year's Doim is still in the super carry mode. Victor, the best hero, has experienced the weakening of the core equipment Ice Staff, which caused him to deviate in the selection of heroes, although it is still one of the indispensable output cores of the team. But his game began to change. He started to choose more of Karma and Rise, two mid-lane heroes who clear the lane, run the map, and support the top-notch, which is a good change. Gao Tianliang, who had been going smoothly all the way, felt the pressure of a top jungler for the first time after meeting Clid. Especially Doim really likes to support the jungle. As for Li Hansheng on the top lane, due to restrictions on hero selection, he can no longer control the line as easily as before, which intensifies the pressure on the top jungle area. Doim and Clid's Rise plus Lee Sin midfield combination instantly revitalized the team's situation. They didn't care about the top lane. Anyway, Li Hansheng chose Shin. Shin, a hero, couldn't deal damage, and no matter how fat he was just a piece of meat. Jackie Love and Ming were also targeted miserably by all kinds of stupid people. Their 4-pack-2 tactic even made Li Hansheng see shadows of the 4-pack-2 system of S9 and FPX. Top's problems that had not been exposed in the previous two games were all exposed in this game. The linkage between the midfielder and jungler is not enough, and the teamfight coordination is not enough either. As an all-Chinese class, Top has no problem with communication. But for the ever-changing team battle, simple communication cannot be the only solution. because many times you don't have time to communicate at all, and a certain tacit understanding is required. Moreover, the shortcomings of Jackie Love, a boy who likes sex, are also revealed. When playing IG, he doesn't care about the superiors because Lee Han-shung is there to take care of him. When playing LGD, the entire team was relatively fat, so it didn't matter if he was given away. After all, the huge economic gap allowed Top to continue to win the game. But now, when the two sides are evenly matched, and even when Top is still at a disadvantage, him sending a wave like this will have a huge impact on the team. At the 36th minute, Top succeeded in taking down the dragon. However, Jackie Love failed to retreat in time, and was stopped in place by Doin's Rise Flash W. Clid Blind Monk kicked him back into the crowd with a roundhouse kick, and Top was forced to take over. As a result, they lost the team battle, and lost the Ancient Dragon. In the end, the QG team defeated Top with a flat push. This is the first time Top has lost since losing to Roxager in the semifinals of the S competition. However, starting from the second game, adjusted his tactics. The first is that the BP level limits QG's midfield choices, and the tactical arrangements revolve around the bottom lane. QG's bottom lane strength is not as good as Jackie Love and Ming. The last game was just forcibly fattened by teammates. Jackie Love, who knows his shame but then becomes brave, showed an extraordinary performance in the second game. With Shursen Ming, he killed the opponent's ADC in a wave directly at level 4, establishing a landing advantage in the bottom lane. The top midfielder also began to frequently visit the opponent's bottom lane. Lee Han-shung, who was far away in the top lane, would also run to the middle lane from time to interfere with Doin's rhythm, and successfully restricted Doin to the middle lane. Top, whose overall strength is stronger, won the second game easily. In the third game, still used the same method to let the team win again. This is the tragedy of QG. The pair of midfielders Doin and Clid are indeed at the level of power leveling, but they can only rely on the midfielder. As long as their midfielder is restricted, they will not be able to make any waves. The process was uneventful. After losing one game first, Top won 2 games in a row and continued to consolidate its first place in Group A. Win is win. But Top's move to promote Lee Han to the tank hero still caused dissatisfaction among fans, who directly started to criticize on Weibo. Has Guihao forgotten who is the father in Top? Without brother Han-shung, do you really think your broken team can win the world championship? Nice. It's not directed at brother Han-shung. Who the F***ck is coming to watch the game of a bad team like yours? Did I come here to see brother Han-shung exchange Immortal Grip with others on the road? I watch him operate the opposite side. Why are you so angry? I thought that Top is also a loser. Can Jackie Love give away less? If he likes to be controlled so much, he might as well change his name to Clove. Next time I choose a tank for brother Han-shung. You'll be done with it if labor and management agree. Guihao also has a big head. He doesn't care. But the key is that such an online public opinion environment can easily destroy the team's existing atmosphere. The chemical reaction of the collective and the team is so wonderful sometimes. The other team members are all independent individuals and are at a relatively young age. It is difficult for them not to be affected by external public opinion. No way. Guihao could only find Lee Han-shung again. Han-shung! If you don't communicate with the fans during the live broadcast and ask them to be a little patient and understand the club's behavior, how can we dare to blackmail you? Conscience of heaven and earth. Guihao really came close to caring for Lee Han-shung as if he were his father. How could he not understand the importance of Lee Han-shung? Chapter 283. My husband is here. I'll try my best. Lee Han-shung also looked a little helpless. This thing cannot be solved by just clarifying it. After all, there are many people on the internet who are deliberately setting the pace in this regard. Still, it's better than nothing. At least you should express your attitude. When your fans attack other teammates mindlessly, it is best to stand up in time and publicly express your attitude. Otherwise, sooner or later, a big wave of rhythm will be brewed to destroy the good atmosphere in the team. FPX is a good example. Before the accident, all kinds of weirdness was the corporate culture of Little Phoenix. We at Fengza were so noisy and liked the atmosphere of internet cafes. After the accident, the employer wanted to use the keyboard to blow his head off. Lee Han-shung does not want Top to follow in the footsteps of FPX. And the possibility is not high. The reason why FPX is in trouble is because of the decline in performance. Nowadays, Top's results have not fluctuated much, and they still maintain the strength of the top teams in the league. But this thing is afraid that young people will not be able to handle it. Lee Han-shung is not very afraid that Jackie Love will cause problems. This kid's psychological quality is extremely strong. and the scolding on the internet cannot affect his mentality at all. Sure, Saming seems to have a built-in invisibility buff. When fans criticize someone, they seem to automatically ignore this weird hee who only smiles silly when being interviewed. Gao Tianyang is the jungler, and the jungler is the designated scapegoat on the court. Most of the pressure from public opinion is on him. But this kid himself is still a self-stress monster. He is quite sensitive psychologically, and likes to constantly put pressure on himself. If this continues, sooner or later he will be unable to handle the pressure, and start to have psychological problems. Well, thank you for your hard work. Guo Hao also knew how much Li Hansheng had sacrificed and paid for the team. For this top to reach this point, Li Hansheng is undoubtedly the biggest contributor. And, although the contract offered by top is sky high, it is not impossible for other clubs to match it. And some are even willing to pay a higher price. Changing jobs is always the most convenient and quickest way to increase your salary. But Li Hansheng was not like this. Top only owed Li Hansheng. If Li Hansheng did not express his attitude, rashly lowered Li Hansheng's tactical status, Guo Hao would not have to wait for the fans to start fighting. Guo Hao would immediately go to him to talk. Okay, then I'll start broadcasting now. Li Hansheng waved his hand, turned and left Guo Hao's office. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Shi Saming and Gao Tianyang standing behind Jackie Love like door gods. And they kept teasing. Gao Tianyang teased in a weird way. No wonder people say that only by calling the wrong name, there will be no wrong nickname. There is really no mistake in taking the nickname Q Dirty Dancing. Hee. How can someone still play easy? Can it be reached by Titan? Do you understand the character? Yu Wenba has to maintain the character. Ming also smiled and followed the yin and yang weirdness. Li Hansheng took a closer look and saw that it was Ah Shui who was playing ranked in the Korean server. He was playing easy, and he was very fat. The blue easy had taken shape, but the screen was black. The opponent's Titan had just stepped over his corpse, and even deliberately stopped and stood on his corpse to dance and show his dog tags in a slightly mocking manner. Can you blame me? Jackie Love retorted with a curse. When I go up with E, my teammates don't know to follow. I have slowed down the ADC on the opposite side, and they rush up with me. Can this team lose? As expected of you. Wenbo, it's just because your teammates didn't follow me when I gave it away. Right. Li Hansheng also smiled, and said with a strange tone. When Jackie Love looked back at Li Hansheng, she was immediately discouraged, said nothing as if she was angry, and turned her head to start operating. He was indeed anxious. He cleared several QS in a row, and then used E to hit the opponent's face for output. Result? Obviously, the opposite Titan's backhand is a headlock plus clearing the intestines to pinch him. It's okay. It's really because of your teammates, who didn't follow you decisively this time. Li Hansheng smiled, and gave an objective evaluation. The reason why Jackie Love's style of play is called a double-edged sword. Just because it's too radical. Indeed, if everyone works together to move forward, his E-face behavior cannot be regarded as giving away, but as finding a wave of opportunities to successfully start a group. But the problem is that everyone has different ideas. Why is Peak IG so strong? Because at that time, as long as the 5 IG players were in a group fight, they would basically rush forward, even if they felt that they couldn't fight. As long as a teammate turned around and fought back, others would choose to fight back without hesitation. At this time, once you hesitate and fail to follow up with output or control immediately, your teammates' counterattacks will easily appear to be giving away. This is why it is said that Pinnacle IG is the 5 correct people. After they separated, they never found teammates who could match their own style of play. Jackie Love often moved aggressively and died suddenly in TS. Of course, many times it was his own mistakes. Not all the fault of other teammates. But sometimes it was because his teammates did not trust him and did not follow decisively. So they sold him. Isn't this the case for Thacy in WBG? He, Kennen, found an opportunity to perfect Tian Lei and deal tons of AoE damage. However, there were no teammates behind him, and all his teammates were running away. Judging from the results of his perfect entry, it seemed that he was deliberately sending away a wave of output. A good teammate. If you miss it, you miss it, and there is no use regretting it. Jackie Love was probably doing a live broadcast, so he immediately cut the screen to see the barrage. The result is instant red temperature. Q others miss their Q, but when they receive Q, they always hit it. When playing LPL, there is an ADC. Guess who it is? Catch Q Dirty Dancing. Take Q Dirty Dancing. Can you please stop serving spicy food? Laughing. You really got the right nickname. You can give whatever you want during ranking. What I'm saying is that during the competition, can you not be so conceited? Give less. Brother Han Sheng's waist is almost broken by you guys. Obviously, the content of the barrage directly caused Jackie Love to become popular. He used his iconic big head to give the three people behind him a rocket headbutt. Obviously, he wanted to vent his anger in this way. And he did not forget to force Lai. Dude, we are live broadcasting. You can't say something nice? The three of them immediately ran away, and Li Hansheng sat back in front of his computer. Upon seeing this, Ashui said quickly, Brother Han Sheng is going to start a live broadcast. If you want to watch his live broadcast, hurry up and stay in the live broadcast room. Don't criticize me. Li Hansheng's live broadcasting time has been quite short recently. The main reason is that the new contract he signed with Douyu stipulates that the duration is only 80 hours a month. And an average of 3 hours of live broadcasting per day is enough. The extra work is for Douyu. And people will naturally become lazier. Turning on the live broadcast, he deliberately zoomed in on the camera. Why? Are you cute? Seeing the barrage filling the screen, he immediately retorted. What do you mean I'm live broadcasting? I'm the anchor. What else can I do if I don't live broadcast? It's okay. I will live broadcast for you every day from now on. Until 4 o'clock in the morning every day. Okay? Really? I'm lying. The audience obviously didn't believe his nonsense. MD. Labor and management would rather believe that a sow can climb a tree than believe Han Sheng's deceitful words. Wow. It turns out that not only beautiful women can lie, but also men who are handsome and good at playing games can also lie. Why does it smell like pork? Brother Han Sheng also watches Juju's live broadcast. Right? I'm really hot. Can Brother Han Sheng have another Qinggang shadow? Seeing that this was not going to work, Li Hansheng immediately changed his rhythm and said, Don't worry. Anchor, take a sip of Baisher first. What? You asked me why I don't drink Coca-Cola? Sorry. The Coca-Cola in the anchor's house is used as toilet cleaner. At the rhythm point that was tried and tested, and seeing the barrage successfully being led astray by him, Li Hansheng smiled with satisfaction and continued. Brothers have been a bit violent recently. It seems that they are too angry at first glance. Aren't they? It's been a long time since I've revisited Kraftwerk. Today the host doesn't need to bite the lighter to make up for the show. He will take you directly to the ward rounds. Good ward rounds. As a mature anchor, Li Hansheng has perfect control over the rhythm of the live broadcast. Although he needs to clarify and explain, he cannot do it right away. That would seem too perfunctory. You have to get the audience excited first. Say it again. There are not enough people in the live broadcast room now. As he spoke, he clicked on the browser, opened Douyu's live broadcast platform, and entered the League of Legends division. In order to increase profit points, Douyu has opened a new entertainment area, including a beauty area and a dance area. To put it bluntly, it is a channel specially set up for female anchors. You can show off your talents in front of the camera and coax the big brothers to buy some gifts. But Li Hansheng did not go, but still went to the League of Legends division. Perhaps due to his influence, many anchors who would have been poached by platforms such as Huya and Panda still stay at Douyu, and many even actively switch jobs. Let's take a look at Sansio first. Li Hansheng immediately clicked on Guamini's live broadcast room. As soon as you enter, there is exciting and dynamic DJ dance music. Guamini, wearing hot pants and a camisole, is shaking her butt crazily in front of the camera. The frequency of shaking makes the audience excited. F***CK? Brother, I can't stand it anymore. Oh. You failed to quit masturbating. Brother Han Sheng, you are the devil. Brother Han Sheng is my biggest enemy on the road to quit masturbation. MD, go to HL and stop masturbating. I'm going to rush. GKD. Type with both hands to show your innocence. No way. Is anyone still watching? My buddies have already had a blast. So exciting. Maybe it was because of the sudden surge in the number of comments in the live broadcast room. Guamini covered her chest with her hands in a pretentious manner, with a look of surprise on her face. Is Shengbao here? I'm so honored to have you here. Top noob, gifts have been given. If you continue to show your talents to everyone, are you looking down on us? Get something fresh. The gift has been given. Li Hansheng sent a barrage and sent 2 super rockets. When Guamini saw this, she immediately smiled charmingly, took 2 steps back, took off the hairband on her head, and her hair was immediately draped. She bit her lower lip lightly and gave her a confused look. Okay. Today I will show you a dance I just learned. Ghost. She doesn't even know how to rock a car. It can only be said that Gwynmini has something. Maybe not much. But it is enough. At least it's enough to coax the old man and explode the gold coins in his pocket. Who wouldn't be confused after seeing this? After watching it for a while, Li Hansheng immediately became convinced. Originally, he wanted to go to Zhang Qiga's place to have a look. But suddenly he saw a familiar ID. Rita? When did she come to Douyu to live stream? Li Hansheng clicked into her live broadcast room with great interest. However, although she is the official female host, Rita's live broadcast has just started and her popularity is not high. And Li Hansheng was a noble. So there would be a prompt when entering the room. And she could see it at a glance. Result: countless viewers were stunned as soon as he opened his mouth. Rita was stunned for a moment. Then shouted happily, "Wow! My husband is here!" Li Hansheng, who was drinking water, almost couldn't help but spit it out when he heard this sentence. The barrage is also going crazy? Rita didn't care, and explained with a smile. What's wrong? You are allowed to call me husband. But not me. I am also a fan of Noob's husband. She even took the initiative. Do you want my husband to take me to play a double Q game? I happen to have recently practiced assisting. You can choose a plane when the time comes. How about I assist you in masturbating? Please forgive Li Hansheng for not holding back. Don't talk about Kun. Just civilize you and me. This series of words of tiger and wolf made him really unbearable. Let alone the barrage. Good guy? Is this a barrage I can watch without paying? Isn't it? My goddess also likes Brother Hansheng? Rita, wake up. Brother Hansheng is not suitable for you. A man and a talented woman are a match made in heaven. How could it be your turn to be opposed by an ugly creature like you? Is Guigue Rita's live broadcast so big? Okay. Pay attention to it. Alright. It can only be said that it is similar to what he remembers. In his impression, Rita has always taken the route of live broadcasting as a large-scale female driver. Li Hansheng can actually understand that Rita deliberately said such ambiguous words in order to gain some attention during the live broadcast and attract more popularity. Just like he didn't mind Sister Zhou taking advantage of his popularity. Just rub it. He's not afraid anyway. But the focus today is not to interact with the female anchor. Normally, he really wouldn't mind playing with Rita. So he typed immediately. Top noob, next time. I will do it next time. I still need to practice my flying. Next time. I will let you help me masturbate. Rita was not angry after being rejected. Instead, she smiled and said, Okay. I will keep waiting for my husband. Come on. My husband will play RNG this week. I circled around the other female anchors again. Li Hansheng then returned to his live broadcast room. He looked at the unfinished fans communicating on the barrage and said with a smile, How's it going? Brother Ming, are you happy with this round of ward rounds? Is everyone's anger declining now? A lot? I've finished a week's supply. Stop talking. My Nutrition Express bottle is almost half full. It's great. It's great. It is recommended that more ward rounds be added in the future. I can only say that Brother Hansheng still understands us and knows what we like to watch. Li Hansheng simply smiled. After the audience was happy, he began to explain. Actually, I mainly want to ask you a favor today. First of all, I am very grateful for everyone's support for me. But I still hope that everyone will not give too much advice on the club's tactical arrangements. If you have any ideas, our club welcomes you to contribute and join the coaching team. I have not been coerced by anyone, and it is my own choice to take the tank top lane. The regular season is for the team to adjust, run in, and adapt to the new tactical system. Don't be too obsessed with winning or losing in a certain game. If you can understand it, just try to understand it. If you really don't understand, then you have to believe it first, then question it. With such a request, what reason does Damu have to say no? Actually, real fans of Li Hansheng may not say anything online. The main reason is that there are some people on the internet who are not regular fans of anyone. But they like to set the rhythm. After setting the pace, it depends on the fans of both parties GYG. But among those people, Li Han couldn't be promoted, so he could only try his best to make his fans understand. Li Hansheng specifically appealed and explained during the live broadcast. The effect is pretty good. At least there are less curses and doubts on Top's official blog. The live broadcast room atmosphere of Jackie Love and others is also much better. Was relieved. If the pressure from outside public opinion is too great, he is not sure whether he can persist. The main thing is that he is not afraid of scolding. Anyway, he is a behind-the-scenes person who does not broadcast live or go on stage to play games. But players may not be able to withstand it. He had to take that into consideration. Looking at it now, it's pretty bearable. Top had a total of 4 games before the year. Now I have played 3 games against IG, LGD and QG. The last opponent before the year was also the final game of the LPL before the year. Tingjing deliberately arranged for them a strong opponent in the group. That is the RNG team that spent a lot of money to introduce VG's auxiliary section. And its bottom lane strength has greatly increased. This can be considered a highlight. Since the start of the spring season, RNG also continued its good momentum and won 3 consecutive victories. Especially the bottom lane. Uzi got his favorite support. And he really showed extraordinary dominance in the bottom lane. RNG's 3 consecutive wins are almost the same way. That is the crushing advantage of the bottom lane matchup. Let me, a newcomer in the top lane, only needs to choose a tank to resist the pressure and wait for the big brother in the bottom lane to take him flying. The midfielder pair of Xianghua and Xiaohu also had no brains to drive various rhythms around the bottom lane. It's a bit like the brainless royal family in S3 and S4. But compared to that royal family, the midfielder may be stronger. But as long as it's not the World Championship, Xiaohu is still good enough in China. Not to mention, it's spring season now. Does the Tiger Emperor of Spring know? Also attaches great importance to this competition. Because this is the best test for the new duo Jackie Love plus Ming in the bottom lane. Although Uzi has never been able to achieve any decent team results. But playing games with him really trains the bottom lane. Only those who can withstand the landing pressure from Uzi can become a qualified champion ADC. Uzi can also be considered a different kind of AD quality inspector. It's just that the ones he inspected were champion ADCs, not the ordinary LPL starting level ADCs. Chapter 284, It's okay. Just pick up the gift from the Q Hot Dance Party. On the match day, on the way to the Super Brand Mall, Li Hanxing habitually checked his mobile phone. Tingjing seems to be very concerned about this focused battle of Group A. It has pushed relevant information on various channels before the start of the game. It is obviously just an ordinary regular season. But it has created a post-season atmosphere. The atmosphere of a life and death battle. No way. Li Hanxing and RNG. Li Hanxing and Uzi. 2 all-China teams with the potential to win the championship. These gimmicks are enough to attract a lot of attention to this mediocre regular season. Since Li Hanxing won the championship, there are very few people who would take the initiative to point out that RNG kicked him out of the team. Uzi sprayed him in the rank. And then, he was bullied by the GSL network. But this does not prevent fans from using this matter to whip up corpses when the 2 parties actually meet. Puppies are not allowed to poop out Top's bottom lane? Why are you comparing yourself to a puppy when you pick up Q Dirty Dancing? Don't worry. It's a gift from Q Hot Dance Party. Mr. Go and Mr. Duan will give them a boost. Let them know what the landing strength of a world-class bot lane combination is. Isn't it? Where did Huang Zha and GSL come from? How many times do you have to be tortured by my brother Han Sheng before you can stop being so harsh? Hee. I suggest GSL look for last year's game. Have you so quickly forgotten the scene of being stepped on by Han Sheng? Ganushu and Ruiwen. Waiting for brother Han Sheng's King Ganging to kick the dog in the shower. Sheng divided by fans are still living in the past? I'm thinking that last year's teammate, who was not a puppy. Wouldn't it be your turn to be promoted and have a face in the game? Things are changing. And it's the puppy's turn to show off. RNG is still so good at marketing. The gimmick of the All-China class is a serious one, and they figured it out. Mainly with Top's successful victory in the S6 World Championship. The first S Championship has satisfied the needs of many viewers. But it is not completely without regrets. After all, LPL is a division with AD cancer. But the top bottom laner is actually a Korean. Although the club's game should not be linked to nationality. And Imp is also a very conscientious Korean player. But after all, some people will still mind. Especially some Han Zai will deliberately post disgusting things. So what if they win the championship? It can only be said that 4 Chinese plus 1 Korean 5 Koreans. It does not mean that 5 Chinese 5 Koreans. Such comments are not uncommon on major Tieba forums. So, a strong all-Chinese team will finally win the championship and win the trophy. So that it can be undisputed. RNG's public relations team captured and exploited this mentality of the LPL audience and aggressively marketed its all-China class gimmick, which actually attracted a lot of traffic. Although Top is an all-China class, it does not deliberately market this thing. After all, Top's own traffic pool is already large enough. In many cases, there is no need to do marketing by itself. Fans will spontaneously help promote it. Li Hansheng sometimes likes to watch these troll netizens having various arguments online. As a time traveler, he doesn't care that much about online comments. Wrong. To be precise, he doesn't care about all the comments on the internet at all. But it does not prevent him from being a pure fun person. Gone! Are these people looking down on my buddies too much? Jackie Love was very unhappy and cursed. Uzi is cool to be the world runner-up at 17 years old. But my buddies are world champions at the age of 15. What am I saying? I'm showing off. Have you ever? When will the runner-up be presented as an honor to show off? Hee hee. That's right, Sher Saming said with a silly smile on his face. We can be considered the world champion bottom lane combination. Who are we looking down on? The world champion bot lane combination that didn't play in a game? Gao Tianyong said suddenly and directly completed the victory. Jackie Love's face turned red, and he hesitated for a long time before saying, Look at me! Do you want to increase the strength of Uzi today? As he said that, he continued to hold the phone, staring at the screen with gritted teeth, and muttered something in his mouth. You win, Ba. What are you doing? I have collected all these GSL posts saying that I will definitely answer Q and be beaten by Uzi. After the game, my brothers will whip the corpses one by one. Jackie Love gritted his teeth and glared at the phone screen fiercely. Here we go. Then watch me dig them all out with a Luoyang shovel, and laugh at them fiercely along with other fans. Hey. Li Hansheng was really amused by him. You are better than anything if you don't go up top today. Uzi is indeed not weak in the lane. What's more, this year's RNG almost always focuses on the bottom lane. Brother Hansheng, which group are you from? You don't believe me? Jackie Love stared at him in disbelief. Wait until I slap you in the face. Really? Li Hansheng teased playfully. Then I'll just wait and see. Jackie Love's mentality has always been very good. But judging from some recent words and deeds, he has indeed been affected by external public opinion to a certain extent. No matter who you are, if you are criticized online every day, saying that you are not good at this and that you are reduced to nothing, you will not be happy. However, Li Hansheng does not doubt Dada's son's ability to adjust himself. I also hope that the combination of Uzi and Xiao Duan can really add strength to their bottom lane, and even beat the opponent. Jackie Love and Ming are still a little arrogant. The way to make a man grow up quickly is to let them taste failure, then learn their shame, and then be brave. After arriving at the Super Brand Plaza, the team members walked directly through the staff passage and entered the backstage lounge. The first thing did when entering the room was to repeat some of the tactics he had planned last night. By the way, I also give a little more detailed layout. The main reason is that also attaches great importance to this game. RNG is indeed a good grindstone. The combination of Uzi plus Prince Duan is one of the top landing combinations in the world. MLXG is also considered a leader among domestic junglers. The three young people in the team are perfectly matched. Only by playing against such strong players can the young people grow up quickly. The way RNG won the game this year was something I told you last night. It basically focused on the bottom lane to make breakthroughs. It relied on the strong landing ability of the bottom lane combination to snowball. Explained in detail. And since Uzi is a shooter and can provide stable and continuous output for the team, and he is often very fat, RNG can always defeat the opponent in mid-term team battles. Why do they say that a team's late-stage ability depends entirely on the team fighting level of its ADC? Because only the ADC that relies on level A as its main output can create continuous, stable output for the team in team battles. That is, the lower limit of team battles is supported by the ADC. This is why the 4-Guarantee-1 system is called a classic tactical system in which the weak defeat the strong, and has a very high lower limit. The old we also had a very classic saying. Give Xiao Xiao 30 minutes to develop, and he can give you a team fight that you won't lose. The output mechanism of the ADC position determines the strong supportability of this position. It is precisely because of this that Riot will limit this position again and again. Otherwise, everyone is brainless and waits for the ADC to develop, and the pace of the game will become very slow. RNG is a typical strengthening team. The bottom lane is their advantage, and they will take advantage of it to the extreme. Gave a very accurate judgment. Once the version of such a team is suitable, they can often achieve certain results. But as long as the version is not conducive to the performance of the strengthening team, they will become at a loss and suffer from the team shortcomings. The logic of League of Legends BP is nothing more than to exploit strengths and avoid weaknesses. It's just that some teams choose to use their strengths to the fullest. Some teams like to avoid shortcomings, improve and make up for their own shortcomings as much as possible, and make themselves a well-balanced team. The top teams were able to achieve both, leveraging their strengths and avoiding weaknesses. At the same time, as a time traveler, Li Hanxing fully agrees with point of view. RNG really relies on one move to conquer the world. Once the version is suitable, it will achieve good results. In the S8 season, Kaisaw's face-rushing system with 4 guarantees, and 1 was very powerful. So they were almost invincible that whole year. However, this system did not work in the World Championship, and they were dragged down by their own hero pool. The season after Uzi retired, RNG also relies on a single-point instant kill system, using the ability of Titans, Japanese women and other hard assistants to seize opportunities. When paired with the Myth version, the damage of all members will overflow and the opponents will collectively become brittle. In the version situation, RNG can always be on the front, quickly reducing the opponent's numbers in team battles. This strategy made them a great success in both MSIs. But when in S12, the frankness of all members increased, and the tactical method of quickly reducing the opponent's numbers did not work. They immediately went GG. The strong adapt to the version, the weak wait for the version. In the final analysis, that style of play was too successful, which caused them to form a path dependence, living in their own comfort zone and unable to get out. After all, it is really difficult for people to get out of their comfort zone. Ultimate goal is to build top into a team that can exploit its strengths and avoid its weaknesses. It is hoped that the team can not only make a single breakthrough around Li Hanxing's absolute strength, but also use a balanced lineup to win. In this way, no matter how the version changes, top can adapt to the version faster than others. Today's first game, we competed with the opponent in the second half. Once again emphasized his tactical arrangements. One is training, and the other is testing. I want to test the strength of RNG's bottom lane and see if the team can handle it. The long regular season itself has a natural room for trial and error. If you don't want to try to solve the problem during the regular season, do you have to wait until the playoffs when there is no room for trial and error, and you can only be anxious on the stage but unable to think of any solution? After explaining the tactics, the team members got up to put on makeup and sent the peripherals for inspection. This set of procedures is basically fixed, and Li Hanxing is already familiar with it. Moreover, he is familiar with the staff on site and can chat with them. When he was about to go on stage, he specially ran to pick up a glass of iced Coke with a paper cup and put it on his seat in advance. The game time came soon, and the players from both teams immediately walked out of the lounge and prepared to go to the stage. All members of RNG were quite serious, with a strong fighting spirit bursting out of them. MLXG, who was relatively close to Li Hanxing and others, approached and said arrogantly, "You win, Ba. Are you ready to be trained by my military today? Just wait. Come on. Come on." Jackie Love replied not to be outdone. "If you dare to come to the bottom lane, let's see how Brother Hanxing can match up and penetrate your top lane." "Let me? Meow meow meow. It's none of my business for you two to bicker. So why are you torturing me?" For top laners in the LPL, facing Li Hanxing is definitely a real torture. Not to mention a pure newcomer like Let Me, who was only promoted to the first team this year. He has no status in the team, and his brothers don't come to help him. They don't even give him feedback most of the time. He only focuses on the bottom lane, which makes his hand shake sometimes. Noticing that Li Hanxing glanced at him meaningfully, Let Me swallowed. This guy wouldn't take out a sword princess to increase his strength today, would he? Think of this. Let Me found that her hands began to tremble slightly uncontrollably. The person in charge of the entrance ceremony today was Yu Shuang. She was wearing a decent cheongsam and introduced the contestants from both sides with a smile. When fans from both sides came to the stage, fans from both sides burst into enthusiastic cheers and applause. If you listen carefully, you can hear someone shouting, "Brother Hanxing, hack the dog in the bath. Hack RNG to death. Come on, little dog. Take the gift from Q Hot Dance Party." The director switched the camera to the commentary box, and the commentators seemed to be able to hear this sentence through their headsets. Wang Lauer chuckled. From the tension between fans on both sides, everyone can clearly understand what this game means. The Esports Spring Festival Gala. Guan Ziyuan also smiled. How can it be called the Esports Spring Festival Gala if it's not exciting? Both sides are strong teams, and they have won 3 consecutive victories before. Who will win today? It's really hard to say. Indeed, Wang Lauer took over. Judging from the historical record, top is indeed a unilateral crusher. But we also know that both sides are changing. Top is not last year's top, and RNG is not last year's RNG. Past results can only be used as a reference, but they cannot be taken seriously. Personally, I think Top's head-on attack is quite strong. Right? Sister Zhou finally took advantage of the opportunity. We all know that RNG's top lane is one of their shortcomings. They basically choose heroes like Titan. If Noob can get the sword. If a hero like G is singled out, RNG may have a hard time dealing with Top's 4-in-1 push. There's nothing wrong with saying that. But we all know that Kochum doesn't like to give the team a lineup with 4 points and 1 point push recently. Let's take a look at the details. The commentators were talking to each other in the pre-match warm-up, and there was a crisp sound. The director directly switched the screen to the BP screen of both parties. RNG is on the blue side, and Top is on the red side. Due to special reasons, the national server has to consider the Spring Festival during this period, so the version update will be postponed. Generally, the 2 versions of Point 2 and Point 3 will be updated directly after the new year. This is the case every year. So, even though the Korean server has been updated to version 7.3, the domestic competition server is still version 7.1, which reduces the burden on the coaching staff, because the logic of BP has basically been fixed. The RNG on the blue side bans the Poodle first, and Top backhand bans the Mantis. Basically, you will ban one of these 2 supermodel monsters in the jungle, and I will definitely ban the same one. RNG chose to block Qinggang Shadow? This hero Noob will probably be difficult to obtain in the future. RNG has no idea of grabbing Qinggang Shadow for its own top laner. Top's choice is to ban Virus. The output method of special effects flow Virus is to go A. And monsters, like Uzi, are particularly good at doing A. A small enhancement by the designer made Virus a supermodel monster in the bottom lane, and it is normal to send him to the ban position. RNG banned Zyra in the last move. Is this preparation to grab Karma? Top's choice was to ban Ryze to prevent Xiaohu from getting this kind of rhythm mid laner, who can quickly clear the lane and start rhythm to support the wing. RNG immediately grabbed Kalma instantly. Top simply snatched away the ice with his backhand, and then immediately locked onto the blind monk. Result: RNG's backhand immediately locked Easy plus Jace. This Jess has a high probability of hitting the target, forming a double poke system. Seeing this scene, many people were stunned. Easy? Uzi actually chose Easy on his own initiative? Although in this time and space, the verbal criticism of Uzi has been reduced a lot because of Top's final victory. But after the World Championship, many people still complained about how shitty Jin and Easy were playing. Unexpectedly, I actually practiced it. Dare to take the initiative to choose means that he is confident that he can produce results on the field. Not to mention that the team also specially helped him grab the support Karma that is most suitable for Easy. RNG's laning intensity in the bottom lane is a bit high. Juan Lauer frowned. Top needs to think carefully. To play soft support, you have to use soft support. But Zyra has been banned. Nami is not so suitable for ice. And as a female gun, Ming can use it. However, the effect of ice plus female spear will be greatly reduced when facing the 2 very flexible bottom lane combinations of Easy plus Karma. Think about it. Finally, Top's choice is to take out Lulu. The bottom lane strength of Han Bing plus Lulu is pretty good. The specific performance depends on the basic landing skills of both sides. Entering the second round of BP, Top chose to block MLXG's hero pool and put the 2 AP junglers Spider and Beryl into the ban position. Because if Jace is played in the middle, RNG will definitely lack AP output, and it is impossible to make up for the top lane, so it can only rely on jungle. On the other hand, on RNG's side, what is blocked is the choice of the middle lane. The 2 mages, Syndra and Enchantress, were all banned. Subsequently, Top directly selects the rock bird that has not been seen for a long time in 4L. In the end, RNG could only choose the top and jungle combination of Leopard Girl plus Titan, thanks to the emergence of the new talent, Power of the Colossus. The 3 fantasy gods have become popular on the top lane again. As for Leopard Girl, it is a helpless choice. This season, the jungle monster's refresh time is 150 seconds. In fact, there is no survival space for jungle core junglers. But RNG can only do this in order to supplement AP output. And it can also form a triple poke system of Leopard Girl, Jace and Easy. How will Top choose this team? If they want to win, they will have to start a new team. So Noob will have to choose a tank again. Just when everyone thought Li Hansheng would choose Sword Lady to cut through the opponent, Top directly showed a hero on the 5th floor who had not seen it for a long time. Thane. Chapter 285 Treasure Promotion. You are hacking gods and demons. Oh? Thane? Juan Lauer hesitated a little. Kochum still chose to let Noob supplement the front row and start the team for the team. But is Thane really a good hero? The emergence of the Power of the Colossus talent has indeed given top lane tank heroes such as Poppy, Titan, and Shen another chance to play. After all, the shield increases their fault tolerance rate for line exchanges and their overall frankness in team battles. Also promoted, but the trigger condition for Power of the Colossus is that it requires control. And it must be a hard control of the immobilization type. Soft control such as slowing down does not count. Xian does have hard control, but it requires Q to be charged for more than 1 second. The landing is okay, but it is really difficult to achieve the knock-up effect of Q in team battles. With Thane locked up, the lineups of both sides were officially determined. RNG is on the blue side, and Top is on the red side. Top road, Titan vs Thane. Jungler, Leopard Girl vs Blind Sin. Middle lane, Jess vs Rotbird. Bottom lane, Easy plus Karma vs Ice plus Lulu. In terms of lineup, RNG has a standard 3-poke system. Titan is responsible for the front row and team initiating. Kalma increases the overall flexibility of the team. Top's lineup has stronger rhythm ability in the middle and jungle, as well as Han Bing and Thane. Team. In terms of lineup, maybe RNG's lineup looks more comfortable. Guan Ziyuan seemed very objective and neutral. It mainly depends on whether Yen-Ke and Blind Monk can set up the rhythm. Wang Lauer shook his head and added, whether Top can win only depends on whether the rhythm of the middle and jungle can pick up smoothly. As long as the middle and jungle can set the rhythm, then they can still win the game. But overall RNG's lineup does look more comfortable, since the tactical arrangements were clearly explained in the lounge. Did not give any tactical instructions before stepping down. He just reminded the team members to pay attention to the early field of view layout to prevent the Leopard Girl from invading the wild area. Then he took off his headphones and came to the center of the stage to shake hands with RNG's coach. Although Mana and Looper left the team, RNG's Korean coach Fly chose to stay with the team. So he is still the head coach of RNG. Top! Come on! Top! Come on! Top, come on! RNG! Come on! RNG! Come on! RNG, come on! This seems to have become a well-established unspoken rule at the game. Fans from both sides follow a 3-part rule. Although some fans may not abide by it, most fans maintain this tacit understanding. The sound of cheering fell, just as both players rushed out of the spring immediately. RNG's position is relatively conservative. It seems that the fragrant pot is ready to open blue. Is this to prevent the noob Thane from stealing buffs? Guan Ziyuan joked with a smile. Since Thane can transform into a zombie passively, at the extreme end, he can steal the red buff and F6 at the same time and directly upgrade to level 2. Almost all players during this period had wild monsters stolen by Thane. The main reason is that although everyone knows this routine, Thane is too rare after all. If a Thane suddenly appears on the opposite side, you will still be lucky and think that the opposite Thane does not know this routine, and you will suffer as a result. This kind of situation cannot happen in the professional arena. Ledmi and MLXG firmly guarded the pass in the upper half of their zone, not giving Li Hansheng a chance to get into the jungle. But in fact, Li Hansheng had no intention of going against the opposition at all. In S6, there might be a chance to use Thane as a counter jungler. But in S7, going against the wild will make you look stupid. Oh, are you a pig? I see you, Thane. And I don't know how to guard against your strategy of stealing wild monsters at the beginning. The junglers on both sides were playing solo, and the duo immediately ran to the bottom lane to prepare for a fierce battle for lane rights. Hanbing plus Lulu really can't beat Easy plus Karma. They are both soft assistants, but their landing abilities are also different. Karma is the one with the strongest landing ability among the soft assistants. This hero is mainly used for landing, and she must have an advantage in landing. There is no way. Karma naturally has one less ultimate skill than other supports. If there is no advantage in the line, it will be useless in team battles, and not as useful as the opponent's soft support. Swipe the incense pot from top to bottom. Does this mean you have to use the open card to catch it? Xiaotian also swipes from top to bottom. He has a single red draw, but the hero Blind Monk can quickly catch it with 3. Or he can catch it. Choose quite a lot. Wang Lauer speculated on what Gao Tianyang might do next. It's unlikely to hit the road. Right. Sister Zhou was a little surprised. Titan has Power of the Colossus, combined with W and 2 shields. So it won't be so easy to die. Right. Let's see. It's really hard to tell the winner in the early stages of the two sides' top lane. The director, who always likes to focus the camera on Li Hansheng at the beginning, actually only briefly showed the top lane a shot today, and then immediately locked the camera on the bottom lane. Uzi and Xiao Duan have accumulated a lot of tacit understanding and rank, which is also an important reason why Xiao Duan was able to quickly integrate into RNG after joining RNG. The bot lane combination is a great test of tacit understanding, coupled with the already strong personal strength of the two. Combining the two, 1 plus 1 greater than 2, which is why RNG's winning methods during its 3-game winning streak were almost exactly the same. It penetrated the opponent in the bottom lane, and Uzi used his development beyond the timeline to lead his teammates to plunder various resources and the harvest of team battles in order to win the match. Xiao Duan did not even go to the jungle to defend at the beginning. Instead, he ran to the river grass on the lower lane at the beginning and put down a vision before returning to the lower lane. He dived into the grass on the bottom lane. The number of bushes on the upper and lower routes in the S7 version is different. There are 3 online bushes on the top road, while there are only 2 online bushes on the bottom road. When Jackie Love and Ming went online with the army line, Ming also tried to get into the grass on the line and formed a position one behind the other with Jackie Love. When lining up in the bottom lane, the positioning between the ADC and the support is also very particular, especially with soft accessories. The soft support in professional games is not like the younger sister in the pub game. They just hang up behind you and set up a shield for you to increase your health. For a bot lane pair like top, the best position is definitely when Lulu occupies the grass on the line and Han Bing stands on the side of the line. Focusing on Lulu's consumption, Lulu can completely use it to repeatedly enter and exit the grass to block her vision and thus consume her. If the opponent pursues, Han Bing can also provide immediate support. Before Ming could get close to the grass, a wave of Karma's RQ hit him. This wave directly blew away nearly 1/3 of Lulu's health. When the second damage of Karma's RQ exploded, Lulu lost 1/3 of her health. You must know that in order to grab the line rights and exchange blood, Ming learned Q, Shining Spear at level 1. Not E help. Pixar. Moreover, Lulu's runes did not contain magic resistance, but chose armor. Most people would choose to add magic resistance in the blue square. Ming brought cooldown reduction and mana regeneration, but Xiao Duan unexpectedly stole him and hit his aorta with an RQ. Hack! Ming screamed strangely and tried to fight back, but Karma's RQ will cause deceleration, and it will retreat immediately for a short period of time, making it impossible for Ming to hit the draw A. And the subsequent Q, Sparkling Spear, will also be empty. On the contrary, when Lulu was slowed down, Easy Fire Q, Arcane Shot, to lower Lulu's health again. Wow! Ming is so hurt now. I can't even take a bottle of red medicine, and I won't be satisfied. Wang Lauer frowned. Xiao Ming is not careful enough. This loss of health will affect their subsequent battles. Indeed. Guan Ziyuan nodded. The hero Lulu's level 1 exchange depends purely on whether her Q skill is empty. If it is empty, she will be at a disadvantage in the line. Top's bottom lane is worthy of being tied together last season. ADC likes to pick up Q, and the support should also follow suit. Right? Damn it. Isn't this pair of lines exploded? I'm really speechless. With the level of the bottom lane, why don't you give me Han Sheng, a top lane hero who can carry? Puff, where are you? I missed the 101st day of Puff. Look at the new ADC from EDG next door. All kinds of landing suppression. Tobua fans should stop bragging about Jackie Love in the future. There is no harm if there is no comparison. The impact of the opening wave directly resulted in Ming having to retreat and take drugs to maintain his condition. The auxiliary's retreat affects the ADC's position, and Jackie Love is forced to retreat. Xiao Duan pressed forward strongly, and Uzi also cooperated very well by standing on the side of the army line and pressing forward together. The two of them immediately drove Top's bottom lane duo away from the army line. RNG showed its extraordinary landing suppression power at the beginning of the bottom lane, and gained lane rights as soon as it came up. Gao Tianyang. Be careful. Teacher Guo will most likely invade your lower half. Ming saw this situation and quickly reported the news to his jungler. Oh my god! I made a mistake. At this time, Gao Tianyang, who had just finished the red buff, cut the screen and looked down the road. In this military situation, Leopard Girl would have trouble if she didn't invade. Without lane rights in the bottom lane, the entire lower half of top will become very passive. But the top lane was difficult to catch. After Gao Tianyang finished the red buff, he went straight to his lower half. The situation in the bottom lane forced him to change his jungle route. As for RNG, Leopard Girl's jungle clearing efficiency has always been very high. Although the W clip can no longer imprison wild monsters, it does not have much impact. MLXG obviously did not expect that his bottom lane would have such a big advantage at the beginning, so his invasion was delayed a step. He went to the lower half of top after brushing up on the blue buff and the 3 wolves. But even so, he rushed to the top jungle area just as the blind monk had just finished brushing the blue buff. Gao Tianliang originally wanted to entangle him, but the auxiliary miss signal reported from the bottom lane made him have no choice but to let go of his frog concubine. The bottom lane has already accumulated a large wave of troops, and it is impossible for the bottom lane to come to the jungle to help support. Once a pull is formed, more soldiers will lose money online. He immediately turned back to brush his 3 wolves, finally allowing himself to reach level 3. Leopard Girl also successfully reached level 3 after eating Frog Concubine. MLXG did not rush back to his jungle area to clean up the remaining wild monsters, but instead signaled his teammates in the bottom lane to push the lane quickly.
Oh? Is RNG going to jump over the tower? A big wave of troops is about to enter the tower, and Xiaoyan must come to the bottom lane to support.
Wang Lao raised his voice and saw through RNG's thoughts at a glance. The bottom lane has line rights and level differences. The line of troops with artillery carts is about to enter the tower, which is an excellent opportunity to jump over the tower. And here in the middle, Xiaohu also forced the skill to push the line and then tried to move down the road. Since the 50% extra damage of the Q skill to minions was cut off, the ability of the rock bird to push the line in the early stage has been greatly reduced. Jace has 2 sets of skills. If he really doesn't skimp on the amount of mana, the rock bird really can't push it.
I'm leaning on! If the opponent forces a force, just jump over the tower.
Xiaohu fed back his position to his teammates. On the map, various signals began to light up in the bottom lane, and RNG's 4-pack 2 in the bottom lane came earlier than before.
Let's go! Win ball!
Ming said immediately.
This line of soldiers is unstoppable.
The counterattack ability of level 2 Ice and level 2 Lulu Tower is almost 0, especially since Lulu only learned Q, W and E at level 1 to counterattack.
It's so uncomfortable.
Jackie Love was a little unhappy.
Maybe they just want to scare us? How is that possible?
Ming rolled his eyes.
You're not killing casually when you jump over the tower? Stop it and leave quickly. Let's go. Brother Wei. Let's make a wave of tigers.
After Gao Tianliang waited, he did not go straight to the bottom lane, but signaled his bottom lane to retreat quickly. No way. Jackie Love and Ming could only rush back to the closed grass in the bottom lane after the troops entered the tower. On the other side of the river, Xiaohu saw that there was no chance of jumping over the tower and wanted to go back to the middle. At this time, a small move by Jackie Love caused Xiaohu to make a wrong judgment. MLXG, who was hiding in the triangular grass behind the first tower in the bottom lane, walked out of the grass and happened to see Han Bing making a move forward, as if he was confident and wanted to go back to the tower to fight. When Xiaohu saw this scene, he immediately thought that Gao Tianliang was in the bottom lane. Otherwise, if there was no jungler behind him, why would Jackie Love dare to move forward at this time? But Gao Tianliang was waiting for him on his way back to the middle. And Gao Dui also moved there immediately. Xiaohu, who was still switching screens, suddenly found that his screen began to flash dangerous red. Cut back to your side and take a look.
Hack! The blind monk is here with me.
The blind monk directly tied A and then E, Tianlei break to slow him down, and immediately attached Q, Tian wave, to Jace's body. At this time, the rock bird also pressed against the wall and used the passive pumice rush to quickly support him, and used Q, stone penetration, to deal damage. Xiaohu's reaction was also very fast. He immediately used E, acceleration gate, to accelerate himself. Then he switched forms and used E, thunder blow, to knock the blind monk away. He used the acceleration effect to get close to the wall and flash directly. The wall burrowed into the grass behind his red buff, but the blind monk immediately followed him with W, touching his eyes, and then followed with his second Q. Gao Dui was also very decisive. He flashed over and followed with W, rock burst, followed by E, stone formation, to create a small burst and successfully hit Thunder Lord's decree. Even though the stone scattering formation of S7 rock bird cannot create a stun effect, the continuous deceleration makes it impossible for Xiaohu to escape. First blood. Rock bird used Q to get Jace's first blood.
Nice!
Sister Zhou shouted excitedly.
Xiaotian and Wei Shen's perfect midfielder coordination resulted in first blood.
The top fans at the scene immediately burst into cheers. But Wang Lao on the side frowned.
Top didn't make as much profit as expected, but bottom lane actually suffered a lot of losses. If you can't fight back in the future, you won't make any money.
Guan Ziyuan also has the same view.
First blood is 400 yuan, but top spot lane loses nearly 3 waves of troops. From an economic point of view, it is almost the same, but the experience loss is too great. After this bot lane, it is no longer possible to play in the lane.
Easy currently has 23 knives, while Han Bing only has a pitiful 6 knives. These 6 knives are still used with thousands of arrows, which highlights the word miserable.
If Xiao Yan can counterattack the jungle, the mid-jungle will gain and the bottom lane will lose. Which is okay, but there is no way to counterattack.
MLXG's Leopard Girl is already on her way back to her jungle area, and Jace is taking TP. If a fight really breaks out, Xiaohu can immediately support him in the jungle. What's more terrible is that Karma is also on the way. With the advantage of the army line, Easy can completely press 1 against 2 in the bottom lane without any pressure at all. It comes down to it. The lack of lane rights in the bottom lane caused Top to be too passive in the bottom half. No. After killing Jace, Gao Tianliang didn't dare to fight against the jungle. He didn't even dare to look at the river crab in the bottom lane. He immediately ran back to his jungle area, and then switched to the upper half to brush F6 and Stoneman.
I can only say that the current situation is acceptable to both sides. Right.
Wang Lauer analyzed the situation on the court.
Top needs the midfielder to drive the rhythm. Yanke can get the kill and then have lane rights,
while RNG needs the bottom lane has an advantage. And the bottom lane does have a huge advantage. Wow. Now there is a wave of pushback in the bottom lane? Then Han Bing and Lulu will feel very uncomfortable.
After a large number of military lines are pushed into the tower, there will definitely be a wave of pushback. This is a very simple common sense of military lines. Can only say, the changes brought about by Li Hansheng are a bit big. Uzi seems to have entered the peak period of S8 and S9 ahead of schedule. Not to mention that in this time and space, he does not need to train new players, but directly obtains the support of the highly recognized Prince Tuan. Let him show his extraordinary dominance in the bottom lane. In the bottom lane, Uzi is dominant. After all, he was a man who could guarantee 4 and 1 in easy during his peak period, and in a corner where no one is paying attention.
Why is Lemmy's condition on the top lane so bad? How come the reinforcements are so far behind?
Sister Joe suddenly exclaimed, attracting everyone's attention. The top laners of both sides seemed to be forgotten. The main reason was that the competition in the second half was so fierce that the director did not have any extra time to show the top lane shots. It can be seen from the data panel. Li Hansheng seems to have an absolute advantage on the top lane. The last hit is also 23 knives, but Lemmy's Titan only has 13 knives. This is already outrageous. To know, if he hadn't been driven away from the bottom defense tower by MLXG, Uzi's actual lead against Jackie Love would have been only about 10 knives. As for Li Hansheng, there was no interference from the junglers on both sides, and they were both fighting in close combat and still managed to suppress so many knives. How could this be justified? What's even more terrifying is, Titan's health was maintained at about half of his health, while Thane still had nearly 2/3 of his health.
What happened on the road?
Wang Lauer was completely dumbfounded when he saw this situation.
What is Noob doing? How did he do it?
Stop talking about him. The audience was also confused. How can 2 SEMA gangster heroes have such a big gap? Chapter 286. Can this guy fight back? Nemas? Can you still make a difference when playing SEMA bastard tank? RNG's B top laner is not good either. Can Titan still be suppressed when playing against Thane? Brothers, this time it's really up to me to hack me. Anyway, I'll be suppressed. Facts have proved that powerful people can still have a sense of existence even if they play as a bastard. But some bastards are really just bastards and have no sense of existence at all. Brother Hansheng. Stop it! How can you let other SEMA gangsters in the LPL still hang out after being placed in the lane? LPL viewers are well informed about tank battles on the road. After all, tank fighting has been the main theme of the top lane since the S4 season. At that time, the director did not give the top lane shots at all, because there was no difference between the 2 lumps of flesh fighting each other. This is also the reason why many people are disgusted with for promoting Li Han to tank. In their view, tank heroes are really the biggest suppression against players with super personal abilities, like Li Hansheng. But now, Li Hansheng once again proved it to them with practical actions. There is also a gap between tank heroes. Who told you that the 2 tanks on the top lane just need to brush Grasp of the Immortal with each other in good faith?
How on earth is this done?
Mr. Wang was very puzzled. The director understood the audience's psychology very well and immediately moved the camera to the top lane. Just in time to see Li Hansheng beating Let Me violently. I saw that Thane used E Killer Roar to kick out a melee minion like a football, perfectly slowing him down to the Titan. Then activate W, Soul Furnace, and move forward to start Q, Cruel Slam, to start charging. Titan is in a very awkward position. Walk? Being slowed down. I couldn't get out of the range of Xiao's Q skill. Fight back? His own blood volume is obviously lower than Thane. If he fights back, doesn't this give Thane a chance? What's more, Thane has the advantage of the army line. If there is a real fight, the soldiers will also be a great help. In the end, Let Me could only use Q to clear the intestinal hook wall for displacement. But he was too hesitant before and already allowed Xiao's charge to reach the conditions for knocking him away. The moment the Titan's hook hit the wall and pulled it over, Thane's giant axe struck down directly. Although Titan still used Q to force the movement out, the knock-up effect of Thane's Q also took effect, giving him the control he deserved. Thane quickly followed up, landed a flat A, and then detonated the shield of W, Soul Furnace, once again creating a huge percentage of damage. And then he walked around behind Titan and used his huge model to build a human wall in front of Titan, making it impossible for Titan to leave immediately. To know, as long as Thane's E, Killer's Roar, hits the target, in addition to causing damage and slowing down, it will also give the enemy an armor-piercing debuff. Up to 20%. Don't underestimate this. Xiao's Q is physical damage, and the panel damage is terrifying. In League of Legends, the more difficult it is to hit the opponent's skill. As compensation, Riot will give it a very high panel damage judgment. The most typical one is Xiufa's W. If there is no control connection, it is almost impossible to hit the opponent with a naked release. The same is true for Thane's Q. Even if the first E slows down and hits, as long as the opponent has displacement skills, it will be difficult for you to hit a fully charged Q. So Thane's Q skill does high damage, and W is the percentage of magic damage. There is also the damage provided by Grasp of Immortality. Yes, Titan can activate W, Titan's Wrath, to obtain a shield, but the maximum shield bonus of Titan's W is almost half of its maximum health. But the problem is that you don't have the equipment in the early stage. Or how much health does the Titan have when Corrosion Potion comes out? After using all of Thane's skills, the energy consumption of the state becomes more significant. After landing, Let Me quickly panicked and used the passive, Overwhelming, to trigger the shield of Power of the Colossus, and used E to step on Undercurrent to try to slow down. But his position was stuck, and he couldn't distance himself at all. Moreover, his passive control effect was Imprisonment, which could only restrict Thane's movement, but could not limit Thane's draw A. In other words, Thane was still constantly creating in the process harm. Oh? Do you want a solo kill? Guan Ziyuan saw this scene and suddenly raised his voice. Isn't this too outrageous? Can tank heroes also kill each other solo? Buzz. The Titans were forced to cross-dodge to distance themselves, allowing themselves to escape temporarily. Li Hansheng did not follow in a hurry. All his skills are in the CD. Following and dodging is nothing more than hitting 2 more shots to draw an A. This little damage is not enough for him to take down the Titan's head. Being able to force a flash is already very profitable. If there was a flash in this wave, will there be a flash in the next wave of Titans? Not to mention, the next wave won't be so easy to run. TSK! TSK! Sister Zhou kept smacking her lips. This is the first time I have seen such a big gap between tanks on the road. This is in line with the styles of the two teams. One Lauer joked half-jokingly. One side is pressing the knife on the top lane, and the other is pressing the knife on the bottom lane. Actually, I have an interesting idea. What if the puppy and noob are together? If we were on the same team, how strong would our suppression be? Guan Ziyuan reflexively asked. Brother, are you sure the fans won't start fighting among themselves? Come on. Brother Hansheng relies on his own abilities to gain an advantage. What else can a bathing dog do besides kidnapping junglers? I am thinking about the advantages and disadvantages of bot lane versus laning. Doesn't the support have a higher priority in terms of influence? How? GSL doesn't think it's a bathing dog taking care of Prince Duan. Right? He. It's as if the promotion doesn't kidnap the jungler. It's the same as kidnapping the jungler. It's like who is more noble. Laughing to death. Here comes the question. The jungler is also kidnapped. Excuse me. What kind of champion do you want to bathe your dog? What kind of champion is my brother Hansheng? Tell you loudly.
My bathing dog is also the winner of the S competition. Who says solo games can't be considered S games? Oh, the spicy beef pie is really spicy. It's also true that after 5 years of debut and 5 years of playing, when I looked at the honors, I was the champion of the S competition. That is to say, Wang Lauer couldn't see the barrage in the official live broadcast room at this time. Otherwise, he would know how big a wave of rhythm he had unintentionally brought. But the audience's attention quickly returned to the stage, because there were heads on the field. Hit the road this way. Li Hansheng pushed his troops into the tower, and he found that Let Me actually dared to add troops under the tower, who gave him the courage to stand in front of him at half health to replenish his troops. Li Hansheng will not spoil him. Seeing Titan who is replenishing his troops, Li Hansheng deliberately walked toward Titan's face and made a flat A move. Seeing this, Let Me immediately backhand a flat A and then AQ. A hero like Titan who is all about control has extremely strong counterattack ability under the tower in the early stage, and is known as the dragon under the tower. However, Thane's flat A was cancelled by S. Let Me was completely dumbfounded when he saw this, because Li Hansheng not only deceived his Q, but also deceived his power of the Colossus, which means that he will lack a vital shield for a long time to come. What's more, he was beaten in vain by the red soldiers. When he realized he was being played, he immediately turned around and wanted to run away. But Li Hansheng would not give him this chance. Even though he was slowed down, he still followed him closely under the tower. When the shield provided by power of the Colossus disappeared, Li Hansheng fired W first and still walked close to Titan. After 2 seconds, he fired E to slow Titan down. Then he charged Q and detonated it. W's shield creates percentage damage. This time, Titan was completely unable to escape, so he could only forcefully turn around and try to cooperate with the defense tower to attack Li Hansheng. He was already severely disabled, but now he suffered another wave of attacks from Thane, and his health bar was completely cleared. The head was taken by Li Hansheng. However, Li Hansheng also resisted the tower to the limit and was also killed. However, the passive Death Glory took effect the next second. Thane turned into a corpse and stood up again. Using super high damage, he punched a new wave of soldiers. Get rid of it. Wow! Noob made a lot of money this time. Wang Lauer couldn't help but exclaimed. Don't think that heads are exchanged for one. But Titan lost at least 2 waves of troops. 2 waves of troops are no less than 1 head. In fact, Noob is still making money. After seeing the slow motion replay, Wang Lauer was once again impressed by Li Hansheng's details. Thin. Noob. It's really too thin. Wang Lauer kept shaking his head and exclaiming. We all know that Thane's W can actively detonate the shield to cause percentage damage. But after 3 seconds of summoning the shield it's better if you still haven't been blown up. So we can see that during this wave of tower jumping, Thane opened the shield and advanced to charge up, instead of using E to slow down first, because that would attract the hatred of the defense tower, and the damage of the early defense tower would inevitably be dealt a blow. Remove Thane's shield. When Thane is unable to detonate the shield, the damage will be reduced by a percentage, which may cause insufficient damage for him to jump over the tower. I thought Noob only played warrior heroes and was obsessed with details, but I didn't expect that playing tanks would be so detailed. No wonder Let Me was suppressed so miserably. Wang Lauer almost praised Li Hansheng to the sky, but such praise was not exaggerated at all. But they didn't wait for long to elaborate. Headlines erupted on the field again. This time the kills came from the bottom lane. When the director switched the camera, only Han Bing was standing alone under the tower in the bottom lane, eating experience. Next to him was Lulu's wizard hat on the ground, while Karma and Easy had already walked to the first tower with their remaining health. The triangular bush behind was successfully evacuated. Oh? How did you kill this? Guan Ziyuan was a little confused, but when I replayed it in slow motion, I discovered that the killing process was actually very simple. This way down the road, Jackie Love and Ming, who have no line rights, have been suppressed under the tower, and Easy, who has line rights, has even more exaggerated line suppression than the policewoman. Not to mention that Kalma can also Q or RQ without hesitation. Lulu's blood volume was depleted miserably. But Ming couldn't go home, because if he went home, Jackie Love wouldn't be able to develop. Result: Karma first used W to chain Lulu, and then took the initiative to use E and Courage to shield himself and rush into the tower. And RQ hit Lulu, forcing Lulu to flash and set up the ignition. Uzi's Easy jumped in the face easily. AQW added a little damage and took the kill, while Karma flashed and escaped from the range of the defense tower. The reason why Easy has residual health is because he fought Han Bing twice in the tower, which lowered Han Bing's health and caused him to be hit by the defense tower. But it's harmless. The head is on Easy.
This is not good news.
Wang Lauer frowned.
The puppy's development will greatly exceed the timeline.
According to the money-making speed of professional players, the average economy is almost 400 yuan per minute. One head is 300 yuan. For a hero like Easy, this means that his strong period can come almost 1 minute earlier. 1 minute in the professional arena is enough for a mature professional team to carry out 1 to 2 waves of attacks. And with the powerful boost of Easy during the strong period, RNG's tactics will never fail.
It can only be said that RNG spent a huge price to buy Prince Duan from the VG team. And it has indeed reaped results. The suppression power of the puppy and Prince Duan in the bottom lane is too terrifying.
RNG fans at the scene saw that their team always took the initiative to score, and immediately burst into warm cheers and applause. This one on the bottom lane is not as miserable as usual. The landing failed at the beginning, and then he was beaten hard by MLXG. Now he was directly killed by jumping over the tower. This makes Top's situation a bit passive. But this is Top's heritage as a championship team. You won't be impatient because of a slight disadvantage. Moreover, it's just a disadvantage in the bottom lane. Looking at the overall situation, Top still has a small advantage. But the advantage lies in the upper, middle and jungle. After returning home, he directly took out Yogwang and added a small cloth armor. On the other hand, Titan added a killing ring because there is a linkage effect between the killing ring and corrosion potion. The killing ring can extend the duration of the potion, which is very cost effective. Then he bought a cloth armor. Li Hanqing's unique outfit once again aroused everyone's curiosity.
Oh?
Wang Lauer was very surprised.
Noob actually exposed himself to the glory? Shouldn't he play a small Sunfire first to increase his ability to push the line and his frankness? Even if you have to use Ice Fist, it's better to use Little Bingxin first. It has armor, mana, and CD.
Guan Ziyuan also had the same view. When Letme saw this outfit, she couldn't help but click on the light in Thane's backpack. Isn't this too disrespectful? Their understanding is that of ordinary people. It can only be said that they do not understand Thane. As the most special existence among the top lane tanks, Thane is derived from his W skill, Soul Furnace. In addition to providing a shield, it also has the effect of detonating a percentage of magic damage. W has an additional passive effect. That is, killing a unit will permanently increase Thane's maximum health bonus by 4 points. Killing large wild monsters, killing or assisting in killing heroic units will gain 15 maximum health points. Value addition. That's right. Thane is also a hero with growth skills. The existence of W means that Xiaolan does not need to accumulate his own blood like other tank heroes. In other words, blood volume is not the attribute that Thane needs most. His own growth attributes and body are solid. And with the presence of W, Thane only needs to do a good job of last hits to have a good health value. Therefore, Thane's equipment gives priority to dual resistance. And why shine? This has to be said about Yogwang's passive. After releasing the skill, the next basic attack will cause additional damage. And the calculation formula for determining this damage is based on your basic attack power. The basic attack power is the hero's own panel attribute. The attack power bonus brought by equipment and runes does not count. These are all additional attack power. The only equipment that can increase basic attack power is called Blood Hand. This is why the 3 items of equipment and the Bloody Hand have perfect binding and perfect linkage effects. What a coincidence! Thane's basic attack power is among the top among more than 100 heroes. The Radiant Light can maximize Xiaolan's damage. When Li Hansheng once again used E to kick the ball as a unit of soldiers, giving Letme a deceleration effect. Still the same trick. Open W. Then charge Q. Use the control of charge Q to interrupt the Titan trying to escape. And then detonate W to cause percentage damage. Step forward and fight the Titan hand to hand. A flat A shot with Radiant Light and Immortal Grip, damage was struck. And Titan suddenly lost a lot of health. This scared Letme. Titan is also solid in body. He has a lot of armor in his runes. His talent is also defensive. And he also has a cloth armor. Result?
What the HL? How can a hero like Thane do such high damage?
Letme couldn't help but widen her eyes. He was really frightened. He hurriedly ran away, not even daring to replenish his troops. You must know that this wave is a pushback line. And it is obvious that the blue side has more minions. Even with the help of many soldiers, Letme still did not dare to fight back. He was really frightened by Li Hansheng. The only good news is that Li Hansheng has no intention of controlling the line, but is actively pushing the line. When the troop line enters the tower again, let me just realized how tortured she was. Li Hansheng either uses W to detonate the shield's percentage AoE damage to consume it, or uses EQ for the second time. But Li Hansheng controls the ultimate distance of Q skill very well. Many times Let Me thought he was out of range, but was still affected by the damage from Thane's Q. His blood volume was immediately depleted to a great extent. How to fight? Go home. The troop line has been suppressed under the tower. Without TP to quickly recover, he will have to lose the troop line, which is no different from death. But under the tower, Li Hansheng looked eager to try, which put great pressure on him. Under tremendous pressure, Let Me seriously misjudged Li Hansheng's experience. When the golden light above Thane's head rose to level 6 under the tower, Let Me, who was still only at level 5, suddenly realized that something was wrong. But Li Hansheng would not give him any chance to react. Learn R in seconds. Suddenly, in Summoner's Rift, the war drums are ringing. Under the effect of the skin's special effects, Thane, who activated his ultimate move, turned into a locomotive and crashed into the Titan. Although the ultimate move was not far away and did not cause high damage, it successfully knocked the Titan into the air. Thane immediately used E to break armor and charge Q on the spot. This time, he really charged it to the full value. Titan was knocked into the air, and Thane directly made up for it with a flat A. And Titan's health bar was immediately cleared. Got killed under the defense tower again. And this time, he was not so lucky. Li Hansheng maintained nearly half of his health and calmly evacuated the defense tower. MLXG, who arrived belatedly, looked at the half-healthy Thane and didn't dare to get close. He could only, tearfully, help Let Me clear the remaining troops under the tower. This, Wan Lauer didn't know what to say.
Let me be a little cautious. How could Titan be killed by Thane twice in a row in the early stage? I don't think he can be blamed.
Guan Ziyuan helped make up for it.
Newcomers are already under pressure when facing Noob. Noob put too much pressure on the lane, which caused his operation to be deformed. Two newcomers in the top-bottom lane faced each other. Aren't puppies also being suppressed very miserably?
Wan Lauer originally wanted to refute. Can this situation be the same? Jackie Love and Ming were indeed suppressed, but MLXG and Xiaohu leaned on the bottom lane from time to time, which invisibly put a lot of pressure on them. This led to Top's bottom lane being suppressed miserably. Ready to hit the road? Both of them are tanks. And Gao Tianliang has never taken the road test at all. But this kind of truth cannot be said clearly even if it is seen clearly. But RNG's counterattack came quickly. While Gao Dui in the middle lane was going home to resupply, Xiaohu and MLXG came to the bottom lane. Since RNG always has lane rights in the bottom lane, and the troops are always pressing forward, RNG basically gets what it wants when it goes to the bottom lane to jump over the tower. It was perfect. A wave of 4 packs of 2. By the time Yanke activated his ultimate move to support him, the bottom duo had already died, and the head was pocketed by Uzi. Double kill. Double kill. EZ, with 3 heads in hand, suddenly became the fattest spot on the field. Yanke didn't even dare to stay in the bottom lane, because the outnumbered RNG could jump over the tower and kill him at any time. I can only watch helplessly as RNG quickly removes the bottom tower. They also took advantage of the opportunity to win the first dragon of the game, which was a fire dragon, and immediately reversed their disadvantage on the field. RNG immediately took the initiative to change lanes, while Top could only passively change lanes. When the game time is only 12 minutes, Easy has already made the luxury equipment of Ice Fist plus Tears of the Goddess plus Pickaxe. It is estimated that Easy will be able to make a 2-piece set of Ice Fist plus Demon Blade in about 15 minutes. And the Demon Cut will most likely be successfully upgraded in 16 or 17 minutes. By that time, Easy's damage will become extremely terrifying. What about Ice? Attack Speed Boots, Bilgewater Scimitar plus 2 attack speed daggers, compared to Easy's equipment, not to mention how shabby it is. Others have almost made 2 pieces, but I haven't made a single big one yet. But what gives Top fans some comfort is that Li Hansheng's development is also very good. He has also made Ice Fist, Cloth Armor Shoes, and Little Ice Heart. The second piece of equipment he wants to make is Glory of Justice. Although this piece of equipment has been weakened a bit, the terrifying AoE deceleration effect created by rushing into the crowd has a strong restriction on RNG's poke system.
Although Noob's equipment is very good, he is a Thane after all. What Thane is most afraid of is a flexible shooter like Easy, who can't touch the opponent at all.
Wan Lauer gave an objective evaluation.
Although Thane is very fleshy,
But the damage Easy can do that transcends the timeline is terrifying. What's even more terrible is that although the development of Jess and Leopard Girl is average, they will enter a strong period in about 20 minutes. By then, with the 3-poke system of Easy and RNG, if they fully enter the strong period, they will be in a strong period on the front. It is really difficult for Top to resist the advancement of grouping. Guan Ziyuan also expressed his worries. The poke system in advantageous situations is almost as unsolvable as the 4-1-point push system. How do you break it? With a super long range and terrifying damage. You and your teammates will lose half of their health before you even touch the opponent. How can you fight in a group? Top itself is a rhythmic system, with a rock bird in the middle that lacks damage in the later stage. Once the disadvantage collapses in the early stage, you can only wait to lose. However, Li Hansheng on the court didn't pay much attention to it, and kept encouraging his teammates. It's okay. Don't be too anxious. We will look for opportunities slowly. At this time, Gao Tianyang suddenly said, Brother Hansheng, I'm going to fight against the red. You can take the red at home. Alright. Li Hansheng did not refuse. With the slowdown of the red buff and the stickiness of the ice fist, he may be able to find another opportunity to kill the Titans alone. After making up the second small piece of Glory of Justice in the spring water, Li Hansheng immediately walked out of the spring water and walked to the upper half of his wild area to get the red buff. Hey, is this the time to show off the team's throne? Wang Lauer teased with a smile. Generally speaking, the 4th red buff jungler will indeed be released, but usually to the shooter. If the top order is someone like Sword Lady, I can let him. But Thane? A tool man? A blue-collar top laner hero actually wants to win red? This is almost impossible in other teams. But when something like this happened in the top team, everyone thought it was normal. Original. After getting the red buff, Li Hansheng thought about going to the river and using his ultimate to drive directly to the bottom lane. This would save him 1 TP. But at this time, he took a look at the situation on the road. Easy is standing alone on the top road under a tower developing. And just at this moment, Kalma showed up in the middle, apparently helping to arrange the field of vision. Li Hansheng raised his eyebrows. He seemed to have sensed an opportunity to cause trouble. He came to the top of the road behind a tower. The next second, in the Summoner's Canyon, the sound of dong 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 war drum sounded. I saw Thane activate his ultimate move, Brutal Rush, sprint forward, and transform into a locomotive, head straight towards the sprint. Huh? Seeing this scene, Wang Lauer couldn't help but widen his eyes and exclaimed, Oh my god! Is the noob thinking of killing the puppy alone? No way! This is a bit too outrageous. The puppy is right next to the defense tower. How can he still die? Noob is a little too anxious. He rushes in like this. If he sends out this kill, the puppy's Easy will really enter the infinite. An unstoppable situation. In everyone's stunned eyes, Thane was really fearless and rushed towards the Easy that was replenishing troops and developing troops under the tower. When Thane entered his field of vision, Uzi also looked stunned. He was stunned at first and thought Top was coming to catch him. But then he realized that Top's bottom lane duo had just returned home, and the others were also showing up elsewhere. Thane was the only one on the top lane. If you play Sword Lady or Raven and want to kill yourself alone, forget it. After all, these heroes have strong solo killing abilities. But if you play a Xian and want to play solo, isn't it a little too much? Oh, Uzi, am a pig? Playing an Easy. Or is it such a well-developed Easy that you can kill it solo? Go to HL. Uzi gritted his teeth and made a smart move, without giving Thane a chance to hit him. But Li Hansheng seemed to know that he couldn't hit him, so he took the initiative to interrupt his ultimate move. Then he turned on W to shield himself and rushed towards Easy. The movement speed brought by cloth armor shoes is still very obvious. And Easy, who only has a pair of straw sandals, was quickly beaten. But this seems to be Uzi's intention. He seems to be seducing. It was obvious that he could use Q Arcane Shot early on to trigger the Ice Fist effect to slow down. But he didn't. It was only after Li Hansheng got close to him that he used Q to slow down. Li Hansheng, on the other hand, used the Ice Fist effect combined with the red buff effect to create deceleration, making Easy's feet seem to be stuck in a quagmire, unable to move at all. Even if he rushes into the attack range of the defense tower, he doesn't care at all. Easy also uses A to continuously output while moving A, while Thane is taking the damage from the defense tower and sticking to the Easy. He first uses E Killer's Roar to apply the armor-piercing debuff. with the Ice Fist and red buff. The slowing effect of E is no longer so important. The important thing is this armor-breaking buff. Then start Q, Cruel Slam, to charge up.
It's a ravine!
Uzi suddenly burst into ecstasy. Under his own output, and the repeated attacks from the defense tower, Thane's health volume has dropped to half health at this time. He first made a backhand Q and hit Thane again. Then use E Arcane Leap to escape from the charging range of Thane's Q skill. And turn around and use R Barrage Shot. Bowing. Accumulating strength. He pulled out a perfect crescent-shaped energy wave that penetrated Thane's body. And at this time, his War Zeal has been superimposed to the full level. Although the attack power of the panel is not high, combined with his talents, his level 8 damage is also quite considerable. The deceleration effect of the Ice Fist also slows down Thane's escape from the defense tower. With the last round of light wave attack on the defense tower, Thane's blood volume has been less than 1/5, and has even reached the bottom.
It's over. Noob is too confident, and he was shown off by the puppy. Is Noob going to be single-killed for the first time in his career?
Both RNG fans and top fans at the scene had their eyes wide open and held their breath in concentration. The former is afraid of missing out, while the latter is worried. Uzi is in hot pursuit, but Thane still relied on his advantage in movement speed to take the lead in approaching the grass. But the bloody Thane is a dead person in Uzi's eyes.
Go to H.L.
Uzi seemed to be venting all the resentment he had accumulated over the past year after being whipped, ridiculed, and provoked repeatedly online. The moment Thane escaped into the grass, his decisive Q skill strikes again. However, since he didn't have a field of vision in the grass, he didn't see whether his Q hit or not, or whether a Q didn't kill Thane. But he had no reason not to continue the pursuit. Therefore, he immediately took 2 steps forward. Seeing this scene, Li Hansheng laughed. You like chasing? Right? I'm waiting for the CD. What are you waiting for?
Oh my god! Noob's position was twisted. He turned on W to gain a shield and didn't run?
Wan Lauer seemed to have thought of something. The voice suddenly became sharp.
Noob, are you going to fight back? E hits easy again. Flash flat A to slow down. Charge Q. Counterattack. Counterattack. The puppy has fallen. Oh my god! What happened? Noob, you are hacking at God.
Chapter 287 The Barrier to Reservation. See what's happening on the field. Everyone was shocked. Even though it was clear that Li Hansheng had completed a wave of extremely bloody counterattacks, there was no movement from the audience at all. Everyone was still confused and didn't react at all.
Noob, this is too showy?
Sister Joe was stunned for a long time before saying this.
Can you counterattack? You have to watch another replay.
The director also promptly cut out the replay footage. Once again, for RNG fans, this was no less than a public execution. After watching the whole process again, Guanzi Yuan jumped out and said,
the previous operations of the puppy are fine, but it is a pity that the last fatal MTQ. I can only say that Noob's positioning is too detailed, and his judgment of damage is very good. Did Thane do such high damage? The puppy was almost half health and was defeated by 1 set.
Wan Lauer was very surprised. Mainly, the hero Thane is not only unpopular on the field, but also a quite unpopular hero in the pub game. Unpopular. It means that the public does not understand him. Let alone them. Not even Uzi on the court? Easy's skills will refresh the duration of his passive, spell energy increase, whenever he hits. So he knows that he is empty Q. The reason why he dared to chase into the grass without any vision was because he used Blue Easy. He already had the armor provided by Ice Fist. So he chased after him without any scruples, making sure to take down Li Hansheng's head. But he never dreamed that Li Hansheng would actually counterattack him. I thought the dog had improved after bathing, but his Easy was still so smelly. Laughing to death. One person eats me 3 times, and the whole team feeds you. But you just give it away like this? I don't understand. How can a bathing dog get the confidence to dare to compete with brother Hansheng? After winning a solo competition, you don't know who you are anymore. Right? He can get it because my brother Hansheng didn't participate. He doesn't understand this? GSL speaks to me. Like to bark? If you can give away such a fat Easy, it can only be used to bathe dogs. Right? Top's fans began to use all their strength on the barrage. But RNG's fans had no room or ability to refute at this time. How to refute? Such a fat Easy took kills and a health tower, but ended up losing it in a duel with Thane. The entire RNG team fell into a dead silence, and no one dared to speak. Xiaohu glanced at Uzi, who had a straight face and started to enter a red-hot state. and didn't dare to speak. But the ignorant MLXG said at this time,
"It's okay. We still have the advantage. Just be careful not to make mistakes next time."
Uzi's face was still flushed, and it took him a long time to suppress his anger. He almost gritted his teeth and said,
"Oh my! I made a mistake."
On the other hand, look at Top. Jackie Love kept yelling,
"Wow! This is the charm of my brother Han Sheng. He can also carry us while playing tanks. He is indeed a certified Thai. You win, Ba. Stop barking. Giving less is better than anything else."
Gao Tianliang teased.
Hee hee.
Jackie Love didn't care.
The opponent's combination is stronger than ours. Besides, isn't it embarrassing that we can't beat Uzi in the lane? It's not embarrassing.
Li Hansheng rolled his eyes.
You brat. Stop being rude and develop quickly. I haven't won this round yet. You give me 2 more kills. Believe it or not, I can train you for 50 more ranking games when you go back.
As a member of the Ultimate Lazy Dog, Jackie Love immediately shrank when he thought of extra training. Really, even if Easy dies once, it will not affect RNG's dominance. After all, Easy, which is already very fat, is still very fat. It's just that the time for the Demon Sect to upgrade to Demon Cut may be half a minute later. It doesn't affect the overall situation at all. Top needs more kills like this if they want to make a comeback. But the opportunity soon came. While everyone's attention was on the top lane, Gao Tianliang quietly came to the middle lane and aimed at Xiuhu. Originally Xiao Juan helped Xiaohu arrange some vision in the middle lane. But when he saw Uzi and Li Hansheng dueling on the top lane, Xiao Juan immediately rushed to the top lane. Therefore, the view was not completely arranged, giving Gao Tianliang a chance. Blind Sin, who has flash and ultimate skills, naturally wants to ask Jace to take a roundhouse kick. Gao Tianliang walked out of the grass in the middle, and directly used Q minion displacement plus W to reach Jace's side. Before Jace, who was holding a warhammer, used E Thunder Blow to pry him open. He had already taken the lead in using his ultimate move and kicked Jace into the Rockbird's face. Gao Dui understood. When Jace was still in the air, he used Q first, dealing a wave of damage, and perfectly predicted Jace's landing point, and used W to connect E in advance. Jace had just landed, and before he had time to operate, he was hit by W Rock Burst. Lift up and eat the acupressure board in a wave of explosion. Suddenly it became a state of residual blood. Although Xiaohu immediately fought back and tried to escape, he was eventually chased to death in the bottom river. The middle and lower double CS were killed one after another, which dealt a huge blow to RNG's overall morale, and also allowed Top to slightly reverse the situation on the field. My. After being killed in battle, Xiuhu quickly took the blame and admitted his mistake.
Our province showed up. Don't give it away. Li Yuanhao.
MLXG's emotional intelligence was as stable as ever. When he finished saying this, Uzi's face turned a little darker. Xiuhu was caught and killed. It was said that he was sent away. So what does it mean that he was killed in a duel? Delivery within delivery? But he was indeed being unreasonable. And it was hard for him to say anything.
If we continue to develop,
we can push directly into the group. And we can't give the opponent a chance to continue to grab orders.
MLXG said his thoughts. Xiao Duan also echoed.
There is nothing we can do about the opponent. Their ice development is very poor, and there is no harm at all. We can attack them casually.
Their ideas are good. Wait for Easy's Demon Sect to be upgraded to Demon Cut. Wait for Jace's penetration equipment to take shape. And wait for Titan to become a little more fleshy. Top will not give them this opportunity again. After going home to replenish a round of equipment, Li Hansheng finally made Glory of Justice. After this equipment was weakened, the acceleration effect was no longer so obvious. But the slowdown effect was still buggy. What a coincidence! Thane does not lack the means to get close to his opponents at all. What he lacks is precisely the ability to retain his opponents after getting close to them. Glory of Justice perfectly makes up for this shortcoming. Li Hansheng took the lead in kicking the minions with E Killer Roar to slow down Titan, and then quickly pursued Titan. Seeing that the situation was not going well, let me immediately Q-walled and tried to escape. Li Hansheng was not in a hurry and still pursued him. After Titan finished Qing, he activated Justice Glory and rushed over. When they caught up to Titan, a golden shockwave swept away, and Titan was unable to move. Only then did Thane begin to charge up his Q skill, Savage Slam, to take effect. Nowadays, Titan's meat armor is still relatively small. It is naturally not that easy for Thane to kill him alone. But he can't hold off the Rock Bird, and has already rushed over with his ultimate move. The two of them effectively killed the Titan in the bottom lane, and took advantage of the situation to demolish the opponent's bottom lane tower.
Beautiful.
Wang Lauer shouted excitedly.
Top has found opportunities one after another. RNG is a little tired of parrying now. They seem to be waiting for their equipment to take shape. But Top just seizes their mentality and starts to speed up the game, constantly grabbing orders.
Teammates were killed one after another, causing RNG to become confused. The ownership of Team Command has become another issue. It stands to reason. Generally, teams let Nozook act as the commander. The advantage of this is that the 3C position heroes can devote all their energy to operations during team battles. Moreover, Nozook is usually the initiator in the team. Their command can also allow them to seize opportunities more decisively when starting a group. But RNG has not yet determined a core command. After all, Xiao Juan is a newcomer and does not have enough qualifications. Moreover, command ability and overall perspective are what he lacks. His advantages are strong personal ability and good landing operations, which is what Uzi likes in him. After all, for Uzi, he has a good view of the overall situation and does not need assistance. Even with Mata as a lesson learned, he also hates this kind of support that uses the overall view as a selling point, because people's energy is limited. Once the assistant has a good overall view and invests his energy in commanding the whole team, his focus on the line will inevitably decrease, which will affect his cooperation. Uzi's understanding is that he is good at landing, and then he finds a support who is good at landing. Combining the two, he can directly attack the opponent's bottom lane, and then lead the team to victory. As for the command, wouldn't it be okay if we let our teammates take charge of the command in the early stage and then make the final decision by ourselves in the later stage? But MLXG also has certain command rights, and now the two of them have different ideas.
Why don't we start teaming up in advance?
Uzi's suggestion is very simple. Even if the equipment has not been completely formed, now is the strong period of their lineup. They can start grouping up and push towers in advance to get resources. MLXG's idea is to wait a little longer, because Li Hansheng is too fat. Once he fails to poke and is forced away by the opponent, they may not be able to win this wave of team battles. As a result, the RNG field seemed very chaotic, and chaos means getting caught again.
This time it was Xiaohu who suffered the disaster again. After his big move turned around, Li Hansheng went directly to the middle road and drove into position. The time he chose was very bad. It happened to be when Xiaohu handed over the Q-enhanced cannon to clear the troops. When Xiaohu saw Xian rushing towards him with his ultimate move, he could no longer use the acceleration gate to evade the skill. It can only be avoided by flashing. Without flash, Jace's ability to escape is greatly reduced. Turning on Glory of Justice, Li Hansheng forcibly caught up with him and slowed down Xiaohu once again. RNG also launched a counterattack. Under Uzi's command, Let Me went directly to the road with TP, using his ultimate move to control Han Bing and kill him. But Jackie Love doesn't matter. He himself was dead, and his eye's head was already worthless. Although RNG was able to take advantage of the situation and push down Top's top tower, Top took down their middle tower.
This RNG is a bit messy.
Guan Ziyuan frowned.
They have a poke system, so they should be the ones taking the initiative to push forward. How can Top push back the first tower in the middle? Indeed.
Wang Lauer nodded.
Do you feel like RNG doesn't play the poke system enough? It always feels a bit weird.
Not to mention them. Even the audience could see that RNG was playing awkwardly on the field. You don't have the ability to do that. Right? If this lineup were given to Top, they would have been pushed all the way. Hee. We have to mention the fact that Tianfei Easy pretended to be cool and was counterkilled, which caused the team's rhythm to be delayed. Did the puppy kill your mother? Is it really embarrassing? Wasn't the advantage in the bottom lane in this game all due to the puppies? If you die once, you will be caught and sprayed? So what do you say about this loser who keeps getting caught in the middle? Ah. Right. The advantage is all played by the bathing dog. Our bathing sauce is invincible in the world. It's all our fault for that useless teammate. It will only hold back our bathing sauce GG. The game time came to 18 minutes. And Uzi already had the magic slice, Ice Fist, and Bilgewater Scimitar, 2.5 pieces in hand. RNG finally started to unite, and wanted to win the third dragon in this game. The first two, one fire and one earth, were all taken into their possessions. But the third little dragon was still the fire dragon. For a poke lineup like theirs, the fire dragon would definitely be impossible to give up. Is there any reason to take the initiative to give up map resources when your lineup is strong? On the other hand, look at Top. Li Hansheng already has Ice Fist, Glory of Justice, Giant Belt plus Little Blue Shield in hand. And his development is even more terrifying than Easy. Standing at the front of the team, the two sides were in a stalemate in the Xiaolong area.
Top cannot give up Fire Dragon. Their lineup already lacks damage in the late stage, and the attributes provided by Fire Dragon are equally valuable to them. There is a high probability that the two sides will fight. Let's see how well RNG can poke.
In the 5v5 pool in a narrow area like the river, the poke system undoubtedly has an absolute advantage. The reason why Uzi is so fat and still chooses Ice Fist instead of the 3 items with higher damage is because he wants Ice Fist to slow down. Ice Fist is a range of AoE deceleration. As long as Easy takes the lead and creates a deceleration in Q, Leopard Girl and Jace will immediately follow the skills. This can greatly increase the skill hit rate of teammates, which is equivalent to improving the overall poke efficiency of the team. RNG seems to have underestimated Li Hansheng's initiative. The Rock Bird is not in front, but hiding in its own blue buff area, seemingly adjusting its angle.
Use your ultimate move!
Following Li Hansheng's order, Gao Dui directly activated his ultimate move, and huge boulders emerged from the ground and spread forward, forming an earth wall that perfectly blocked RNG's retreat. The sound of war drum sounded in the canyon, and Thane directly activated his ultimate move and turned into a locomotive and crashed into the crowd. Karma immediately used RE to speed up the group shield for his teammates. And Titan even took the initiative to use W to physically use the shield to help his teammates block Thane, who activated his ultimate move.
Noob! The team has started. RNG has no way out.
Li Hansheng stood in the crowd and turned on Glory of Justice directly. The golden ripples spread out in circles, creating a very obvious deceleration effect. Jackie Love behind him shot an arrow directly. He did not aim at the flexible Easy, but at Leopard Girl. Li Hansheng's armor is very terrifying. The only thing that can pose a threat to him is the Leopard Girl, who mainly deals AP damage. Once the Leopard Girl is killed, the Chopper team will be on the opposite side, and there is nothing that can be done against Li Hansheng. Easy does not have an armor-piercing bow and dilapidation, and its ability to defeat tanks is very weak. Although Jace has penetrating equipment, it has fixed penetration, and is very good at attacking squishy skin to defeat tanks like Thane, whose panel armor exceeds 200. The equipment provided, those fixed armor-piercing ones, have no effect at all.
The incense pot was hit.
Li Hansheng took advantage of the situation and stood in the crowd and started to charge Q. Jackie Love's idea is indeed very clear. Without the help of Leopard Girl, the damage from Easy and Jace will not hurt at all even if it hits Thane. Titan's backhand ultimate move locked the ice, which had already been destroyed. Once shooter focus is really turned on and the layers of War Zeal are fully stacked, the damage will be considerable. But Jackie Love doesn't care about that much. Even if he was headlocked by Titan's ultimate move, he rushed forward without hesitation to cooperate with Li Hansheng in dealing damage. And Lulu decisively used her ultimate move on Thane. The purpose was not to protect people, but to knock them away and save them. The enlarged Thane knocked everyone around him away, including Leopard Girl. By the time Leopard Girl landed, Thane's Q had been charged to full power and knocked Leopard Girl away again. MLXG's Leopard Girl didn't move during the whole process. Jackie Love looks dangerous, but in fact it is very safe, because Li Hansheng is blocking the front. Easy's Q and Jace's enhanced cannon can't turn, so they can't hit him at all. Moreover, Jace's enhanced cannon has already been fired. At this time, it has already switched to the Warhammer form and is cooperating with Easy to output Shaun crazily. Upon seeing this, the blind monk immediately hit Titan with his Q. In midair, he touched his eye with W and moved behind Jace, who was not flashing, and launched a big move. The dragon swung its tail. A library. Jace was also kicked back into the crowd. Yenke added a burst of WQ, and Han Bing has entered a smooth A output mode. Top's overall damage is indeed not that high, but the problem is, RNG's lineup as a whole is not meaty. Almost all are a bunch of little crispy ones. Apart from Titan, the most powerful one is Easy, who uses Ice Punch. But Easy won't stand in front. With the fall of Leopard Girl and Jace, RNG lacked 2 crucial outputs, and the Titans naturally couldn't leave. On the other hand, Li Hansheng, who had resisted all the damage, still had about a quarter of his health. Just when Easy took the initiative to attack him with an E-face, he wanted to kill him to make up for the damage. As a result, Thane's W, Soul Furnace, CD was rotated again. Okay, another thick shield. Instead, Easy's flash was forced out, and Karma gave E encouragement again before fleeing with easy. 0 for 3.
Top is too decisive. Noob is too meaty.
Sister Zhou kept exclaiming.
This Thane is really meaty.
Can it be meatless? At 18 minutes and 39 seconds. Li Hanqing's last hit was 174. There's nothing he can do about it. As a tank hero, it's naturally impossible for him to go to the wild area to eat wild monsters. After all, the efficiency of clearing the jungle is not high enough. A minion increases the permanent maximum health by 4 points. He learned W at level 2, which deducts 7 knives, which is 167 knives times 4. The maximum health increase brought by the W, Soul Furnace, skill alone is nearly 700 points. Adding up the Glory of Justice and the Giant's Belt, Li Hanqing's extra health points were more than 1,000 points. And his health points had reached 3,500 points. The panel armor is as high as more than 200 points. With Thane blocking the front, how can you let the opponent fight? With a small water gun like easy. Even if Thane stood there and let him shoot for half a minute, he would not necessarily die. Although none of the 3 heads belong to Li Hanqing. Everyone knows who is the real hero in this wave of team battles.
Actually, this can't be blamed on RNG.
Guan Ziyuan shook his head.
Who would have thought that Top would be so decisive? They didn't give RNG any chance to poke. Yang's ultimate move blocked the road. And Thane just used his ultimate move recklessly. Come in! Actually, I would also like to mention Jackie Love. Although there are some problems with his landing performance, he is really unambiguous in damaging him in team battles. He decisively cooperates with his teammates to instantly kill the leopard girl who is a threat to Thane. And the damage is full. Of course, the most important thing is that Thane is too bulky.
Sister Zhou pointed out the most critical point.
If Thane wasn't so bulky and could withstand the first wave of damage, there would be no follow-up.
Although the poke system is afraid of being forced to open, the premise is that the point you force to open is either a hero with group control like the Stone Man, or the point you force open can withstand the first wave of the poke system. If you just rush into the crowd and are killed by the opponent's explosion, resulting in the reduction of your own field and the collapse of the front row, you will still be unable to win the team battle. It boils down to 4 big words. Thane is too meaty.
Ha! It's so cool!
Jackie Love shouted with a smile.
This time I'm doing full damage under Brother Hansheng's crotch. Huh?
Ming immediately asked.
You Wenba. What are you talking about? You're shameless. And you're so proud of taking advantage of the situation.
Gao Tianyang was filled with anger. But Jackie Love doesn't care at all. His character is that of the top second-in-command in the team. As long as you don't let him be the eldest brother. And there is an eldest brother with the right to speak above him. He will be the sharpest weapon in the eldest brother's hand. Just like KD is the weapon in Curry's hand. For RNG, they seem to have gone far in this game. During the period when their lineup was at its strongest, there was no team fight. Instead, they were defeated by Top in a wave of small group annihilations. How could they accept this? Next, Thane's equipment will only become more and more luxurious. Especially once Thane adds magic resistance equipment. The threat the leopard girl poses to him will also be greatly reduced. This season, wild cores have a hard time in the jungle. The refresh frequency of wild monsters has been reduced. Once they cannot get heads through gank, it will be difficult for heroes like Leopard Girl to simply brush the jungle to keep their equipment and level up to date like in S6. On the hero level, once the Leopard Girl is evenly matched with her opponent, she will be at a disadvantage. This hero is just a Nani and Jingguan at best. Both Easy and Jace can deal damage, but Thane only uses armor, which makes Uzi and Xiaohu lose their temper at all. Who makes these two heroes so incompetent in tanking? The entire RNG is in a deadlock. Single belt? Top's lineup is more flexible and has strong ability to catch orders. Group push? If someone can force you out once, they can force you out a second time. The ending will not change at all. The result is, on the contrary, Top is playing more and more proactively. First, he grabs the single from the side and kills the little tiger, and then decisively activates the Baron. In the end, the Baron buff was used to establish the victory. The game time is finally set at 27 minutes. Chapter 288, a delightful post-game interview.
Congratulations to Top, taking the lead and winning the game. Top has perfectly demonstrated to us what it means to have the ability to seize opportunities at the championship level. Their decisive decision-making at a disadvantage is really worth learning from other teams.
Wang Lauer did not hesitate. Praise.
Brother, not every team can have such a fat and top-notch big brother as Thane in a disadvantaged situation.
Guan Ziyuan laughed.
After watching this game,
I just want to say that Noob really deserves it. The #1 top laner in the world. I think this title has no suspense at all. It's nothing to be able to suppress people and operate as a warrior. As a tank hero, you can suppress lanes and even kill solo, and then carry in team battles. This is the embodiment of your ultimate personal ability. Noob has really single-handedly changed our understanding of tank top laners. Sister Joe also added, "Who said that tank top laners can only be bastards? Who will dare to say this in the future? I suggest you let them see how Noob uses tank heroes to carry the game." The top fans at the scene did not disappoint Li Hansheng. The moment he took off his headphones, the fan shouts, screams, applause, and the muffled sound of the cheer sticks irritated his eardrums. Li Hansheng stretched out his hand towards Gao Tianliang on the side. "That's a good fight. Gao Tianliang. Keep holding on to the next one." Gao Tianliang, on the other hand, gave Li Hansheng a high five with some embarrassment. "I'm still far behind. My early rhythm was too bad in the last game. Take your time." Li Hansheng smiled and continued to praise. "Slowly accumulate experience in the competition. You will not be worse than Xianghua." In the previous game, Gao Tianliang's early rhythm was really good. Especially helping Gao Dui get the first blood was the top priority. Don't underestimate this one-blooded head. Gao Dui didn't have a strong sense of presence in the early stage, but he actually locked Jace in the middle. This is the credit of this first blood. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, Jess would have the line right in the early stage against Rockbird, with top spot lane booming so much in the early stage. Once Jace can roam frequently, RNG will only gain a greater economic advantage in the early stage. The reason why RNG failed to do this was that the key was that Xiaohu in the middle was restricted. Backstage, Guihao was still standing at the door waiting for the team members. He would pat each other's shoulders encouragingly. When he saw Li Hansheng, he laughed heartily and gave Li Hansheng a big hug. "Hansheng! You were too fierce." Also came over and praised. "You played well. You saved the team." The better Li Hansheng performed like this, the more felt a little guilty. He also knows very well that giving a player like Li Hansheng a top lane tank hero is simply a sacrilege. And it is also a huge waste of Li Hansheng's personal ability. But there is no way. If the three newcomers want to grow rapidly, they must be put under pressure. True, he can let Li Hansheng provide a relatively stable growth environment for the three newcomers at this time. But what is the difference between that and the flowers in the greenhouse? Other domestic teams cannot restrict Li Hansheng. But what about once he reaches the world stage? Once Li Hansheng is restricted and others need to step up, will these newcomers, who have not experienced huge pressure and have not shouldered the team, have room to perform? Rookies have no experience on the court, and every game in the early stages of their careers is very valuable for them because their playing style has not yet been finalized and is highly malleable. Now wants to prevent Jackie Love and others from forming path dependence, which is to rely too much on Li Hansheng's personal carry ability. After all, a team like Top, with talented players like Li Hansheng and Gao Dui, must have a long-term vision. It is impossible to just focus on the country, but to be based on the long term and on the stage of the World Championship. For example, this one exposed a problem. The bot lane duo's laning experience is still too young, especially when faced with a bot lane combination like Uzi plus Xiao Duan, which has strong laning pressure. Seems quite passive. It is no exaggeration to say that Li Hansheng saved the team by himself. Next time we go to the blue side, the bottom lane selection will not be so passive. Said. Jackie Love and Ming, you two have to be more serious about the next game. I will let you got a perfect combination. Don't worry, Jackie Love assured, patting his chest. Dude, I already know how strong Uzi is in laning. It's my turn to improve his strength in the next game. Hey, you Winba. This kid has a good attitude. Gao Dui laughed directly. Last time, he was shouting in the voice how Uzi is so strong, and now he is clamoring to hack Uzi. You Winba is like this. He remembers eating but not fighting. Li Hansheng smiled. The overall atmosphere here at Top is relaxed and comfortable, and it can be said to be a serious comeback. Looking back at RNG, which was overturned, the atmosphere in the team at this time was not to mention how depressing it was. Uzi kept a straight face without saying a word, becoming the center of negative energy and low pressure in the entire room. He didn't understand why he was so fat and destroyed the opponent's bottom lane so early. Why couldn't he win the game? I don't understand. Why can we lose here? Uzi chose to fire directly. As soon as he opened his mouth, no one dared to speak. Only MLXG did not hesitate to speak up. We played too chaotically.
For a while, we didn't stabilize our position at all. We can't do this next time. Also, we are too hesitant in team fights. Next time, listen to me. I will start the team. You just need to follow me. Okay.
This attitude of being the big brother in the team made Uzi somewhat uncomfortable. But he couldn't refute it. How? The jungler can start a group fight physically. But he, as an ADC, can go up and start a group fight physically? He is not Jackie Love. As long as he can win, he doesn't mind temporarily letting go of some unpleasant emotions in his heart.
Anyway, we need to be more decisive in the next round. And we can't give the opponent a chance. By the way, what's going on the road? Why are we so suppressed? Awful?
Realizing that everyone's eyes were on him, Ledney's already nervous hands were shaking even more. He quickly explained,
You didn't give me any feedback. I don't know the position of the opponent's jungler, nor the opponent's mid laner.
Position? You have to give me feedback. My hands will shake if I don't hear your feedback.
Seeing Ledney's incoherent and nervous appearance, everyone couldn't blame her anymore.
After all,
Ledney is just a newcomer with a basic salary. Who is Li Hansheng? He is the one who beats top laners such as Smeb and Duke continuously in the lane. Even Uzi has to admit that Li Hansheng's dominance in the top lane is even more exaggerated than that in the bottom lane. He is the well-deserved top laner in the world. If Ledney had the ability to stay in front of Li Hansheng, he wouldn't have been the main player until now. And it was because RNG wanted to form an all-Chinese team, but failed to compete with EDG for Holy Spear, and couldn't find a better domestic top laner as a substitute. So they had to be promoted from the second team. Isn't this the same as asking an undrafted NBA player with a two-way contract with a minimum salary to unilaterally lock in the other superstar with a maximum salary? Isn't this a bit too embarrassing?
I will try my best to help you on the road to relieve the pressure in the next game. Li Yuanhao, you really need to give more feedback in the middle. Let's play hard. Top is obviously not as strong as last season. We really have a chance to beat them.
MLXG said. He has pretty good personal relationships with Li Hansheng, Jackie Love, Ming and others. Seeing that friends in the same group are so successful, they will naturally compete secretly when they meet on the field. Moreover, MLXG is not a person who admits defeat. If he gives it easily, he will not be the gank machine that the commentators call him, with the common goal of achieving results. Although the overall team atmosphere of RNG is not so harmonious, at least so far, there are no particularly deep conflicts among the team members, and the overall atmosphere can be maintained in a positive atmosphere.
Welcome everyone back to the live broadcast of the spring split between Top and RNG. The two sides will then compete in the second game. This time Top will take the initiative to choose the blue side, while RNG will come to the red side.
Still wants to let Uzi and Xiao Duan practice their landing ability in the bottom lane.
Therefore, he did not deliberately block some of the opponent's stronger bottom lane combinations during the BP stage. His goal is to give both sides a strong bottom lane combination. If both sides have strong combinations, who can win the matchup will purely test the personal abilities of both sides and the tacit understanding between the two sides. As for the selection of top, middle and jungle, it is still based on line rights and rhythm-based combinations. This is also the DNA engraved in the bones of as a Korean coach. LCK is a competition area that emphasizes lane rights and operations. Naturally, also wants to integrate this set of tactics into Top. Finally, the lineups of both sides were officially determined. Top is on the blue side, and RNG is on the red side. Top road, Shin vs Titan. Jungler, Blind Monk vs Prince. Mid lane, Rise vs Clockwork. Bottom lane, Easy plus Karma vs Policewoman plus Zyra. RNG has a standard system of 4 guarantees and 1 female police officer. Although the middle lane is a Clockwork, the functionality of the Clockwork is not bad at all. And landing and team battles are all options for countering Rise. In the late stage, can also become the second C position of the team. Prince plus Clockwork is also a classic midfield system of bringing the ball into the field. On the other hand, Top still has a strong rhythmic midfield combination, and Li Hansheng Shin and Rise can form a double flight combination after level 6. Whether it is Rise's EW or Shin's E, they can cooperate well with the Blind Monk in the early stage. As for the bottom lane of both sides, Policewoman plus Zyra and Easy plus Karma are both very strong combinations, and both need lane control. The female police officer needs lane power to quickly push towers and accumulate advantages. Easy needs lane rights to ensure that it is not pressed and can counter-press the opponent. Therefore, the focus of the competition between the two sides is still on the bottom lane.
Brother is cute. This one is a sure win. Look how I beat Uzi in the lane. Jackie Love put down his bold words at the beginning. However, the game time is just over 3 minutes. He gave away his first blood. The principle is simple. Because they were afraid that the level 2 prince would come directly to the bottom lane to catch him. Top placed a field of view in the river at the beginning of the bottom lane. At the early 3 minutes, the first jewelry I happened to disappear. And the prince might have double buffs. The time to grab the bottom lane is at level 3. Mingnan went to the river to prepare for the vision. Under normal circumstances, when the assistant goes to the river to gain vision, the ADC must maintain a conservative position and retreat to a safe position. But Jackie Love, relying on his status as easy, was not timid at all, and even took the initiative to press forward, trying to take advantage of Uzi's reinforcements to go up and consume a wave. Xiao Duan keenly captured this opportunity. Buzz. Flash used E Tangled Root to trap Easy in place. You read that right. EZ, which had Flash and E, was controlled by Zyra's Flash. Jackie Love's old problem is back again. He is not focused enough in the lane. Or he overestimates his ability to resist damage. He thinks he will not die and wants to save skills. After all, even if he is exchanged, Easy's mana will be tight, affecting the subsequent landing. Maybe he didn't expect Xiao Duan to be so decisive? In the first short period of time, QW released all the skills and fired them. And Uzi's reaction was also timely. Immediately place W, Yordle Trap, at Easy's feet. Then draw A, and then connect Q, Peacemaker. Fortunately, this flat A shot just allowed him to land a series of passive headshots. After a headshot was fired, the W imprisonment took effect, and another headshot was fired. When it was determined that the damage was sufficient, he used E, 90 caliber rope net, to refresh his headshot again. The reason why the female police officer has been a popular choice in the bottom lane after undergoing a small-scale redesign in S6 is because since W and E can refresh the passive, it has made up for the shortcoming of the female police officer's damage curve being too smooth. This allows the policewoman to have a certain explosive ability during the landing phase. If you really let the policewoman use a complete set of skill damage, her burst will be no worse than other shooters. Easy was directly defeated instantly. First blood obtained. Oh my god! Is Jackie Love a little too careless? Wang Lauer frowned. How can he be easily controlled by an Easy? And the assistant has obviously left the line to go to the river to replenish his vision. He should retreat. Guan Ziyuan also accused Jackie Love of being careless. RNG fans were immediately overjoyed. Do you understand how valuable Uzi's policewoman is? The policewoman got first blood, which made the game at least half stable. After all, the policewoman's snowballing ability is quite strong. As long as she has a landing advantage, the first blood tower will basically not have any accidents. But the ending of the story seems to be exactly the same as the first game, despite the early disadvantage. But after top's mid and top players reached level 6, they began to frequently use their ultimate moves to cause trouble. And Li Hansheng once again performed the drama of using tanks to suppress tanks on the top road. He used Shen to crush Let Me again. Let Me's TP was used to replenish the line, while every wave of Li Hansheng's TP was used to coordinate the attack of his teammates. Uzi's female police officer started off smoothly, but after being targeted twice, she immediately lost steam. This is also the reason why the policewoman is an extreme hero. Is it difficult to use a female police officer? Not difficult. What is the real difficulty with this hero? It's the system. What the female police officers need is a rapid promotion system, and the entire team must revolve around the female police officers to maintain this system. But it's a pity. After RNG lost mana, although their landing suppression power in the bottom lane increased, their operational capabilities dropped significantly. Xiao Duan is not a commanding type of talent, and MLXG's playing style is a bit more reckless. This means that although Uzi can exert the suppressive power of the policewoman on the line, RNG cannot play the systematic role of the policewoman. Once the policewoman breaks her rhythm, the output ability in the midterm immediately slows down. And Clockwork is also famous for not doing any damage in the midterm. On the other hand, top side, although Easy's development is not good, he still has Magic Cut plus Ice Fist in 20 minutes, entering his overall strong period. In the end, Top took 29 minutes to make another successful comeback, defeated RNG with a score of 2-0, continuing his 4-game winning streak, and also fixed RNG's winning streak from a year ago to 3 consecutive victories. I can only say that this game is worthy of the Esports Spring Festival Gala. The intensity of the confrontation is no less than that of the playoffs. Wang Lauer sighed. Top defeated RNG with a better team. And we can also see RNG in the bottom lane. The suppression power. But their team still needs more running in. Especially after taking advantage in the lower lane. How to turn the advantage into victory is what they need to test. This year's 2 All-China classes are so good. Which is very gratifying for us. Top still needs time. RNG also needs time. But they both have a foreseeable bright future.
Guan Ziyuan also talked about it. It's just an ordinary regular season. And the commentators naturally won't deliberately praise it. Li Hansheng, who was elected MVP for 2 consecutive games, was once again invited to the stage for an interview. The person interviewing him today is Xiao Yu.
We saw that in the first game. Noob player Thane successfully counterattacked Easy through a wave of beautiful operations in 10 minutes. Can you tell us what you thought at that time?
Xiao Yu asked with a smile. Li Hansheng thought for a while and chuckled.
Actually, I wanted to grow and make up for the wave of soldiers on the line. But Easy was so annoying and kept trying to hit me. Since he wouldn't let me grow, then everyone should stop. Develop. I'm even wondering, isn't it good for everyone to replenish troops peacefully together? Why do you have to interfere with my growth? To be honest,
let me emphasize again. I really like to grow.
Hear this. Xiao Yu suppressed her smile. She wanted to laugh, but didn't dare to make it too obvious. For fear of laughing too much and offending RNG fans. The audience laughed out loud. The barrage is also scrolling crazily. Yes. Yes. After all, Brother Hansheng once said that only those who are alive in the lane deserve to develop. Redefining the developmental top laner. TSK. It was obviously a wonderful operation by Law Mo. But why did Brother Hansheng feel that he said it so lightly? As simple as slaughtering a chicken casually. Is there a possibility that Brother Hansheng wants to express that a bathing dog is no different from an ordinary soldier in front of him? What is a developmental top laner? You have to look at me. Brother Hansheng. To show off. Chapter 289 Li Hansheng's whimsical idea. Li Hansheng said that he likes to grow. Which really made everyone laugh. People who like development and fighting were silenced by his words.
Well, it seems that Noob said that he is a person who likes to grow. And he is full of gold. Everyone really agrees with this statement.
Xiao Yu teased a little. And then asked the next question.
The Chinese New Year is coming soon. Can Noob do it? How about wishing the fans an early New Year here?
Isn't this thing just a matter of words for Li Hansheng? He cupped his fists and said,
Dear audience friends, I am here to wish you all a happy New Year. I hope that everyone will be in good health and have a successful career in the new year. Single friends can find a satisfactory partner as they wish in the new year. Shan's friends hope that your relationship can take a further step and you can successfully enter the palace of marriage. In short, everyone can be prosperous.
If it weren't for such a serious occasion, Li Hansheng might have used his wits. But being smart also depends on the occasion and the situation. Now this kind of situation is not suitable for being smart.
Of course. What's the most important thing during the new year? Of course, it's the red envelope.
Li Hansheng said with a smile.
Everyone can follow our top team's official Weibo and media accounts in various channels. We will give out New Year gifts to everyone. And the types of gifts. It's very rich and everyone can use their imagination perfectly. Let me give you a little information. Anyway, I saw a gift called Half-Day Reward for professional players. If you win this prize, you can let the players from our club eat with you and play games with you for half a day. Anything like that will do.
When Li Hansheng said this, the female fans at the scene couldn't help but widen their eyes. With excitement shining in their eyes. There is already a picture in my mind. In their eyes. Doesn't this kind of request seem like a proper halftime boyfriend? The male fan also became short of breath and slightly excited. Turtle. For such an honest opportunity for professional players to play games with me. How much more face will it be in front of my buddies if I talk about it? Li Hansheng quickly added.
But as I said before, let's eat, play games, or go to the amusement park. Right? Don't deliberately not clean your house for half a month. And then wait for us to clean it up. You are a coolie.
The audience at the scene suddenly burst into laughter. If there really was such an award, who would deliberately make such a stupid request? I didn't know it before. But now I know it. Ha! Brother Hansheng. Are you sure you are not digging a hole for yourself? Gui. If I really win this kind of award, my Weibo must not be blown up by private messages from fans? Brother Cute. You know it all. The opportunity to get out of singles is right in front of you. Go ahead. Finally, Li Hansheng added.
Of course. This is only a benefit at the team level. I will also give you some benefits from time to time during the Chinese New Year vacation. If you are interested, you can come to my live broadcast room and pay attention.
Gui Hao in the background couldn't help but smacked his lips when he saw this interview clip. Li Hansheng has indeed taken advantage of the drainage aspect. Li Hansheng single-handedly diverted most of the top team's traffic.
I won't talk too much about the results on the field. During interviews like this, Li Hansheng spared no effort in promoting the team. Does Top care about the benefits it gives away? To put it bluntly, Top is extremely happy to be able to achieve such a good targeted advertising effect among young people at a small cost. As for Li Hansheng taking the initiative to give gifts, he is not short of money now. And there are so many brand investors behind him asking him to endorse. And they don't mind using Li Hansheng's hand to send some gifts and distribute some practical benefits to fans. These are serious advertising effects. Can only say, this one, 500W annual salary will make me cry when I see it. It's too little. But I only signed it for 1 year. And I will continue at this pace. Gui Hao conservatively estimates that once Li Hansheng can lead his team to win the championship in his hometown this year, next year, his contract will be guaranteed to be at least 3,000 W. But this is not necessarily certain. As far as he knew, next year, LPL will officially launch alliances. At that time, more large-scale domestic capital will come to enter this circle. And the injection of capital will inevitably lead to an increase in the value of the players, especially the leading domestic players. It is not expensive at all to find 2 top-level jungler players from the LCK. What is really expensive is to find suitable and usable domestic players. With Li Hansheng's current commercial value, it is no exaggeration to say that he is the #1 person in the domestic esports circle at this stage. When the time comes, once someone drives up prices frantically, Gui Hao won't be surprised at what kind of annual salary Li Hansheng gets. Certainly, Top, who has the priority to renew the contract, will definitely follow it no matter what price the other party offers. After all, Top has already tasted the benefits, and they understand the business value behind Li Hansheng better than anyone else.
Brother Hansheng is becoming more and more like a star.
Jackie Love pouted.
You can handle interviews with ease. You shouldn't say that Brother Hansheng is so omnipotent that he doesn't look like a human being.
Ming rolled his eyes.
I don't think he understands anything. Sure, Ming, you're dead. You called Brother Hansheng a dog in a roundabout way. Right. How dare you say that he's not like a human being? Go. 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 You Winba. Have you ever heard of the saying that hermaphrodites suck in their butts? You're a rotten ass. Give me a rocket headbutt.
Gui Hao also had to agree with Sher Ming's evaluation of Li Hansheng. Isn't it omnipotent? I won't talk too much about his superb performance on the field. But let's talk about his off-field performance. The live broadcast attracts traffic to the team, including how the team operates daily to attract fans. Even the lottery that Li Hansheng mentioned before can reward professional players with half a day's time. It was also Li Hansheng who proposed it. This allows the club to enhance fan cohesion. Others such as the construction of the coaching staff and the training of players. The talents displayed by Li Hansheng even made Gui Hao think that even if this guy doesn't play professionally, he can still become a good manager? Can it be awesome? As a time traveler, Li Hansheng witnessed with his own eyes the process of LPL becoming a league and becoming a fan circle. He can naturally help the team avoid all minefields and enjoy every bonus, including this bonus of getting half a day from a pro player. It was also when he saw similar news that there was a program in South Korea, and Faker went up to participate in it, which was to auction his time. This idea is good, and even if Tingjing wants to establish a more positive image for the esports circle, he can propose it, since it has successfully changed a lot of history. Why not put some effort into transforming LPL into a more perfect shape? That also gives you a different kind of sense of accomplishment, doesn't it? Soon, Li Hansheng returned to the backstage. Gui Hao smiled and said,
That's right. Let's go have a meal together later. Let's get together for the last time before the year ends.
And then we can officially start our vacation.
Ah? Li Hansheng was stunned for a moment, and then said,
Brother Hao, tomorrow? We have made an appointment with other people later.
Today is the match between RNG and Top. It just so happens that Group B is a match between we and NB teams. LWX and LQS were packaged and introduced by the NB team as the bottom lane duo as they had historically been. At this time, the main members of September Wolves of Ionia were all gathered here at the stadium. Naturally, they wanted to get together after the game, and they had already made an appointment before the game.
Okay.
Gui Hao didn't force it.
Then make a reservation for tomorrow. If you want to go back now, you can go back with us. If you have an appointment, You can move around freely. At this time, there was a sound of footsteps outside the door. Li Hansheng, Jackie Love, and others quickly ran to the door. And sure enough, they saw the contestants from both sides rushing to the stage. Hey, Xiang, Saw Mao, give your opponent a boost on the road today. Let Brothers Wu see how powerful you are. Jackie Love teased with a smile. Brothers Wu is LV Mao, and his surname is Wu. Then he said with a smile, Brother Xiang, give me some face. Don't take it too seriously today. We are all buddies. Go. You Wenba. You've been itchy lately. Kenny rolled his eyes, pretending to hit him. Jackie Love was so frightened that she immediately locked her back. Look at your wretched look. LQS also rolled his eyes. You are worthy of being as famous as Squirtle. A bastard like Gao Tianliang. Gao Tianliang? Why do you bicker and I have to be hacked? Can only say, both teams have acquaintances, so communication is indeed easier. Li Hansheng didn't say much. He just smiled at them and said, Come on. Give your best. It didn't take long. MLXG took the initiative to come to Top's lounge to visit. I can only say that Mr. Guo's emotional intelligence is as stable as ever. Li Hansheng saw that none of the RNG players had left yet. No matter how familiar we are, no matter how good our relationship is, you should avoid suspicion for a little bit and just show off. But MLXG still goes its own way. So why bother? After all, he is the man who dares to confront Uzi and the RNG team. And his temper is so strong. The two sides were already fighting on the field. Based on last year's lineup, the NB team introduced Coco, Swift's old teammate from the CJ team, to form the mid laner. At the same time, their bottom lane veterans HGI and Natural Disaster Doomsday retreated to the second line, leaving opportunities to LQS and LWX. A young man. The overall lineup looks okay, but they are facing Wii. This Wii team is more powerful than the Wii 2.0 team in Li Hansheng's memory. Candy S6 has been training at top for a year and has made great progress in strength. The most important thing is to go down the road. Originally, W's assistant was supposed to be the Korean Ben, who was exchanged with IG using the Shy. But in this time and space, the transaction did not proceed normally. It's because we got the green hair. Lu Mao has been training next to a top ADC like Imp for a year, and the progress he has made can be imagined. The more powerful the ADC, the higher the requirements for support. This is common. It's not that Uzi is the only one who is particularly picky about supports. But it's just that other top ADC's dislike of supports won't be so obvious. And Uzi will show it. So this is amplified. The only weakening may be that the coach has changed from On to White Crescent, which is not so perfect at the BP level and operations. But that's enough. Moreover, now LQS and LWX are facing the same dilemma as Jackie Love and Ning. That is the lack of experience in top league games. As newcomers, they must pay a certain amount of tuition on the road to growth. Mystic is at his peak this year, and Green Hair is also at his peak. Finally, we also easily defeated the NB team with a score of 2-0 without any blood. They became the only team in Group B with 4 consecutive victories. Together with Top, they became the team that has not lost a single defeat in the LPL division so far. After the game, the Iona and 7 Wolves friends found a nearby restaurant for a dinner party. Originally, I just wanted to have a normal dinner party. Unfortunately, Li Hansheng's popularity is too high now. He really enjoys the treatment of a star. And his popularity among young people is too high. A fan came over 5 miles away and wanted to take a photo and chat with him. This really made MLXG next to him envious. MD! I obviously debuted earlier than Laoli, but this guy is now much more popular than me. MLXG was very envious. Who doesn't have a little vanity as a professional player? If it's just for money, wouldn't it be much faster to make money by being a host or selling meat waffles than by being a professional player? How to satisfy vanity, championship honors, and the support of fans. In MLXG's opinion, Li Hansheng can be regarded as the real winner in life. Teacher Gua, I have to struggle with your wording. Jackie Love shook his head sternly. Brother Hansheng is not more popular than you, but he is much more popular than you. MLXG's face suddenly darkened, as if he was feeling worse than eating shit. It made everyone on the side amused. MD, you win, Ba. Just wait for me. Look, if our army doesn't train us next time we meet, you'll be in trouble. MLXG threatened with a curse. Can he refute it? There's no way to refute it, because what they say is the truth. Within the team, his popularity is not even as high as that of Uzi. So how can he compete with Li Hansheng? among players in the same position. Factory Director and Kindi are also more popular than him. He is really incomparable. After a small gathering, everyone went back to their homes. The next day, Guihao led the team to go to the local cuisine in the Magic City. Judging from the overall decoration, it was clear that the prices were high. At the dinner table, Guihao didn't say much. The polite words were still there. But at the same time, he also sent a lot of New Year red envelopes to all employees on behalf of the parent company. Basically, everyone can get a few W rewards. In short, they are giving out red envelopes like crazy in the club's internal group. Next is chat time. But, while Li Hansheng was chatting with Guihao, he heard news that was surprising but not so surprising.
LGD seems to be under investigation in the past few days. They asked the L.AC Alliance to take the initiative to report players from the second team for match fixing. The league is investigating players from their first team.
Guihao said the news.
Why?
Jackie Love on the side still couldn't understand. He had already decided to become a professional. So why did he still do such an unprofessional thing?
It's just for money.
Guihao shrugged.
Otherwise, what else could it be for?
Chapter 290. Tell me loudly. Who are the three ugly beauties? Why are there match fixings? After all, it is still a matter of income. Even before Li Hansheng crossed over, a large amount of capital entered the esports circle, and the overall salary of the professional team was improved to a certain extent. But the overall income of the youth training members of the second team was not high. Teams with better treatment can receive tens of thousands, while teams with poor treatment can even receive thousands. Whatever you do, you are afraid of comparison. I trained hard every day in the professional team, but ended up with only a few thousand, just to win the unattainable dream of starting in the LPL. Others are at the same level as you, or even at a lower level than you are. Just find a play shop or a power training shop, or become a live streamer, and you can easily earn a lot of money. Can you balance yourself mentally? At this time, someone comes to you. As long as you cooperate, they can give you a lot of income. The easiest person to find is the jungler. The jungler serves as the rhythm position on the court. 1 blood, 1 tower, 1 dragon. These are the easiest points to bet on in Spinach, and they are all closely related to the jungler. When a normal player bets on Spinach, they will look at the lineup based on the lineup. I saw that you have chosen a strong early lineup, so naturally you will bet if you can get first blood and dragon. At this time, the banker will go to the jungler and ask him to cooperate to lose a dragon and a blood, and he will naturally make a big profit. It can be seen from the several match-fixing scandals exposed in the LPL that the jungler is the most vulnerable position to be deceived.
Isn't it okay to just ask the team to increase their wages?
Gao Tianyang was quite naive.
How to add?
Li Hansheng rolled his eyes.
If you cooperate with the show, I will give you tens of thousands or 100,000. The team can also give you a youth training player with an annual salary of 1 million.
Right. The team also has its own operating costs, and it is impossible to forcefully raise the treatment of the second team players.
The second team is the hardest hit area, and the LPL supervision is very strict. I have to find time to talk to our young guys from the second team after I go back.
Guihao was a little worried, because the youth training members of the second team are generally very young, 15 or 16 years old. At this time, there is no ability to distinguish right from wrong, and it is also the age when people are most easily deceived. Top has so much attention right now. Any slight disturbance will have a huge impact on the team's image. For this kind of thing, Li Hansheng didn't care that much. After all, there are only a few people who cannot resist the temptation, and more people are still willing to abide by the bottom line of being a professional player. After chatting for a while, Guihao toasted again.
Everyone has worked hard in the past year, and the tasks in the new year are still arduous. I hope we can work together to overcome all difficulties and achieve something in the new year.
This also indicates that all top members have entered the stage of vacation. Had already booked the tickets and took a flight back to South Korea overnight. Gao Dui and Bizai also flew to Sanya overnight. Going to Sanya this season is undoubtedly an excellent choice. Their relationship is as stable as ever. We have even decided to meet each other's parents at the end of this year, and we are only one step away from officially discussing marriage. B-Boy and Gao Dui can be regarded as an excellent example of a professional player couple. Gao Dui will not be disturbed by emotions during the competition, and his energy has always been focused on training. And B-Boy has not acted like a monster, and will not spread the so-called inside information like some players' wives' news, thus causing tension in the team atmosphere. Jackie Love, Shi Senming, and Gao Tianyang also booked their tickets in advance and went back to their hometown to see their parents as soon as possible. In the end, only Li Hansheng was left alone in the huge top team base. Oh! Strictly speaking, he can't be considered alone now. At least he still has Fatty and Shuju accompanying him. He was the only one in the training room. So he simply let the two kittens in. Although break-ins are common, in most cases both kittens are banned from the training room. In the entire top team base, only the training room is still a strange place for them. After being let in by Li Hansheng, Shuju and Fatty ran around due to curiosity. But the kitten's interest went away just as quickly as it came. Maybe they realized that there was nothing interesting. So they all ran to Li Hansheng's computer desk. One on the left and one on the right like two guardians. The two little Jiojio kept the posture of farmers, squinting their eyes and taking a nap. Li Hansheng once again confirmed that when the kitten sleeps with its eyes squinted, it does look like a little old man. He gently poked their little heads with his fingers. But they ignored him and were not angry. They still maintained the posture of the little old man squinting his eyes and resting.
Hey! You have nothing to worry about. You eat and sleep all day long. And eat when you sleep.
However, he did not continue to tease the kitten, but was preparing for his own broadcast. Today, he will participate in a live broadcast event prepared by Douyu. After all, Douyu offered Li Hansheng a sky-high contract. And there was a stipulation in the contract that Li Hansheng had to participate in some Douyu activities, as long as it did not interfere with Li Hansheng's daily training. You can't just take advantage and do nothing. Right? Li Hansheng is not that kind of person. It happened that he could participate in such an event and get some live broadcast time. He was racking his brains every day to think about how to make a living. He was almost out of breath. He was forced to live broadcast and bite a lighter to cheer up the audience. No! Ahem. Penguin's iconic message alert sounded. And it was someone from Douyu who sent him a message. Noob. The event here starts at 8:30. But we will start gathering at 8 o'clock. I hope you can adjust your affairs by then to ensure that you can participate in the event as scheduled. 1. Li Hansheng habitually hit the 1 button and responded in this way. Then he remembered that this was 17 years. And this way of replying did not seem to have become mainstream among young people. He immediately added, Okay. Then he briefly glanced at the activity plan set by the other party. And it took him less than a minute to finish it. This kind of activity that does not require offline participation is naturally not that complicated. After all, Douyu just wants to create a gimmick and then harvest the audience. By the way, it will lead to some female anchors. After all, there are not many male anchors like Li Hansheng with many female fans. Most male anchors have mostly male fans. And male fans are all free prostitutes. So how can we make these prostitutes spend money willingly? Naturally. I just invite some female anchors who have programs to come, wiggle their butts and say, Hello, Black Chicken Brother. If the old man hadn't resisted, the few gold coins in his pocket would have been smashed by these women. The anchor was exposed? There are even some irritable old men who don't tell the female anchors about their subsistence allowance, but steal battery cars to support the female anchors. It can only be said that the men are silent and the women are crying. This is why the male anchor obviously cannot make fans pay. But the platform will still give a huge live broadcast contract price. Use male anchors to encircle the audience and maintain the number of active users on the platform. Then let the female anchor complete the harvest of this group of active users. This is why there are more and more female anchors in various divisions on almost all platforms. Not just Douyu. Open Douyu in your browser, and the homepage will show you a preview of today's event. Li Hansheng's photo was placed on the C position, and beside him were all kinds of female anchors. There are even some acquaintances that Li Hansheng knows, such as Feng Momogu, Sister Joe, Tuesday Gu, Rita, and even people from other divisions. For example, there is a hot woman who became popular on the internet because of Exploding Lu Jufan, and has many sons on the internet. There is also a demon king who is famous for dressing up as a cosplayer, and owns a pair of huge car lights named Lulicon too. The activities are also very simple. In addition to inviting Li Hansheng, Douyu also invited another platform brother, Grandpa Lu. When Li Hansheng was not on the air, Grandpa Lu was the #1 platform brother on Douyu. How to say? At least in the 2 years of 2016 and 2017, Grandpa Lu's live broadcast style was very suitable for the taste of the current audience. And it did have a certain live broadcast effect. And at this time, he wasn't that swollen yet. Moreover, things like Li Zhuang's White Flesh and Surface Brothers haven't exploded yet. And his popularity is at its peak. 8 p.m. It's the Spring Festival holiday right now. So popularity is at its peak. before short videos developed. It was the peak period of the live broadcast platform. In addition to playing games, basically everyone's entertainment method was to watch various live broadcasts on the live broadcast platform. Li Hanxing started the live broadcast as scheduled.
Why?
The iconic opening line. The barrage atmosphere in the live broadcast room also made Li Hanxing feel familiar. GDX. What did you do last night? Actually skip the live broadcast for a whole day? Dare to live broadcast for one day now. In the future, we won't be able to do live broadcasts for a week or a month? Is there any more royal method? Whoa! Sheng Bao is still so handsome today. Damn man. Your handsomeness has successfully attracted my girl's attention. You'd better live broadcast until 4 a.m. today. Otherwise I'm sure you won't have enough juice to eat. Brother Hanxing is such a liar. Last time he said he would live broadcast every day. But in the blink of an eye, he stopped broadcasting for a whole day. Right? Li Hanxing rolled his eyes and immediately picked up Fatty, who was resting with his eyes narrowed. He held his front paws with both hands. Since the cat was full of liquid, his lower body was not lifted. So his whole body was suddenly pulled. And because Li Hanxing held up his front paws, the fat from his entire upper body was accumulated on his face. He was obviously not as plump as his cheeks, but he was forced to look like a big round bun. It looks very funny.
Oh, brothers, you really can't blame me. I wanted to live broadcast yesterday, but this fat guy wouldn't let me live broadcast.
The kitten is so cute. Brother Hanxing actually dumped the blame on the kitten. The audience naturally didn't buy this kind of blame-shifting behavior. This is like a short video that you have worked hard to follow comics, novels or plot-oriented short videos. The creator suddenly said that his cat can do backflips. He lay on the bed all night and watched the cat backflips. So he missed the creation. Can you buy it? Li Hanxing grinned. He just wanted to change the rhythm and divert the audience's attention.
Brothers, listen to me. There will be many beautiful young ladies later. Please give my brother face. I will give you a whole big job later. Okay?
So what if I don't straighten my life? The audience just vented a few words by sending barges. Li Hanxing quickly put down Fatty, who looked unhappy. Cats, especially cats when they grow up, hate being held up like this, because it will make them uncomfortable. And they have been wagging their tails just now to show their dissatisfaction. After landing, he even meowed several times at Li Hanxing's milky voice, which means he couldn't speak. Otherwise he would have cursed and cursed to vent his anger. What? Li Hanxing pretended to be ferocious and pointed at the fat man with his finger.
You eat me, live in me, and wear my clothes. You still have a temper when I let you take the blame.
The camera happened to be focused on a person and a cat. The fat man was pointed at by a finger. His whole head was retracted, and his ears were folded back, forming a posture similar to airplane ears. The Yumao slaves in the live broadcast room were all melted when they saw this scene. And some ladies even changed their names quickly to give gifts. Li Hanxing then magically took out the cat strips and fed Fatty one. And Xiao Ju beside him also enjoyed the benefits. Result: after Li Hanxing finished feeding the cat strips, Fatty seemed to have just remembered why he was the one who was scolded. But Xiaoju could enjoy the blessings? The two kittens immediately hugged and struggled with each other. But the atmosphere became anxious as they fought. The kittens who were entangled with each other actually licked each other's ears. What's even worse is that Xiaoju actually acted like a domineering president, hugging Fatty with one arm. And Fatty looked like a little bird. Attitude.
After Guigui has sterilized you, do you really think of yourself as a father-in-law?
Li Hanxing's eyes widened.
You are buddies, not sisters. It's over. It's over. My kitten seems to be getting weirder and weirder.
After a while of making jokes, Li Hanxing turned his attention away from the two kittens. At this time, Douyu staff reminded him that he could go to YY first. So he opened YY directly and went to the agreed channel. It's still a while before the event officially starts. But it seems that some of the other female anchors haven't started broadcasting yet? I can understand that too. After all, the platform organizes activities to help them attract traffic. So they naturally have to dress themselves up beautifully. Not to mention her stunning beauty. At least, she can't be compared to other female anchors participating in the event. Right? When he came to YY, he heard an iconic voice blowing his pussy like crazy.
Wow! Brothers, do you know how uncomfortable I am? Originally, I thought that participating in the event this time would be with Sun Yalong and the others. I am not exaggerating to tell you that I don't feel any pressure at all to participate in the event with Sun Yalong. After all, I was given the nickname Douyu Lyf, but I didn't expect it to be. Participate in this event with Noob. You know, in terms of handsomeness, only Noob and Doyu can defeat me. The tone of speaking is extremely exaggerated, and the content is extremely high. Who else could it be besides Grandpa Lu? Why? Li Hansheng took the initiative to say Lo. Wow. Look. Everyone. My good brother Noob is here. Grandpa Lu said Lo enthusiastically. When Li Hansheng heard this, his heart couldn't help but thump. Who the L is your good brother? People who are called brothers by Grandpa Lu seem to be basically cool. The most typical one is TBQ. Before the S5 World Championship, my brother TBQ was one mouthful. After the World Championship, who is TBQ? If I can be considered a real brother if I call him brother, then aren't everyone in the world my brother? Hello, Lo. Li Hansheng replied perfunctorily. But Grandpa Lu didn't care so much. He seemed to be arguing with the barrage. Wow, brother, you give me a review. They all say I'm ugly. Come and take a look at my live broadcast room. I'm so damn long. Too ugly? Li Hansheng clicked into his live broadcast room to take a look. Under the careful training of Yu's sister, Grandpa Lu is indeed getting better and better at dressing up. First of all, the filter of the beauty camera was adjusted perfectly. And then I found a perfect oblique shooting angle. At this angle, it really feels like LYF. Certainly. This is also inseparable from the credit of frequent neon fine-tuning. Since 2016, Grandpa Lu and Sister Yu have been traveling to Neon frequently. Everyone says that the plastic surgery industry in South Korea is developed. But in fact Neon's plastic surgery industry is the coolest. South Korea pursues quick results and pays attention to one-size-fits-all. They will directly give you a drastic plastic surgery so that your own mother will not recognize you. Neon pays attention to fine-tuning. Although the effect is slow, it makes your changes look less obvious through a little fine-tuning. It is easy for people to subtly think that you have really become more handsome. Li Hansheng thought for a moment and then joked with a smile. Brother, have you ever heard of a saying? It's called the wrong name, not the wrong nickname. As he spoke, he shouted loudly, Brother Ming, tell me loudly, who are the three ugly men in Doyu? Mark the answer on the public screen. Suddenly, the correct answers dominated the live broadcast room of Li Hansheng and Grandpa Lu. Wait, LBW. 50-50. Li Hansheng chuckled. The answer is obvious. Brother. Grandpa Lu was a little embarrassed. If it were anyone else, he might be angry. But facing the more popular Li Hansheng, he would never dare to lose face. So he could only continue to speak harshly. 10,000 steps back. Even if I grow up handsome or not, even if I have plastic surgery, I can turn into a handsome guy in seconds. Right? Li Hansheng rubbed his chin and gave the answer seriously. In my opinion, if you go for plastic surgery, it will probably cost you 2 yuan. Grandpa Lu was immediately overjoyed. Noob is indeed a noob. Compliments are so subtle. I know how could you, my good brother, really accuse me of being ugly. According to normal people's logic, the more money you spend, the uglier you are? Spend $2? Doesn't this mean there's no need for plastic surgery? But the next second, Li Hansheng's answer made Grandpa Lu freeze in place in embarrassment. But the audience laughed like a pig. Huh? What I mean is, you spend $1 to take the bus to the plastic surgery hospital, and the doctor sees you and thinks you are hopeless. You still have to spend $1 to take the bus home, which costs $2. Ha 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 ha. Brother Hansheng knows how to do plastic surgery. Laughing to death. I knew Brother Hansheng wouldn't praise people for no reason. And there would definitely be a reversal in the future. Indeed, just because of his ugly appearance, the doctor wanted to beat him up. And there was no way he could be saved. You don't really think Brother Hansheng will praise you, do you? Be ugly. Be ugly. Accept your 3 ugly persona. Li Hansheng prefers shrimps and pig hearts. He deliberately opened the browser and entered the keyword Grandpa Lu Easy. The next second, the search results appeared on the screen. Li Hansheng clicked on the picture and deliberately zoomed it to the maximum. I really have to wash my eyes after looking at this photo. Just like a baboon wearing blonde hair, and this hard-cost little yellow-haired Ezreal. Grandpa Lu still has a lewd smile on his face in this photo. Wow! Brother, take a look for yourself. I wonder if Nua accidentally sneezed when she pinched you and didn't control the strength of her hand well. Then I searched for the cosplay photo of Ezreal, the single beauty flame, who played in the Korean LCK League that year.
and put the photos of the two people in the middle of the screen for comparison.
Look, it's very difficult for me to look like this.
Li Hansheng sighed helplessly.
If I were a plastic surgeon, I would have to advise you to go home.
MD. Suddenly looking at this photo again, Li Hansheng felt an urge to you. Really made me vomit. Grandpa Lu's face turned green and white, and he continued to speak harshly.
What's wrong with ugliness? Ugliness is not something I can decide. Besides, ugliness is not a disease.
Hey, Li Hansheng immediately retorted.
Who said ugliness is not a disease? Of course ugliness is a disease. Otherwise, why are the plastic surgery institutions all over the street called plastic surgery hospitals? Only patients who need treatment go to the hospital for treatment. Right. If you are ugly and want to have plastic surgery, it is actually the same as going to the hospital for treatment. So you are really ugly. Sick.
Grandpa Lu is being criticized right now because he really doesn't know what to say. He was there in shock. He was stunned for a long time before holding back a sentence.
What's wrong with being ugly? I have a dream to become handsome. As long as I work hard enough, I can become handsome and a little girl. That's true.
Li Hansheng did not refute this time.
No one can make you give up your dreams. Because after you try it yourself, you will most likely give up. After all, not all dreams can come true.
Grandpa Lu was really convinced this time. He is a relatively eloquent person, and even if he quarrels with others, he can easily defeat them. Can you face Li Hansheng? He really has no temper at all. How to compare? Li Hansheng is more handsome than him, richer than him, better at games than him, and more popular than him. He was beaten in every way. If he had a dispute with Li Hansheng, Douyu would warn him without hesitation, let alone his fans.
Ahem. Okay. I admit that I am ugly. Indeed, the nickname Douyu Sancho is correct. Being so ugly that I have such a nickname at least proves that I am also ugly in a distinctive way.
Grandpa Lu suddenly said his emotional intelligence improved, and he began to laugh at himself. Li Hansheng was quite surprised. But when he saw Grandpa Lu lowering his head and looking at his phone, reacted immediately. There is a high probability that the Yu girl controlled it from behind. After all, with Grandpa Lu's emotional intelligence, there is a high probability that he would not be able to say such a thing. Chapter 291. Are all your two-spine salamanders purple? The prosperous live broadcasting career of the former Douyu #1 brother is inseparable from his personal talent in this area. But for him to become the #1 brother on the platform and have many die-hard fans, it must be inseparable from the hot woman behind him. Yu girl. However, Yu's sister helped him reach the peak of his career and single-handedly destroyed the former Douyu #1 brother at his peak. Li Hansheng did not continue to chase him without mercy. There was no conflict between him and Grandpa Lu. And there was no grudge in private. At the beginning, he just wanted to follow Grandpa Lu's words and achieve results. But when I saw the cosplay photo of Ezreal later, I couldn't hold myself back for a moment. So I went too far. After thinking about it, he took the initiative to ease the awkward atmosphere.
Ha! Brother Kai won't be angry with me. Right. I'm just kidding. No.
Even if Grandpa Lu is angry, he will not show it at this time. He still shows his high emotional intelligence.
Look at how happy the audience is laughing. As long as the audience can be happy, I don't care. No wonder those female anchors all want to have a double row with you. And I couldn't help it if I were a woman. Don't.
Li Hansheng resisted the urge to complain.
Brother Kai, you are fine just like this.
Sometimes Li Hansheng hates why humans have such rich imaginations. Damn imagination. Grandpa Lu's sex change already has a picture in his mind. In order to prevent embarrassing moments in the next show, Li Hansheng did not forget to get vaccinated in advance. He quickly took the initiative to send a message to the WeChat group of the anchors who participated in the event.
Everything I will say later is for the sake of the program effect. If it offends everyone, please don't be angry or unacceptable. Just say what you are joking about first, so that I will have an idea when the time comes. I can joke. Brother Hansheng. Noob. I can also make jokes. If I take the initiative to tease you, you won't be angry. Right.
Sister Zhou and Rita responded one after another. Rita naturally would not take the initiative to call Li Hansheng husband in private. Calling during the live broadcast. You can interpret it as deliberately hyping up CP in order to create program effects. Trying to tie up Li Hansheng to attract popularity to his live broadcast room. If you call it this in private, its nature will change. Other female anchors may not have dealt with Li Hansheng. but they are more or less aware of the terrifying traffic behind Li Hansheng. Who wouldn't be able to let go of someone who is willing to show up as a host? Who would deliberately put on airs? With such a good traffic drawing moment, they even wish that Li Hansheng would take the initiative to interact with them.
It would be nice if I could be on the same side as Noob later. It would be best to walk down with me, so that you can feel what it feels like to be protected by Noob.
Feng Mogua also took the initiative to cooperate with Li Hansheng when he made tea-like remarks. But Li Hansheng didn't really want to deal with the head-changing monster. As a time traveler, he instinctively disliked certain people in the anchor circle. It can only be said that once the first impression is formed, it is difficult to change it. This is, other people's voices sounded in the YY channel.
Hello? Hello? Is there anyone?
It's a woman's voice. Li Hansheng sounds a bit like Rita? But I wasn't very sure. I looked at the ID on YY before confirming the black screen. Why is the screen black? The main purpose is to prevent the YY channel number from being leaked. Fans will definitely rush to the channel if they see the channel number. If a self-destruct truck comes, it will be considered a broadcast accident.
Yes. Yes. Isn't this our official beauty commentator Rita with a sweet voice?
Li Hansheng, who has a good personal relationship with Rita, joked with a smile.
Wow. Husband praise me. Chime. Brothers are so cute. Is this the first time that my husband praises someone?
Once Rita turns on the live broadcast mode, she is so bold. She blurts out words like husband without any burden at all. During this little time the two of them said hello. Other female anchors also came to the YY channel one after another. No matter what the occasion is, as long as there are more women, the environment will definitely become extremely noisy. Even just saying hello to each other can make the YY channel as lively as a vegetable market. The official staff responsible for this event have also entered the channel.
Everyone is welcome to watch this event organized by DouYu. During the event, we will randomly ask some questions. Audiences who answer correctly will have the opportunity to receive exquisite gift from us. As long as they are participating in the live broadcast room of the event, everyone can participate in the lucky draw. Please support the anchors today. Well, some of the anchors participating in the event today are known to everyone, and some of them may not be known to you yet. Let me first give you a brief self-introduction. By the way, each anchor has prepared a talent. Everyone, you can enjoy it then.
This event is not set up to attract traffic to female anchors. Who would believe it? Grandpa Lu deservedly took the lead in opening the mic. He seemed to be inspired by it, and deliberately insulted himself.
My self-introduction is very simple. Just ask one question. Brother Ming, tell me loudly, who are the three ugly men in DouYu?
That answer was displayed in almost everyone's live broadcast room. No doubt. The meme,
Three Ugly DouYu,
is almost one of the most popular meme on the DouYu platform in 2017. Even if you are not in Grandpa Lu's live broadcast room, you can often see people playing this meme. Grandpa Lu also turned on the sound card in a serious manner, turned on the reverb, and sang a song, Chili Xiang, by Milk Tea Week. Seriously. Can only say, Sound Card Warrior is indeed strong. And with the blessing of sound card effects, it sounds pretty good. Under the urging of the host, everyone gave their own evaluation, which was naturally a good evaluation. Li Hansheng had criticized Grandpa Lu beforehand, so he would not deliberately criticize him at this time. Next up was a hot woman with many sons, who sang her famous song,
Exploding Lu Jifan.
Then came Feng Momogu, who sang,
The Lost Beauty,
by Angela Chong. Angela Chong is the kind of person who has a very distinctive voice and is very recognizable. Feng Momo's voice is somewhat similar to hers, so she has a natural advantage in singing Angela Chang's songs. Moreover, although her character is not good, her singing skills are considered top-notch among internet celebrities. Otherwise, under the operation of capital, she would have almost failed. Really integrated into the entertainment industry. Among the top internet celebrities, only the lead singer of Modern Brothers can successfully integrate into the entertainment industry. The others are more or less similar to Feng Momogu. They have integrated half-step. Integrated, but not completely integrated. The atmosphere seemed lively. But I always feel like the show is lacking some effect. This is not what DouYu wants. What DouYu wants is not only to make money, but also to make money while standing still. The effect of the program is essential. Otherwise, if there is no memory point for this activity, subsequent secondary creations and slices will not be able to be fermented at all. Think about it. The person in charge of this program immediately sent a private message to Li Hansheng. Hansheng, please help enliven up the atmosphere. Otherwise this program will completely collapse. You can rest assured to perform. I have said hello to all the anchors in advance and will definitely cooperate with you to make the program effective. At this time, the only one who could rely on was Li Hansheng. No one else can count on it. Li Hansheng glanced at his phone and sighed helplessly. These people really are. Can't you do anything without yourself? At this moment, it was Belle Kondo's turn to perform on Tuesday Gidge. And naturally she sang the song, Confession Balloon, released during last year's Milk Tea Week. It is undeniable that Tuesday Go has a slightly innocent face, compared with other female anchors, who are generally famous on the internet. Her advantage is that she gives people the feeling of first love on campus. This is also the reason why the competition for her position as the top brother in the live broadcast room is slightly fierce. After everyone commented, Li Hansheng coughed lightly. Since he was asked to do the program effects, he would start. However, when Joswaga saw that Li Hansheng was about to speak, she deliberately came to his door and took the initiative to say hello to Li Hansheng in Cantonese.
Hey, noob should understand. I heard that top support Ming is also from Cantonese.
Isn't this the effect of a program delivered to your door? Li Hansheng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, and immediately said with a smile,
Indeed. Sure Sen Ming can speak a few words in Cantonese casually. I also like to listen to Cantonese songs, but I just don't like to communicate with people in Cantonese. I always feel that there is a kind of tongue that I don't speak straightly. The way people talk. ?
Jojo was stunned.
How can you curse people so easily? Why can't Cantonese be used for daily communication? Wow. Noob. You must give us an explanation.
Just like Dongbei people hate being asked if they like big gold chains and small watches. They eat small barbecue 3 times a day. People in Hunan hate being said to be plagiarizing Che Guevara. What Cantonese people are more concerned about is being spoken about in their dialect and accent. For example, a hard-working actor who lost his name permanently because of his endorsement brother came to kill me, and never dared to pronounce his name in public again. Not to mention Tuesday Pigeon. Some Cantonese-speaking viewers in the live broadcast room were also very angry. When Li Hansheng saw that the heat was almost over, he immediately said backhand,
I'll prove it to you. Come on. Read these lines to me in Cantonese. Now! Read it quickly. Every country has its own national anthem. Can I still be afraid of you?
Tuesday Gidge said directly without any ink.
Each country has its own national anthem. Gugu. No. 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 Faster. Gugu.
In the pronunciation of Cantonese, the pronunciation of the two characters, Ji and Gua, is somewhat similar, both of which sound like gu. So once you pronounce this sentence quickly, it's like making a dove call gugu.
Why don't you read it yourself and listen to it carefully?
Li Hansheng suppressed his laughter.
Gugu.
When Joe Gidge was halfway through reading it, he also realized that something was wrong. His speaking speed immediately slowed down. And then, he was stunned. It does sound a bit like it. Wrong. It's as if it's like a pigeon chirping. Something is wrong. Why would she have such an idea?
Ah!
Tuesday Gidge went crazy. And she was immediately furious.
Noob! You are dead. How dare you laugh at our accent? Just wait. Someone will punish you. He.
Li Hansheng just smiled and explained.
You blame me? They look alike. But Miss Zhou Gugu, who sings seriously, is indeed a lovely person with a beautiful voice and a sweet voice.
This sudden compliment made Tuesday Pigeon feel a little embarrassed. The second pigeon is actually shy. Wake up! Ergu. Brother Hansheng is a scumbag. Don't be fooled by him. It's broken. It's broken. My goddess was captured so easily by Brother Hansheng? DouYu officials couldn't help but sigh when they saw this scene. Li Hansheng really understood the effect of the program. Don't say anything else. If you create a second piece of this clip alone, edit and slice it and publicize it, will it not attract attention? The introduction is still in progress. Next is the turn of the Demon King with a pair of luxurious car lights. She obviously put a lot of thought into dressing up today. When she first became famous, someone cosplayed her as a senior in
How to Raise a Passerby Heroine.
Japanese JK paired with high-end silk makes her extremely popular. Today, she still chose Heisei. But the cosplay role was changed to another anime heroine. That's Kurumi Tokisaki in
Data Live.
Still a Japanese-style campus JK with a sexy look. Her talent is dancing a house dance. No way. The Demon King's hometown is also Star City. And she speaks with a bit of a Star City Supu accent. Her voice is also average. So it's impossible to act cute when singing. But my body exploded. Especially when the movement range is larger. Li Hansheng was lucky that he didn't wear an eye tracker today. Otherwise, the audience will definitely find that the movement trajectory of the eye tracker is regular and can be found. It is almost like staring at a certain place and slowly moving their eyes. A house dance is over. The Demon King sat back on his chair, panted, and said modestly,
I didn't perform well enough.
The other female anchors all praise and encourage. And so does Grandpa Lu. With you girls watching, he doesn't have the chance to talk about sex. Only Li Hansheng.
Hey, I heard that the Demon King is also from Star City.
Right, Li Hansheng said with a smile, looking harmless to humans and animals.
That's right.
The Demon King deliberately used plastic to greet him.
We fronts can't hide our identities when we open our mouths. Fellow! Fellow!
Li Hansheng smiled politely, and then asked,
What kind of fellow are you? I usually don't know much about the two-dimensional dimension. Especially those of you who like cosplay. I have a question. Can you answer that?
The Demon King was a little nervous, and she stuttered and asked,
What's the problem?
Honestly, after looking at the previous Tuesday pigeons, the devil is really afraid that Li Hansheng will make fun of him. The main reason is that her popularity is only moderate, and she has never seen such a big wave. Li Hansheng took the initiative to move forward, pointed at the right eye on the screen that was covered by her long hair, and asked curiously,
Are we saying that you two-spined salamanders are all purple? Are you used to being a one-eyed dragon? If the eyes are really no longer needed, wouldn't it be better to donate them to those in need?
The Demon King opened his mouth, completely dumbfounded. How to answer. Chapter 292 Women will only affect the speed at which I draw my sword. Alright. Li Hansheng originally didn't want to say such bad jokes. From the perspective of a time traveler, these jokes are really lazy. But I can't stand that the current timeline is 17 years. The audience can enjoy it. And the most important thing is that these female anchors can pick up these jokes. Next came the self-introductions of Sister Zhou and Rita. They were more open-minded and did not need Li Hansheng to help them with the program effects. And finally there is Li Hansheng.
Ahem. Cough. Cough.
Li Hansheng coughed twice.
Why? My brother is cute. I don't need to introduce myself. Right. Me.
Li Hansheng pointed at himself with an arrogant expression.
Noob. If any of you put a question mark or ask who I belong to, I will have to go to your house and have a look. How many years has it been since you passed the internet?
Who is the audience? Can the audience tolerate you when you are showing off? Who are you? If you don't understand, just ask, who is Noob? Seeing how fashionable this idea is, he must be a handsome GG. Sorry, I only know Li Hansheng. Who is Noob? Really unfamiliar. I really don't know who Noob is. Can the anchor give us some popular science? The other anchors were overjoyed when they saw the scene, especially the Demon King and others who had been teased before. Sister Zhou knew the effect of the show and immediately started to make fun of her.
Yaya! This is too simple.
Sister Zhou laughed evilly.
Can you introduce yourself in a more vivid way? They say that Brother Hansheng is a good talker. So why can't we do something different? Your program is effective. If that doesn't work, I'll give you a lighter while introducing myself.
Sister Zhou's ridicule won the recognition of the audience. They felt uncomfortable if they didn't watch Li Hansheng's live broadcast for a day. Li Hansheng said nothing, as if he was brewing something. He suddenly asked,
Have you seen
Journey to the West?
Is there anyone who hasn't? Then how miserable was your childhood?
Rita immediately picked up the joke, and she spoke first.
You want to say that you are the omnipotent Sun Wukong in heaven and on earth? Just like your performance on the field?
Rita was still a little smug. Look, what is the on-the-spot reaction ability of LPL commentators? However, but Li Hansheng shook his head and denied what she said.
No. What are you thinking? I actually have this image in your mind? Who are you looking down on?
Rita couldn't help but be stunned. And the others were also dumbfounded. The image of Sun Wukong is deeply rooted in people's hearts. Isn't it a compliment to say that you look like Sun Wukong? Why did Li Hansheng's reaction seem to be that he had been greatly wronged? Are they not watching the same?
Journey to the West. Haven't you heard the comments? Sun Wukong is a monk with a rough face and a loud mouth. And he is also thin and incompetent. Look at me! How can I have anything to do with being skinny? With the looks of my brother. He has to be the same as Tang Monk level? Among the 4 masters and apprentices, Tang Xing is the only one who looks like him. And he is also a handsome guy.
Li Hansheng still did not stop his serious nonsense.
Tang Monk has many nicknames. Right. What about Yidi Gege? Master. Sanzang. Jean Chanzi? I also have many nicknames. Brother Han Sheng. Brother Sheng Bao. Brother Sheng divided by. Brother Big B.
Li Hansheng always felt as if something strange had gotten in. Puffing divided by is also considered a nickname. About the fact that the idol I am a fan of is actually my biggest fan. 233,333. You say your own nickname. Right? Blackmail yourself? Brother Han Sheng understands the little black men. As long as I blackmail myself hard enough. The little black men can't hurt me at all. Others still did not speak casually, but continued to watch Li Hansheng's nonsense. They wanted to see what Li Hansheng could pull out.
Also,
as he spoke, Li Hansheng suddenly raised his voice and said loudly,
is Tang Monk attracted by women? There are even female goblins who don't even eat Tang Monk's meat. So they cry and want to marry him. Then the question is, after getting married, is the next step going to be creating a human being? What a coincidence. My brother is also interested in many women. There are not many women who are crying and shouting that they want to have babies with me. But not too many want to marry me.
Now everyone finally understood. What about praising yourself in a roundabout way?
Oh, by the way, there is another very important thing. Eat a bite of Tang Monk's meat, and you will live forever. If you kill a noob alone, he will skyrocket.
Li Hansheng is really not exaggerating. What he enjoys now is the treatment of Faker. All mid laners are proud of killing Faker alone. Killing Faker alone can even be regarded as an honor for professional players. And what about him? It's not the same situation with him on the road. You must know that since his debut, although Li Hansheng's winning rate is not 100%, he has often died many times in battle. But he has never been killed by any top laner. To be precise, he has never been killed by anyone. If anyone can kill Li Hansheng alone on the court, that player will definitely receive great attention.
TSK, you are indeed a noob.
Sister Joe praised with a smile.
The self-introduction is so different. This is all because of you.
Li Hansheng rolled his eyes.
Is it easy for me? You say so many words in one breath. Do you remember to reimburse me for the drinks?
As he said that, he drank several mouthfuls of Phasia Happy water. After self-introduction, the theme of the event started, which was to divide into two teams to compete in the canyon. Li Hansheng and Grandpa Lu each led 4 female anchors. After a round of drawing lots, the people on Li Hansheng's team are Rita, Sister Joe, Tuesday Gu and Feng Momo. After creating the room, the next step is to assign locations. Naturally, the officials would not let Li Hansheng go on the road. That would be too no suspense, and would not have any program effect at all. Otherwise, who would dare to go on the road and face Li Hansheng? Can you quit your internet addiction without being killed by Li Hansheng every minute? But if Li Hansheng is asked to assist, the program effect will not be good. After weighing it, he will eventually be asked to play ADC, while Grandpa Lu can play his best mid laner to balance the strengths of both parties. The other 4 female anchors drew lots, and Rita was eventually assigned to the bottom lane to assist Li Hansheng. And Feng Momogu went up, playing pigeons on Tuesday, and Sister Joe played jungle. When the results of the lottery came out, Rita immediately smiled and said,
"Noob! As promised, I will help you masturbate."
Li Hansheng almost spit out a mouthful of water. This bad woman thinks about teasing herself all day long. Right? Do you really think you can't fight back?
Oh, why don't you talk? Is our Yudi brother shy?
Rita smiled sweetly.
You don't really think of us as the female goblins in Ponzi Cave, do you? If so, please think of me as the king of the daughter country.
Huh? Sister Joe reacted very quickly.
Then it's okay for me to be that rat spirit. After all, a hot actor is also very beautiful.
The two of them sang together, and the whole atmosphere of the live broadcast was not dull at all. And they talked so closely. As a result, Zhou Gij and Feng Momogu were completely unable to blend in, and they simply acted as transparent persons. The main reason is that they are far less familiar with each other than Rita, Sister Joe and Li Hansheng. Moreover, their personalities are not as carefree as the two of them, and they still have a bit of idle baggage. Wait! Li Hansheng didn't speak for the time being, but he was thinking about how to fight back. The selection process soon began. The other 3 people quickly selected the hero they wanted. Teemo, Lulu, Juggernaut. Well, these heroes can only say that they understand everything. When it was Li Hansheng's turn to choose someone, he suddenly gave a bad laugh and said,
"Rita, how about we choose this combination in the bottom lane? I'm Aishi. You're Nani? Aishi. My Nani?"
Rita was stunned for a moment. She didn't react at all at the first moment, but was seriously thinking about this combination. Yes! Yes! It's me! Ash! Can. There are always a few smart little viewers who can always understand the profoundness of Chinese characters immediately. Is this a live broadcast that we can watch without paying? Good guy. The live broadcast actually said such arrogant words. Can people still watch the live broadcast happily? Are all female anchors today this big? Why is it so different from what I saw before? One is thinking about assisting the other person in masturbating, and the other is thinking about sucking the wet nurse. Right? Why don't you two go to the hotel tonight and shoot with live ammunition? This bad woman is so disgusting. She is seducing my Shumbao all day long. Can the bad woman stay away from my Shumbao? Retreat! 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 Bad woman. Get out now! Rita saw the ridicule barrage filling the screen and immediately realized. Is this guy Li Hansheng taking advantage of her? If it were someone else, he might still be coy. Can. Rita? Xiao Mingshan is a veteran driver. She is not shy and counterattacks immediately. This kind of serious bot lane combination is of no use. How about you barreling an Einar? Let's start a team together. Let Sister Zhou, the sword master, is killing indiscriminately. Wine barrel. An AR? Li Hansheng had to admit that he underestimated Rita. It seemed that he couldn't do anything to her with simple dirty jokes. Your wine barrel in my Nara. Rita deliberately spoke with a slightly ambiguous taste. Can only say. The thin-skinned viewers in the live broadcast room turned red. Hey! 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 Sister Zhou yelled dissatisfied. We are doing an activity. Why are you two using public funds to have an affair? Can you be more serious? Can you let us have a sense of participation? Huh? Rita subconsciously said. Why don't you mail all your lipsticks to me, so that you can have a sense of participation? Hiss. This woman. Are you having such a fun time? Even Li Hansheng couldn't help but widen his eyes. Sister Zhou and others were also confused. Is the scale so big? Is this really what you can hear on a free live broadcast? Rita also realized that she seemed to be talking a little too much. She couldn't help but blush, and chose to turn off her microphone temporarily. She just said a few words of joy. You really let her go. She was the first one to give in immediately. And oral players are all purple. Fortunately, the game officially started at this time, which helped divert the attention. Maybe during the selection process, each other was driving too much. But now everyone has become extremely quiet. Even Li Hansheng didn't know how to speak to liven up the atmosphere. How? Can you still force yourself to drive with someone all the time? Li Hansheng is not the kind of person who can't walk around when he sees a woman. So he is not that hopeless. These female anchors can be said to be the goddesses of the audience. But with Li Hansheng's current level, it is really not easy to win over them. Tall, rich and handsome. Li Hansheng has all three. This thing is simply the biggest killer weapon for women. It is not even an exaggeration to say that as long as he reveals a little bit of meaning, many women are willing to chase him. Sister Zhou took up the banner, and she took the initiative to speak. Everyone is pretending to be an expert if you don't talk. Right. Brother Hansheng is being disrespectful if he doesn't say anything. After all, he is a real expert. Let's stop pretending like this for the four of us noobs. I don't need to talk. Rita answered with a smile. Noob is so strong. He will protect me. Rita was actually taking the initiative to give Li Hansheng a message. Under normal circumstances, Li Hansheng would say something like, I will definitely protect you. And everyone would just laugh and joke about the awkward atmosphere caused by the previous drive. But the problem is, will Li Hansheng follow her ideas? He looked stunned and uttered a soul torture. I am strong. Shouldn't you be the one to protect me? I will take the head. And you will die. So that we can win. Right? Rita was immediately dumbfounded. Li Hansheng didn't play according to the routine. But she didn't know how to answer the call. She usually plays games with her male water friends. But nothing like this. It must be intentional. Rita gritted her teeth and asked again without giving up. You are strong. Shouldn't you be the one to protect me? I'm a girl. She deliberately used a soft and weak tone. Even a little bit coquettish. The male fans in the live broadcast room were heartbroken after hearing this. And many people even started to post comments saying that Li Hansheng is a straight man. Shh. Don't talk. Don't interfere with my last hit. The jungler from the opposite side is coming. Hurry up and sell. I'll do the damage. Rita was completely speechless now. Good guy. For a moment, she couldn't tell whether Li Hansheng was pretending to be straight or if he was just a straight man. Rita thinks it's more like the former. After all,
It was not like she had never been in contact with Li Hansheng in private. Pretending to be straight. I have to let you reveal your secret. At this time, the opposite jungler actually came to the bottom lane for a gank. It was the prince, who was managed by a hot woman with many sons. If only the prince came, Grandpa Lu's little fishman would also run with him. Come down the road. The opponent's midfielder wandered around. Although they failed to score a kill, they lowered their status and caused Li Hansheng to lose lane rights. Instead, he was suppressed by the other party's policewoman plus Scylla. Although there are two younger sisters on the opposite side, the one who plays the ADC is Nan Boer. As a former professional female player, no matter how strong she is, she still has diamonds. The line of soldiers was sent into the defense tower. To know, in the ADC, except for the two heroes Skate Shoes and Draven, who have the blessing of skills in the early stage, they can complete the perfect tower repair alone when they only have a Dolan sword. Other ADC roles need support. Li Hansheng has been working hard to repair the tower, but he can't stand it. There is a wet nurse on the side who is causing trouble, messing with the A minions and using the Q randomly. I said, "Why are you grabbing my minions when you have nothing to do?" Li Hansheng complained. It's not that he is serious, but when he plays ADC, he is used to replenishing troops as an instinct. When he sees missing troops, it is better to kill him. Be uncomfortable. I'll help you pad the knife and consume the opponent. Rita explained with a smile. No, just stand behind me and hang up. Just leave it to me. Hee hee. You mean you want me to hide behind you? You will protect me. Right. I said Noob can't be a straight man. He still knows how to take care of girls. This is the effect Rita wants. Unexpectedly, Li Hansheng got into trouble with her. No. 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 Hanging behind me will have zero effect at best. But standing with me will have side effects. Li Hansheng did not coddle her, and said casually, Women will only affect the speed of my sword draw. So, just go and hang in the back. Rita was KO again. This time she was really criticized and didn't know what to say. The audience was happy to see this situation, and they posted comments one after another to make fun of it, laughing. At least in terms of emotional intelligence, Brother Hansheng and I are evenly matched. Rita, stop it. Brother Hansheng is a man you can't surrender. So my brother Hansheng is actually such a straight man? No wonder you are still single. Brother cute. Let's just say, is there a possibility that Brother Hansheng is really as rumored? Mom, Brother Hansheng's last hit actually suppressed the opponent. Isn't this too strong? Under such circumstances, there are still people paying attention to the content of the game. This kind of inexperienced audience is indeed rare. But it also proves Li Hansheng's strength. But no matter how strong he is, he can't stop the opponent from coming. Grandpa Lu used various extra tricks to forcefully attack him in the bottom lane. Li Hansheng died twice in a row, and his level and equipment were all behind. And when the opponent's bottom lane reaches level 6, the opponent's auxiliary Zyra directly flashed E to freeze Rita's nanny in place. The policewoman connected W to EQ to quickly hit 2 headshots, and then directly launched her ultimate move. Noob! Help! Help! Rita kept calling for help. Her current blood volume would be taken away by the policewoman's big move. Well, I seem to have had a flash. Li Hansheng's words immediately gave Rita hope. Boom! Bullets have already sprayed out of the policewoman's gun, shooting towards the nanny. However, in his imagination, the image of AI Shiji blocking the bullet did not appear. Li Hansheng was like a replenishing machine with no emotion. He was calmly replenishing his wounds, while watching the wet nurse become a corpse on the ground. Rita was dumbfounded again. Wow! Didn't you say you had a flash? Didn't you save me? You did it on purpose. Rita was very crazy. But Li Hansheng didn't reply, but was in the middle of the operation. The opponent's duo seemed to be on top. When they saw that only level 5 Han Bing was under the tower, they thought of killing him by force. But they had no subsequent skills, and were shown off by Li Hansheng, especially the policewoman. After being slowed down by Han Bing's flat A shot, Han Bing immediately flashed and distanced herself. But the policewoman was beaten to death by the defense tower. Double kill. At this moment, only then did Li Hansheng ask, What did you say? Rita. Finally, he almost gritted his teeth and said, Noob! Chapter 293, The Significance of the Top Spot in the League. Look, Rita is gnashing her teeth. Brother Hansheng is not afraid of female fans. One? You know what a hammer is. Brother Hansheng needs to maintain his single character so that he will have more and more female fans.
Obviously they are all using the same method to play games with girls. Why is it that Brother Han Sheng has so many women? But I am criticized as a straight man? Is there a possibility that it is simply a human problem? I suggest you take a pee and show yourself what kind of virtue you are before asking this question. Li Hansheng let out a burst of hearty laughter, then suppressed his smile and said seriously, "Next. I will not say a word, and I will achieve Super God." The joke has reached its limit here, no matter how much women know how to cooperate with the effects of their own programs. After all, gender is here. Once the joke goes too far and exceeds their tolerance threshold, Li Hansheng doesn't really want to offend others. There is no need to offend a group of women for the sake of a show. As for winning this game, isn't it very simple? The increase the system gave him was not limited to the road. As long as Li Hansheng wants to, he can enjoy the system's increase in any position he plays, and become the world's #1 in that position. He chose to hit the road because he wanted to win the championship. During this period, LPL has no shortage of good junglers, mid laners, ADCs, and supports, but only a good top laner needs to be the last piece of the puzzle to win the championship. And he also wants to single-handedly change the entire LPL top lane, the ecology, and even the ecology of the entire LPL league. At first no one took it seriously. After all, Li Hansheng is just a professional top laner, so playing ADC is a bit unfair to him. But when Li Hansheng really started to kill, the audience realized how much they underestimated Li Hansheng's ADC level. Should I drop a turtle? Is Brother Han Sheng's ADC so powerful? If 5 Han Sheng brothers are found to form a team, the champion of the S competition cannot be directly monopolized? At Jackie Love, come in quickly and see how the ADC plays. In future matches, don't use TM to pick up the queue. Let's just say, Brother Han Sheng, your ADC is so good. Can't you guide when Bo? Let him give away less. Otherwise, I will have to prepare quick-acting heart-saving pills every time I watch your game. Give me a hard and ugly look. When workers and managers see B's face, they want to vomit. Finally, Li Hansheng single-handedly led his teammates to a successful comeback, and he once again produced superb statistics. Next, it's time to switch to the customization of Brawl. This thing depends more on luck. If you can't find a good hero randomly, it's useless even if you have the strength. The whole event ended in a relatively relaxed and pleasant atmosphere. Afterwards, Super Management also went to Li Hansheng to express his gratitude. The program effects he created during the event made this program a complete success. From this look, it turns out that the old men in the female anchor's live broadcast room have a lot of gold coins. Not to mention them, Li Hansheng received a lot of gifts tonight. But this also reminded Li Hansheng of some things before time travel. Combined with the current situation, it seems that he can use his own methods to try his best to avoid another fake match in the LPL or LSPL. Since the ecological environment of LPL has been changed and the popularity of the esports circle has been ignited in advance. As a practitioner, there is nothing wrong with letting this circle embark on a virtuous cycle. Right? After all, he is considered the top star in the current LPL league, so he naturally has to lead by example. It's unrealistic to expect people like Tung Jing to just wait for death. They have to find a solution on their own. It's just a simple idea at the moment, and it's impossible for him to go directly to Tingjing people for advice. We have to do experiments from the top side first. Get the effect from here first, and then try to promote it. Before this, it's better to spend the second Spring Festival leisurely without any company. The Magic City used to be bustling with people, but during the Chinese New Year, the vast majority of migrant workers who do not belong to this city have returned to their hometowns, taking with them the prosperity of this international metropolis. After all, there are only a few people who can take root in this city. Most of them are just workers who use their youth to contribute, but in the end, they take nothing with them. Li Hansheng did not stay at the team base. Instead, he went to contact Guihao to purchase a property of Thompson No. 1 in the Lujiazui area, which is known as the most prosperous area of Shanghai. Right now, it is just in time for the 2015 monetized Shantytown reform to cause the overall domestic housing prices to soar again. Li Hansheng was lucky enough to buy it at the end of 2016. But the live streaming contract worth 100 million yuan offered by Douyu was basically all spent on this house. The value of this kind of core real estate located in the core of the magical city will only soar and not fall. This house has only been bought 2 months ago. If he bought it at this time, it would be at a different price. This is also the reason why Li Hansheng gritted his teeth and bought it. Another reason may be the dependence of Chinese people on houses. Under the influence of traditional culture, Everyone will feel that having a house is a real home where they can settle down and live. It's almost 800 square meters. During this period, the house was renovated, according to his ideas, and a lot of household appliances were added to it. At least it gave Li Hansheng a little warmth of home. New Year's Eve. The 100-inch large-screen TV in the living room was playing the Spring Festival Gala. And the words of the old artist came from it.
My dear audience members, I miss you so much.
And Li Hansheng? He was sitting on the sofa, with dumpling wrappers and prepared dumpling fillings placed on the coffee table in front of him. Being alone, he chose to use this method to add a touch of fireworks to his empty mansion. The phone was placed next to him, and various messages were constantly flowing. And Jackie Love soon sent a video invitation.
What the hell? Brother Hansheng, you are actually making dumplings?
Shui saw the scene through the camera. His eyes widened in disbelief.
What? You think I'm like you? Only able to eat but not cook?
Li Hansheng smiled. Although the dumplings made by myself are not so beautiful, they are still good enough and will not fall apart when exposed to water. Even if they are cooked in boiling water, they can still maintain their shape.
TSK. TSK.
Jackie Love kept smacking his lips.
Hey, have you moved into your mansion? Hurry up and let me take a look. Isn't it okay to wait until you come back after the Chinese New Year to just come and see me?
Li Hansheng raised his hands covered with meat sauce and flour.
How can I have free time to wander around the room with my mobile phone? When can I spend a lot of money to buy a mansion like Brother Hansheng?
Shui was very envious. How could you not be envious? Li Hansheng now has both fame and fortune. Except for his wife and children.
You should pay more attention when you play the game, and you will be able to enjoy such treatment sooner or later.
Li Hansheng smiled. The two chatted for a while, and Shui suddenly reminded,
Brother Hansheng, go quickly. Brother Hao is going to give out red envelopes in the training group. And Happy New Year. Don't miss me too much. Go away.
Li Hansheng laughed and scolded. After getting up and going to the kitchen to wash his hands, he quickly opened WeChat and ran to the group to read the news. He not only robbed, but also handed out several red envelopes. Immediately afterwards, he sent big red envelopes as lucky money to the young people in the first team, such as Jackie Love, Gao Tianyang, and Ming. And he didn't forget the little fans of his second team, 369, Zoom, etc. He gave them red envelopes one by one as lucky money. Boil the dumplings you made yourself and dip them in the specially bought Hunan chili sauce. This smell. That's an authentic thing. Teacher Li Gai's singing voice also sounded on the TV in a very cooperative manner.
Unforgettable tonight. Unforgettable tonight. Okay. Let's set a flag and try not to celebrate the New Year alone next year.
The more I live in this lonely environment, the more I long to get rid of the lonely situation. Li Hansheng can only hope that this wish can come true. After Riot regains the right to host the LPL League, it will be run by its own people, which makes the schedule much more reasonable, more in line with domestic holiday arrangements. The war will resume on February 9th, with a gap of half a month, so that the players can enjoy the Spring Festival holiday in peace. At least this way, you won't be given a 10-day holiday in the middle of the game like last year when the Banana Project hosted it. The team members also returned to the team base one after another. Li Hansheng also approached Guo Hao immediately and told Guo Hao some of his thoughts during the Chinese New Year. That is how to prevent and eliminate match fixing from happening again. The reason why many second-team youth training players are tempted and go astray is, ultimately, because their wages are too low. The team cannot increase expenses for no reason, but it can start from the live broadcast aspect.
Brother Hao, I have already negotiated with the people from DouYu before. You ask all the players from our second team to start the live broadcast.
Li Hansheng said roughly what he thought.
I also asked the people from DouYu to go contact some popular anchors. And I will occasionally take our team members to play Kangen 5v5 with the teams of those popular anchors. In this way, we can attract traffic to the young players so that they can get higher live broadcast wages.
Don't think that DouYu won't pay you if it's not popular. This couldn't be more wrong. In the past few years, domestic live broadcast platforms have still been frantically throwing away money and morale. Not to mention anything else. As long as you can reach the strongest king segment of the national server and change your name to a prefix like DouYu, Panda, Huya, etc., someone on the platform will pay you a daily salary. As long as you can stay in the top 50, let your name appear in a prominent position. To be honest, these platforms hope to attract more users to themselves in this way. These people are the precise targeting advertisements they carry out among the game player groups.
This method of yours can indeed be promoted. After some thought, Guihao realized that there was nothing wrong with Li Hanqing's proposal. In fact, it is equivalent to Li Hansheng using his super popularity to forcefully divert traffic to his team members to increase their income. The platform benefits. The youth training team members benefit, including the popular anchors. After all, the audience usually likes to argue about who is better, the anchor's unique skills or the professional players. Now that they finally have such an opportunity, it will naturally attract a lot of attention, even if the income from gifts is not enough. As long as there is enough attention, wouldn't it be possible to receive some advertising and promotion money? But if you do this, won't you sacrifice too much? Guihao looked at him. Indeed, Li Hansheng will lead them to fight. If this thing is done well, Li Hansheng will also make certain profits. But no, Li Hanqing's popularity lies here. Even if he doesn't do these things, he is still the one who attracts the most attention. His own income will not be affected in any way. Just think of it as the self-awareness of the league leader. Li Hanqing smiled. If I, as the league leader, can't guide the juniors correctly, what will this league look like in the future? Guihao didn't speak, but looked deeply at Li Hansheng until the latter was so scared that he spoke. Hansheng, sometimes I wonder, aren't you really sent by God to save LPL? It's not like Guihao hasn't thought about it. What would it be like without Li Hansheng? In S6, LPL will once again lose its top 8 players and enter its darkest moment. Players have been searching hard for the championship but cannot. They are extremely disappointed for 2 consecutive days, which will further weaken their enthusiasm for the game. When the traffic declines, it will not be able to bring about a large investment of capital. How come there is such a raging scene in LPL now? It is not an exaggeration to say that Li Hansheng single-handedly changed the status quo of the entire LPL. And now, he has to take action to change, and even guard against possible match-fixing incidents. Is it not too much for Teng Jing to kowtow to him? Then do you want me to go say hello to other clubs? Guihao asked. Don't say goodbye for now. Li Hansheng shook his head. We will propose it after we have achieved results. And the official side as well. Li Hanqing's ambitions are even greater. He wants to qualify the streamers to participate in the Demacia Cup, which is equivalent to providing a path to the professional arena for many young streamers who are still young and have plasticity. Li Hansheng doesn't know what the future will be like. But as long as he is on the right path and direction, there will be no problems. A few days later, Li Hanqing started the live broadcast. Why? Brother Ming, everyone must know that I have a lot of work for you today. Douyu communicated with Li Hansheng in private, so I especially warmed up for this showdown between the professional team and the anchor team. The anchor team, said by Douyu, is very strong in terms of strength and lineup. Grandpa Lu. Smile. Curly hair. Dazzling dog. Shan Nirwu. Except for Xiango. The other 4 are all former professional players. This is also Li Hanqing's idea. To first build up the popularity, and then slowly give other young and potential anchors the opportunity to participate. Now, let these already famous and popular anchors cooperate with him to hype up the popularity. The strength of this team cannot be underestimated. Chokai has always been in good shape, and has the reputation of being a retired god of war. At least he can mix in the National Servers King's game, and occasionally he can play a small role. Shan Nirwu, the B player, is still a regular player in the National Servers King's game. As for Smiling, since retiring, he has maintained his strength as the 1,000-point king of the national server every year. Every year, there is news that he has to pay the best attention to his strength, and his good partner Curly Hair assists this position not with operation, but with consciousness and experience. Xiango is now at his personal peak. With such a combination of 5 people, at least there will be no problem in terms of landing convenience. And there are former professional players. Although the operation is not as perfect as a professional team, at least it can have a decent appearance. Today, I will lead the team and lead a few of my younger brothers to compete with the anchors. If there is any performance that is not good, please don't criticize us and give our youth training players a little more understanding and tolerance. Turtle? A true professional brother versus an anchor with unique skills? MD. Xiango says he is a little noob every day. Today I want to see how many minutes this kid can withstand in front of brother Hansheng. Mom, this lineup looks good. I think we can take a closer look at whether Shishu's current strength can play professionally. Smile and Curly walk down together again? Then Ancient 60E announces Yiqing's return, with the official warm-up from Douyu. This matchup enjoyed LPL level attention, mainly because it's still the off-season. Most of the students are still on vacation,
and a little bit of excitement can attract their attention. Naturally, they would not miss such a feast. Li Hansheng came here to start today, mainly to give his youth training players room to perform. This kind of attention is also a good exercise for their psychological quality.
Everyone play well. If you win, I will treat you to delicious food later,
Li Hansheng said with a smile.
Everyone has a chance to play. I will randomly play different positions. I am just messing around. You are considered serious professional players. If you lose to the anchor team, wait and see how I will deal with you. Mom, Brother Hansheng, don't scare me.
369 shrank his neck.
Why don't we let Brother Zoom go first? Bye, Jiahao. Are you giving up now? Didn't you say you wanted to defeat Brother Hansheng on the field?
Toothpaste smiled and told the embarrassing story of 369 joining the team at that time.
That's right. He is quite the opponent of Brother Hansheng. How dare he fight in such a small scene?
Guihao also joked. 369 was so aroused that he immediately cursed and said,
Come on! Come on! Whoever is a coward today will be his son.
However, when it really starts, the scene was not one-sided, but very intense and back and forth. Xiao Xiao and others have maintained their strength well, and their rich previous experience in the competition allows them to deal with such situations with ease. On the contrary, the members of the top second team were led by others, like stupid young people. If it weren't for Li Hansheng's command at the critical moment, they might not have been able to win. The two parties agreed on a BO3. The final score was 2-1, and the youth training team struggled to win. Li Hansheng also learned from Douyu Super Management about the popularity of today's matchup. When he heard the numbers, Li Hansheng smiled instantly. Because this unprecedented popularity confirms that the path he designed is not wrong. Chapter 294. Let's show off our wealth in a small way. Anything is easy to do as long as there is heat. It was impossible to solicit sponsorship, because it would be tantamount to destroying Tingjing's position. And Li Hansheng was not stupid enough. But based on this popularity, it is still okay for major live broadcast platforms to increase the live broadcast wages for those second-team players who have gained a certain degree of popularity and attention, as long as this can be achieved. The meaning behind Li Hansheng's purpose of doing this has been achieved. But this is only the first step. He immediately found B-Boy, who had just returned to his workstation to run Weibo.
Sister Xian, Happy New Year!
Li Hansheng greeted him proactively with a smile.
Hey, Hansheng, Happy New Year!
B-Boy responded with a smile.
What's that?
Li Hansheng smiled sheepishly.
I just came back from vacation, and I have to trouble you. Huh?
BB was stunned for a moment.
Is there anything you need to do? Just tell me. I just took a long break, and I'm just trying to find something more to do for myself. I feel like I'm going to have to do something like this. Completely decadent.
Li Hansheng directly expressed his thoughts.
What? I hope the people in our team will follow me to my house to shoot a vlog, and then send it to our platform accounts in various channels. Going to your house to shoot?
B-Girl was stunned at first. She was still thinking that Li Hansheng was finally going to expose his mysterious life experience. But after thinking about it later, she realized that Li Hansheng meant to take pictures of his mansion. The fact that Li Hansheng spent a lot of money to buy a luxury house in Thompson Epine is not news in the top team. Even many fans of Li Hansheng know about it. After all, many fans have added Li Hansheng's private WeChat account. You can know it by looking at the circle of friends.
This is not your character.
B-Boy was a little curious. Photographing this thing can easily be misunderstood as a high-profile show-off of wealth. And some saints and moral role models may even appear, trying to point fingers at you from the moral high ground. How can you, a bad gamer, make so much money? Li Hansheng shook his head indifferently.
I just want to show off my wealth. But it's not for the fans, but for those who want to play professionally. If they are willing to train hard, they can one day become the top player in the LPL. That's what they get. So that's it.
B-Boy probably understood what Li Hansheng was thinking. It's like basketball and football. For many sports stars in traditional competitive fields, do they really love the competitive sports they engage in at first? Not necessarily. But one thing is for sure. That is, they know that as long as they work hard in this field, they can have a bright future. With this kind of hope and expectation, people can burst out unlimited power. What kind of honors, flowers, and applause are you talking to the contestants from the beginning? These are all false. 99.999999% of people are ordinary people. They don't have such noble ideals. They pursue the wealth of the spiritual world from the beginning. Don't normal ordinary people first try to enrich themselves and reach another level in their spiritual world after satisfying material conditions? Li Hansheng wants to use himself and the superior conditions he has obtained to stimulate those young players who have just entered the professional arena, and truly establish an idol for them to pursue and flaunt. So, it also prevents them from going astray and being so easily tempted by people who fake the match, improve their basic economic conditions through the popularity of live broadcasts, and set an example by setting a successful goal, giving them the motivation to work hard, fight, and struggle. Combining the two, if there are still people who go astray, then such people are not suitable for esports. The word bottom line is very important. As a professional player, if you can't even meet the basic bottom line of not fixing matches, it's unlikely that you can really achieve any results. So, I have to ask you to prepare the shooting equipment and come with me, Li Hansheng said with a smile. After winning the championship, Top has put more effort into operating the club, and accounts on major platforms are frequently operated. For example, I often shoot some daily vlogs of players to satisfy fans' curiosity about what professional players do on a daily basis. For example, I will also take some videos of Fatty and Little Orange. After all, these two gadgets are as popular among Top's fan base as the contestants. Cats themselves are very lovable, and there are many cloud cat slays online. After all, as the proportion of singles among modern young people is getting higher and higher, everyone does not want to go to all the trouble to pursue the opposite sex. But they still need companionship. Pets have become the best choice. Compared to dogs that need to be walked every day, it seems like they have endless energy that needs to be vented. Kittens that don't require much care have become the first choice. And it also has something to do with the personalities of cats and dogs. Once a dog recognizes you as its owner, it will stick to you all day long. Although a kitten will also stick to you, it will still maintain its aloof image, because cats have never been domesticated. They think you are the one responsible for shoveling poop and feeding them. Want to be a host? Go ahead and dream. It is also seen that Top has consolidated its fan base through this kind of method, and used the championship effect to attract a large number of new fans. Other teams have also followed suit and started operating their own various platform accounts. It's just that most of the traffic is taken away by Top. It's harder for other teams' platform accounts to start, but at least they are developing in a good direction. Don't fans just gather and accumulate little by little? This is also the reason why Li Hansheng did this. If you can succeed, other clubs will follow suit. He doesn't need to say hello to other clubs. As long as he does this well, others will naturally follow suit. Okay. B-Boy nodded and immediately started to prepare for this matter. As soon as they heard that they were going to the mysterious mansion purchased by Li Hansheng, Jackie Love, Gao Tianliang and others also clamored to go and take a look. Li Hansheng simply regarded this as a team building. Not only the first team, but also the young guys from the second team. After the person in charge of filming at B-Boy finished communicating, a group of people arrived at the mansion purchased by Li Hansheng. At that time, Hansheng, you will be responsible for introducing the structure of the room and so on. Our people will follow you behind you to shoot, and then we will edit it into a film. Then you can take a look at it. If you have any comments, you can also tell us. We communicate. Okay. The two parties were standing at the door of Li Hansheng's mansion at this time, and with the operational countdown, 3, 2, 1, Li Hansheng got stuck at the right time, and a bright smile suddenly appeared on his face. Hello everyone. I am Noob, the top laner of Top Club. Today, this is a special video, because I will take you to visit my new house. With that said, Li Hansheng took the lead in pushing open the door and leading the cameraman directly inside. The overall decoration style of the house is a bit small and fresh, and Li Hansheng purchased very little wooden furniture indoors. The main reason is that I simply feel that the bright red wooden furniture looks particularly old. The most eye-catching thing in the living room is the large screen TV. Other than that, everything seems so simple, so the whole living room seems relatively empty. Then we went all the way to each room. There are a total of 8 rooms, and Li Hansheng transformed one of them into a gym, which is filled with various fitness equipment. Next to the gym is his specially renovated game room. The most eye-catching thing among them is the highly technological esports cabin placed by the window. Jackie Love and others gathered around this place to study. Gui, Brother Hansheng, this thing costs a lot of money. Right. Jackie Love looked envious. It's okay. Just a few W's. Li Hansheng smiled. Compared with the luxury house under his feet, the price of this esports cabin is indeed nothing.
Jackie Love sat directly on it, like a child going to an amusement park. When my buddy gets rich, I can adjust it for myself. 1. There is still a large electronic screen hanging on the wall of the game room, and various game consoles, such as PS4 and Xbox, are placed next to it. You can even see an arcade machine from the past in the corner. What can you play in it? 3 Kingdoms. Dragon Fist. Next to this house is the live broadcast room specially renovated by Li Hansheng. There are not many things added to the live broadcast room. All kinds of live broadcast equipment. Lighting. Oversized computer desks. Gaming chairs. Top-of-the-line computers. And then on the front facing the camera, in addition to an honorary exhibition hall, Li Hansheng transformed the entire wall into a built-in style wardrobe with glass doors. The most eye-catching thing is that there are various team uniforms hanging inside, and each uniform has the signature of Wai Chi and I Ba on it. This is his achievement during the S6 World Championship and All-Star Game. As for the honor exhibition room, the various honors Li Hansheng has received in 1 year have almost surpassed others' entire careers. There are 2 Silver Dragon Cups made with 4:1 scale simulations, one for the S6 LPL Spring and Summer Championship. The simulations of the MSI and S competition trophies are undoubtedly more refined. In addition, there are also trophies for various personal honors. Then Li Hansheng took the cameraman to his very large master bedroom. The overall style was still relatively simple, but it couldn't fit into the large space. There are all kinds of clothes in a separate cloakroom, and you can tell at a glance that they are all kinds of luxury goods. The shoe cabinet is also filled with all kinds of shoes, including some limited editions. Many luxury brands have cooperated with Li Hansheng. In fact, luxury brands also intend to integrate with the esports circle. But there are too few players in the esports circle who are suitable as models. Most of them have poor image. But Li Hansheng is an exception. His image can be perfectly controlled. So these luxury brands have approached him to endorse them, and privately sent some clothes to him to wear. That is simply not normal. To put it bluntly, it is not an exaggeration to say that the real number of people in Li Hansheng's live broadcast room every day is 100,000 plus. As long as Li Hansheng wears their clothes, pants, and shoes when going abroad, it is a natural advertising in itself. And it is also a precise placement among young users. As a brand owner, would you skimp on a few clothes or pairs of shoes? Li Hansheng explained with a smile. Some of them are given by fans, and some are given directly to me by brand owners. When it comes to this, I have to take everyone to see my car. Everyone immediately moved to the underground garage. Soon I found a very eye-catching and sultry red BMW 5 Series. These 2 were customized models that BMW specially gave to Li Hansheng when they cooperated with Top. Many Top Club elements were added to it. Next to this car, there is also a Cullinan parked. Li Hansheng first pointed to his BMW 5 Series. I bought a Mercedes-Benz from Rengia and called me to show it off. At that time, I replied to him, "Have you seen this BMW? The BMW company gave it to me personally." I don't know how much this sentence hurt him. Anyway, Xiong Renjia never called me again after that day. Today I decided to give him another thrill. With that said, Li Hansheng took out the car key from his pocket and unlocked Cullinan beside him. See, this car is a gift from our parent company Tabo. As a reward for outstanding employees, Xiong Renjia is very envious. Guihao contacted him on the phone just after New Year's Eve when he drove the Cullinan. After the 2 met, Guihao gave him 2 car keys and told him with a smile. This was a New Year's gift from his parent company, and his words were full of envy. It was obvious that this was the parent company's idea, and Guihao didn't know it at first. Therefore, Li Hansheng now owns 2 cars. Ghost. The teammates who came to visit couldn't help but widen their eyes with envy on their faces. This is a car costing several million, and you can give it away as soon as you say it? This car is more expensive than their annual salary. Except for Gao Dui. Gao Dui's salary has also increased this year. Guihao offered him an annual salary of 1,200 W, which is slightly higher than Li Hansheng. But he is also the best among domestic mid-laners. As for the others, the one with the highest annual salary now is Jackie Love, which has just exceeded 1 million. Ming and Gao Tianyang's annual salary does not exceed 1 million. As for the young men in the youth training team, if it is just pure team salary, it only costs several thousand yuan a month. Luxury houses and luxury cars are beyond their reach at this stage. To hear, the filming has officially ended. Li Hansheng and the cameraman returned to the room upstairs, and he finished the last part of, "Okay. The reason why I shot this video today is not because I want to show off my wealth.
but because I want to use my actual experience to teach young people who have just entered the professional circle, or those who are talented and ready to enter the professional circle, a lesson. The road to success is destined to be filled with many temptations. I hope you will be more determined when you encounter these temptations. As long as you can resist some temptations, you may gain more in the future. Maybe you are the next noob. Chapter 295 Then change it completely. Ghost. I know Brother Han Sheng is rich, but I didn't expect him to be so rich. Jackie Love is so envious. Don't say it's him. Who in the entire top doesn't envy Li Han Sheng? Li Han Sheng's success really exceeded all of their imaginations. This mansion, luxury cars, all kinds of inexhaustible luxuries. It's okay. If you successfully win the championship in China this year, you can also make a lot of money. Li Han Sheng smiled and waved his hand. They know the significance of winning the championship at home better than anyone else. Once successful, the traffic received will far exceed the moment when Top won the first LPLS competition trophy in S6. To know, this year, not only can they win the trophy at home, but Top is also a purely all-Chinese class. The nationalities of the 5 players are all local, and there is not a single foreign player from the LCK. The gimmick of the all-China class will further increase the chances of winning the championship. But it's hard to be as good as Brother Han Sheng. Ming curled his lips. But it's not right to be half as good as Brother Han Sheng. A third can be satisfying. You brat. Don't think about this for now. Just work hard. How many times have you and you Winball been beaten in the lane? Can you do this if you practice more? Stop scolding. Stop scolding. Just go back and practice. Ming drooped his head and could only accept the training. In the entire top, Li Han Sheng has a transcendent status that no one can imagine. To put it bluntly, if he is unhappy with Guo Hao, Tobo will not hesitate to kick away Guo Hao, the veteran who pulled the team together, and arranged for Li Han Sheng's favorite person to serve as the team manager. Nothing else. Everything that Top currently has is based on Li Han Sheng. It is normal for him to have a transcendent status. And what Ming said is not unreasonable. Really, it is almost impossible for a second Li Han Sheng to appear. Even if you play the game well, you may not have as good an appearance as Li Han Sheng. And if you have such a good appearance, you may not play the game well. Moreover, is Li Han Sheng just good at playing the game? Obviously he is playing in the top lane, which is the most vulnerable to snowballing. But since his debut, Li Han Sheng has been targeted in various ways, and he has not been single-killed even once. He can consistently perform at the top level every time. This is the most terrifying thing about Li Han Sheng in the professional circle. Many people even privately compared Li Han Sheng to a competition robot. But everyone will always have ups and downs in status, physical discomfort, and psychological and emotional fluctuations, which will affect a person's performance on the court. But what about Li Han Sheng? He is always at his best on the court. In every game since his debut, you can't find any mistakes that Li Han Sheng made on the court. Facing an enemy who never makes mistakes, you will first be under tremendous psychological pressure. As soon as this video is released, Brother Han Sheng, you have to be mentally prepared. There are all kinds of people on the internet, and there are always a few NTs who want to attract attention and may attack you to show off your wealth. Jackie Love kindly reminded you. Don't worry. Li Han Sheng smiled and waved his hand. When have you ever seen me care about NT's thoughts? Hearing this, Jackie Love was stunned for a moment, then smiled and shook his head. 2. They say he is a big-hearted player and very mature. But as everyone knows, Li Han Sheng is the most mentally mature one. The more mature a person is, the less likely his emotions will be affected by outsiders' evaluation of him. Let's go! Today I'm going to show you the face of noob. Li Han Sheng smiled and took the team members to find a luxurious restaurant nearby. When he revealed his identity, the restaurant manager immediately took him to the largest private room and said that the meal was free of charge. The reason is simple. The son of the owner of this restaurant is a fan of Li Han Sheng, and they both have each other's WeChat accounts. The other party has made it clear that as long as Li Han Sheng is willing, he can get a free meal at their restaurant. Under normal circumstances, Li Han Sheng would definitely not be so ignorant that he would go to someone else's place to eat and drink. But since today we want to show off our status, then we should be thorough. Say it again. He would not eat for nothing afterwards, but would selectively mention the restaurant in the live broadcast to take advantage of his star power. By then, the profit earned by the restaurant from hosting his fans would be enough to offset the cost of the meal. At the urging of Li Han Sheng, this video was quickly posted on various top media accounts. When fans saw this video, the discussion it triggered was far beyond Li Han Sheng's imagination. Ghost? Brother Han Sheng, Isn't this bullying? If I were Candy, I wouldn't call him. Isn't this humiliating myself? No. Is this the treatment of LPL in 0.1? Isn't this guy scarier than many young people in the entertainment industry? What you buy yourself counts as a skill. And having someone give you everything is king. This big house. A conservative estimate would be 700 to 800 square meters. Right? Isn't this house worth hundreds of millions? Brother Han Chung has only made his professional debut for 1 year, and already has so much money? Brother Han Chung. Why don't we turn ourselves in? If you really rob a bank, my brothers won't blame you. That's right. The fans' reaction was actually similar to the reaction of Li Hanqing's teammates. Everyone knows that Li Hanqing is rich. In any industry. Even if you are picking up rags. If you can be the best in the industry, you can make a lot of money. But before, Li Hanqing was too low-key and usually stayed at the team base without going out to spend money. So no one had a clear idea of how rich he was. Even when I heard that DouYu offered a sky-high price of 100 million yuan in live streaming contracts. It didn't feel particularly practical. But when Thompson's first-class mansion and luxury cars, like Cullinan, appeared in front of them, it was the first time they truly felt how rich Li Hanqing was. Not only fans, but also professional players in the entire esports circle can't help but be surprised. Li Hanqing's WeChat account is almost bursting with noise from people in the industry, asking him what kind of stimulation he received, or showing off his wealth in such a high-profile way to stimulate them. Certainly, what is even more exciting is the group of esports celebrities who are eyeing esports players and trying their best to hook up with Li Hanqing through various channels. In their eyes, Li Hanqing was a top-notch diamond king with diamonds all over his body. Young, rich, and damn handsome. But, just as Li Hanqing expected, his high-profile display of wealth indeed attracted criticism from some people, including well-known Big Versus on Weibo. Online games are covered with esports as a way of claiming glory for the country. It seems that people in the esports circle have forgotten the essence of competition. Sitting in front of the computer and playing games at high intensity every day will cause inexplicable harm to the body. Injury. Can it strengthen the body? Or can it strengthen the body? They are also trying to misunderstand students through such reports. If our next generation is all focused on esports, then who will build our country? It is recommended to ban it. There are not a few people who hold this kind of view. But anyone with a discerning eye can see that more people actually have a sour mentality. How can you, a bad gamer, make so much money and live such a good life? Face these doubts. Li Hanqing also responded publicly during the live broadcast. I didn't want to show off my wealth. I just wanted to set an example for the entire esports industry in a positive direction. As for some experts may overlook a question. Are the athletes in traditional sports really physically fit? Who is not injured? High-intensity training will inevitably cause physical damage and lead to injuries. This is a normal and objective law. The essence of competition is the spiritual level. It allows people to still hold on to defeat and not be discouraged in the face of hope. It allows people to have the courage to pursue goals when facing unattainable goals. These are also esports. Why should we say that esports cannot be regarded as a kind of competitive sport? Why should we look at emerging industries and things with colored glasses? The outside world is making a lot of noise. And it can even be said to be the most hotly discussed topic on the internet after the new year. Online game. Since personal computers began to spread into ordinary families, they have become a social topic. Countless parents regard it as a scourge and the root cause of their children's educational failure. Li Hanqing does not seem to be able to change this inherent impression immediately on his own. But at least as an iconic figure in esports, he must also play his role to slowly change the public stereotype of this industry. For such behavior, Tingjing is naturally happy to see that they have enjoyed wave after wave of traffic dividends even though they have done nothing. Li Hanqing organized a team of platform anchors to compete with the second professional team, and used high-profile flaunting of wealth as an industry benchmark to stimulate latecomers to follow in his footsteps. They even took the initiative to approach Li Hanqing, mainly to mention the matter of the professional second team playing a game with the anchor. The condition is that you can play games, but you can't accept commercial advertisements. If that's the case, then it will be a devastating blow to the secondary league of LSPL and the TGA league at the lower level. Why would anyone invest in the second team? Wouldn't it be okay to just come and participate in the competition organized by you, Li Hanqing? And Li Hanqing happily agreed. That is, there is no game now, so he has so much time to organize. Once the follow-up league starts, he will not have so much energy. It would be best if someone from the official side can personally exit the event, so that the popularity can be maintained. Li Hansheng also made a killer proposal. Aren't you always worried about the lack of popularity and attention of the Demacia Cup? I suggest that we expand the number of participating teams in the Demacia Cup and give some of the places to major platforms, so that the anchors of the platforms can spontaneously form teams to participate in this event. The anchors all have their own traffic, so there are plenty of gimmicks and topics. The Demacia Cup will attract more attention, and it can also be regarded as a stage for those anchors who are still young and have plasticity to show themselves. Giving more, there is a path for many people to enter the professional arena. Anyway, so much energy has been spent. If you want to change, then change it thoroughly. Since I have been given this opportunity to be reborn, and have been given such a powerful system, which has changed the history of LPL, why can't I make LPL change more perfectly, to become the first division in the true sense? As long as your own youth training system and professional training system are well run, why do you need to rely on the outstanding performance of LCK foreign players? As for whether you have gained anything, again, for Li Hansheng at this stage, he has no pursuit of material life. He is not one of those capitalists who will always feel that he does not make enough money. Moreover, as long as he maintains his current strength and continues to lead top to achieve results, his subsequent income will only increase. On the premise that he has no pursuit on the material level, he naturally pursues spiritual satisfaction because he doesn't want to be a salty fish. Is there anything more satisfying than single-handedly transforming the entire LPL ecological environment? Think about it. In the future, the professional players in the entire LPL region and even other lanes will be fans who have been hand-trained by themselves or are deeply influenced by them. They mentioned themselves repeatedly when they were interviewed. That kind of psychological satisfaction is something that no amount of money can buy. After the Tianjin officials heard Li Hansheng's proposal, they held a meeting all night to study it carefully, and finally happily accepted Li Hansheng's proposal. It is said that in the middle of this year, the Demacia Cup Changsha Station will expand the number of participating places, and some of the places will be given to major platforms to be formed by their anchors. This news spread like wildfire in the esports circle. The audience suddenly discovered that League of Legends anchors on major platforms suddenly began to form teams spontaneously, instead of endlessly queuing alone every day or going to low-level fish frying. The four of Smile, Curly Hair, Strawberry, and Ruofeng even found WE's original jungler Dao Brother, which made 60 people exclaim that the old man is back and the old we are reunited. PDD, Sun Yalong and other old IG celebrities were not to be outdone and formed the old IG. We can arrange various arrangements with each other to play in platoons. And we can even make appointments with the youth training teams of professional teams to play in platoons. Seeing that the popularity is so high, other teams have also asked the young people of their second team to fight with the anchors to absorb the popularity, thus raising the price of their own live broadcast contracts. Nothing else to say. Several young people from top second team have already made a name for themselves, especially 369, who is on the road. He stands out as a player who dares to fight and operate, and is nicknamed Little Noob by fans. As the initiator of all this, Li Hansheng completed a wave of harvest in terms of reputation. The experience of the EDG team, Abramovich, asked fans during the live broadcast how to evaluate Noob. Abu smiled and said, I can't tell you many specific details. I can only say that Noob has done many great things for the LPL and the entire esports circle. This sentence has become a big unsolved mystery of LPL for a long time. What great things did Li Hansheng do? The LPL circle seems to have never been so lively. And even during the off-season, it attracts so much attention from fans every day. Fans also seem to find a lot of things to do, even if there is no LPL league to watch. The confrontation between the second team and the anchors can satisfy their desire to watch the game. After all, the intensity of the competition between the teams formed by the top anchors and the second professional team is no less intense than the competition between the teams at the bottom of the LPL. However, with the official return of the LPL, the audience's attention has gradually returned to the game. February 9th. The LPL, which has been in truce for 20 days, will once again be in flames. A highlight was arranged as soon as we came up. Top will cross groups to face the WE team, which has a strong momentum in Group B and has also won 4 consecutive games. Chapter 296 Rui Mingming. Long time no see. The WE team has actually already started to make its mark. This group of people almost got tickets to the World Championship, but unfortunately they failed in the bubble stage. And this year, they spent a huge price to take away the champion Nozook, the pair of green hair plus Kandi. And after failing to compete with Top Farum, they turned around and poached the champion coach by Yueya. Therefore, The way this we plays this year is very similar to last year's top. White Crescent has tasted the benefits of Triple C driving the team. They also used this set in Wii. And the effect was pretty good. Mainly, We's 3C's personal strength is considered top-notch. Although Xia is a loser in Gao Dui's eyes, it does not prevent Xia from being the best among the domestic mid-laners. Mystic, the brother-in-law in the bottom lane, has not yet been crushed by his hot and coquettish wife. And he is also in a difficult situation. At the peak of his career, he could even beat Uzi hard. As for the leg brother 957 on the road, as an older player like Marin, he has the same overall view and stability as Marin. He can not only play various tank top laners, but also occasionally pull out a carry-type top laner with ease. Based on this kind of Triple C, coupled with Nozo Kandi plus green hair who know how to raise the Triple C, it is reasonable for this we to be able to sweep all the way in the less competitive Group B. But this kind of team is exactly the team that Top is least afraid of. Then let's compete to see whose Triple C can carry the game better. The night before the game was approaching, called the players to the conference room for a meeting as usual.
In tomorrow's game, we will mainly focus on the impact of version changes on the game.
Has marked some important changes on the tactical blackboard. The characteristics of the national server are that there will be no version updates during the Spring Festival. After the new year, the updates to version 7.2 and 7.3 will be released in one go. The early stages of a version are often when the biggest changes occur. At this time, Riot was far less able to control the version than later. If some supermodel monsters accidentally appeared, they would need a lot of patches to fix the balance. The biggest impact of version 7.2 and 7.3 on the game is the refresh time of the first wave of wild monsters in the jungle, which is delayed by 3 seconds overall. In addition, there are some hero changes. As expected, Qi Shadow once again experienced all-round weakening. The attack coefficient gain of the Q skill has been reduced. The slowing effect of the W has been reduced. The E skill must now hit an enemy hero to gain additional attack speed bonus. And the stun effect of the R skill has been reduced from 1 second to 0.75 seconds. But the simple numerical reduction does not hinder King Ying's status in the top lane at all. The supermodel monster Poodle in the jungle has also received a huge wave of weakening. The displacement sprint distance of the Q skill has been reduced from 200 yards to 150 yards. And after the full star W is released, it will no longer provide a 1.5 second immunity control effect. This is a huge weakening. The Poodle can no longer rush into the crowd unscrupulously. He is obviously an assassin, but relies on the immunity control effect provided by W to act like a warrior. The Wine Barrel once again received a huge enhancement. The life recovery of the passive, Happy Hour, was increased from 4% to 6%. And the basic armor was increased. Relying on the strength of the Power of the Colossus talent, the top order Wine Barrel has already been given the chance to play. Now it has been strengthened again, which will once again increase the appearance rate of the Wine Barrel. The damage of the Enchantress in the middle has been slightly weakened. Zyra's mana cost has been increased. Jace's Q's base damage, Ultimate's attack power bonus, and E's mana cost have all been increased. These are changes that are closely related to the professional arena. After all, the ecological chain of the professional arena is often influenced by the whole world. A small change may change the ecological environment of a certain road. The werewolf has also been reworked. Compared with before, the werewolf is now more operational, and the overall skill mechanism has been improved. But it is still too cumbersome for the professional arena.
If the opportunity is right tomorrow, I will release the Poodle to test the strength of this hero.
Again, the league is a long process of trial and error, which is used to prepare for the playoffs. Even if Poodle is weakened to a certain extent, it will still be a popular choice on the field, and will occupy a banned position in the long run. Although Top has always had sufficient banned positions due to Li Hanqing's strength in the top lane, who would dislike having too many tactical choices. As for the specific tactical arrangements with Wii, didn't explain much. There is no need to be so desperate in targeting during the regular season.
After more than 20 days, the LPL League is back on fire again. I wonder if everyone is having a good time during the Chinese New Year this year. A lot has happened during this period, and the core of everything comes from a player who is about to play today.
The doll in the commentary box took advantage of it as soon as he came up and told some recent things in a chatty way. This is also an important reason why he can sit firmly in the commentary seat. He may not be good at understanding the game professionally, but in the warm-up before a game like this, he is really a good player and can talk to you about anything.
Indeed,
Miller joked with a smile.
I was looking at Weibo yesterday and saw that a fan spontaneously made a promotional poster for LNL.
LNL. The N in the middle is taken from the first letter N of Li Hanqing's game ID, which means that the game between the professional second team and the anchor team was initiated by Li Hanqing. It is also nicknamed the LNL League by fans.
No way. The audience likes to watch it. It satisfies a topic that has been the favorite debate among viewers for a long time. Who is better? The professional guy or the anchor guy with unique skills?
Sister Zhou on the side also added.
That's true.
Wawa nodded in agreement.
I also watched it. If it weren't for this kind of competition, I wouldn't have discovered that so many anchors are actually pretty good and even have the possibility of entering a professional team. Yes, especially the top laner. There is a Sword Queen player named King who is very popular recently. I did see the shadow of noob operation in his Sword Queen. As expected, the influence of idols is infinite. There was a time when we would have a headache because we couldn't find a carry-type top laner. But now, with our league's talent pool, the top lane is the one with the most newcomers. The top second team's 369. Zoom and some very young players, the young anchors, are all thieves who play swordsman and King Yang.
Miller sighed. Stop talking. After the LPL tonight, it will be the battle between 369 and King on Tian Wangshan. I decided to believe in Brother Isho 9. Why don't you call this Brother 9? 369 this B is unstable. I might give you a 3. It's not certain whether he can play. Last time, 369's Nar was badly beaten by Du Ji's Dao Girl. Maybe he will play on Zoom today? If you really want to talk about the effectiveness of the program, you have to watch the old Wii versus the old IG. You want S1. It's such a pity that Xiaomi retired back then. I don't think it's strange that he is back to play professionally now. His strength is really good. Why are you still bragging about 60E? Can Gao Xueqing just die in the Anchor League? Who has he beaten in the LPL? Before the game even started, the commentators used this method to warm up the venue. The doll just brought the topic back to the competition field.
LNL has a wonderful showdown. And today's LPL is also a heavyweight showdown. Top in Group A will face Wii. The number 1 in Group B. And Lu Mao and Kendi will face their old club. Hey, the players from both sides have already appeared.
On the stage, today's host is Yu Shuang. In order to cooperate with the Spring Festival holiday that has not yet ended, she specially put on a festive red cheongsam, creating a graceful and luxurious temperament. After a brief opening remarks, players from both sides appeared one after another.
Hey, have you noticed that there are so many female fans here today?
The director specially gave several close-up shots, and it can be seen that nearly 2/3 of the seats on the scene were occupied by female fans.
Isn't this normal? Today is a duel between the two most handsome guys in the LPL.
Miller joked with a smile.
Noob and Mystic, the two top handsome guys recognized by us in the LPL.
No. The moment the two appeared on the stage, all the female fans at the scene became excited. Some of them really thought it was some idol group holding a concert here. Li Hanqing also turned his head and glanced sideways. Undeniable. S7 is the pinnacle of Mystic's looks. He has not yet been entangled by his coquettish wife, who loves hanging out in nightclubs. His overall mental outlook is very good, and he is indeed not inferior to those in Korean idol groups.
MD! Just play games. Why are you so handsome?
Jackie Love whispered. His looks are actually pretty good. With a youthful air. Many people in the esports circle can't compare to him. But that doesn't include Mystic. Especially since this kid has been eating so much during the Chinese New Year. He has gained a lot of weight. Li Hanqing smiled and said,
You win, Ba. You haven't caught up with Poo Poo in terms of strength. So you plan to catch up with Poo Poo in terms of size first?
Since Imp went to TSM in North America, he has been on the road to becoming off forever. The last time the two of them had a video chat, Li Hanqing was shocked.
Go! I'm not fat!
Jackie Love retorted stubbornly.
I just have a bigger head, which makes me look fat easily. Besides, I didn't get a good rest last night, and I got edema. Ah. Yes. You said yes. That's right.
Li Hanqing continued to tease with a smile.
When Bo, you can lie to your brothers, but there is no need to lie to yourself.
That is to say, the seats between the two of them are relatively far apart. Otherwise Jackie Love will definitely let Li Hanqing taste the power of Rocket Headbutt. With a clang, the two sides officially entered the BP session. Top will be on the blue side in the first round, while we will appear on the red side.
After the changes in the two versions, I don't know if there will be any obvious adjustments in BP between the two sides.
At first, Top chose to block Shin. Although 957 can play as a carry top laner, he still makes sacrifices for the team and takes on the responsibility of starting a group in the front row. And the Hiroshun, combined with power of the Colossus and the double shield and huge percentage damage provided by Q, has good landing ability in the top lane. Especially after reaching level 6. He can cooperate with his teammates to drive the overall rhythm. Before the tower plating mechanism comes out, Shin's unique full map support mechanism is destined to become a frequent player in the game. On WE's side, the Enchantress was banned with a backhand. Since the technology gun double cultivating Enchantress became popular, the appearance rate of Enchantress in various competition areas has increased dramatically. Even after a certain amount of weakening, she is still a very strong choice in the middle. Then top sent Lulu to the ban position, while we sent Han Bing to the ban position. In the last ban position of the first round, both sides were given Titan and Lee Sin respectively.
Both the Poodle and the Mantis are released. How will the two sides decide? Top grabs the Mantis. After all, the Poodle has just been weakened, and the Mantis has not changed at all. However, Kim Deonmi seems to not want to give in front of this former little brother, and decisively chooses the Poodle. The bond between the two parties in the jungle has been formed. There are Easter eggs in the background stories of Mantis and Poodle. One of the Poodle's eyes was blinded by the Mantis. So the grudge between the two parties continued in the canyon. Every time the Poodle's bone and tooth necklace kills an enemy, it can unlock a layer of buff to permanently increase its attack power. After level 16, killing the Mantis can increase the buff of the bone and tooth necklace to 6 layers, giving you a huge boost. On the contrary, the same goes for praying mantises. Under normal circumstances, Mantis can only evolve 3 times. One of the 4 skills of QWER will always be discarded, so it can face games with Poodles. After the Mantis kills the Poodle after level 16, he will get an additional evolution opportunity, thus realizing the evolution of all 4 skills. Which of the two parties can get this special bonus depends purely on who can kill the other party first after reaching level 16. After locking the Poodle, we followed up and locked Zyra. Top's backhand locked Easy plus Karma. Han Bing was banned. Zyra was robbed. And there were actually very few characters left to choose from in the top bottom lane. Easy plus Karma is an excellent bottom lane combination. On WE's side, Jin is paired with Zyra under the lock on the 3rd floor. Both parties will enter the second round of BP. Both sides have a tacit understanding to save the top midfielder for the second round of BP, which will test the thickness of the hero pool of the top midfielder on both sides. Miller said eloquently. We chose to ban Sword Lady and Jace, while Top said Big Tree and Clockwork to the ban position. Do you want to snatch King Ganging? We didn't hesitate. Qi Gang Shadow is locked. The response from Top is very fast. Rise plus Raven. There was an uproar at the scene, because the last time I saw Raven on the court, it seems to have been back in the S6 spring split. When Top faced QG, Li Hansheng defeated the entire QG team with Raven. Can Raven also beat King Ganging? All I can say is that no matter what hero new pulls out, we can believe it first and then question it. Sister Joe teased with a smile. In the last move, we chose the Snake Girl who countered Rise to deal with it. Thus, the lineups of both sides were officially determined. Top is on the blue side, and we is on the red side. On the road, Raven vs Qi Gang Shadow. Jungle, Mantis vs Lion Dog. Mid lane, Rise vs Snake. Bottom lane, Easy plus Karma vs Jin plus Zyra. Chapter 297, still a hot carry top laner. The lineups of both sides are determined. The commentators also conducted a wave of analysis as usual. WE's top, middle and jungle are significantly stronger, especially the coordination between the top and jungle, Miller said. The main reason is that the Poodle clears the jungle more efficiently. Any hero who wants to dominate the wild area must have one thing: brush fast enough. The reason why Poodle is so popular this season is also due to Riot's changes to its Q skill. From the original single target output of enhanced basic attack to a range of AoE damage with a sprinting displacement effect. Mantis's jungle clearing efficiency is not slow, but it is limited to single monsters. Facing F6, Stone Man, and 3 wolves, it cannot trigger the passive, isolated effect, so its jungle clearing efficiency will naturally lag behind that of the Poodle. Moreover, in a 2v2 fight in the jungle, Mantis cannot trigger his passive without his ultimate move. The strength of this hero lies in his one-on-one ability in the jungle, especially if there is grass nearby. You can use the grass card's vision to gain the passive. I'm not sure about the intensity of Raven's fight against Qi Gang Shadow. After all, there's only one person who dares to take out Raven on the field. Right. The top laners of other teams probably don't have the courage or the status. Wada chuckled lightly.
as Top won the championship in S6 with Li Hanxing as the core. Everyone saw how powerful it is to have a carry-level top laner in the team. The teams in the LPL are indeed cultivating talents in this area. But change requires a process. There are still too few teams that can trust the top laner without reservation like Top. Since Noob dares to take it out, it proves that he has full confidence. We have no doubt about this, Sister Joe said eloquently. And isn't the top midfielder stronger? Ryze has stable first-hand control. If Snake suppresses if you go too far, you can easily give the other party a chance. Can only say. At this stage, Sister Joe is still focusing on her career as a commentator. So she has demonstrated the game understanding that a platinum player should have. The Water Dragon incident that caused her to withdraw from the commentary stage actually had nothing to do with her understanding of the game. How could a person with a platinum rank on his hand not have this understanding? It's just that her live broadcasting career was already very impressive at that time. She had already defeated several DouYu First Sisters. And she was about to become the first sister. She no longer needed the status of LPL commentator to guide traffic to her live broadcast room. If your mind is not focused on this, you will naturally say some words that make people feel vulgar. After the coaches from both sides finished BP, they took off their headphones and came to the center of the stage to shake hands. There is a bit of grudge between Byaoya and in this game. Everyone knows the bit of news during the transfer period. We was crazy about pursuing him at first, but was stopped halfway by Top. So they retreated to the second choice, White Crescent Moon. It's like saying that White Crescent Moon is just a spare tire, and takes over the team he once led. White Crescent naturally wanted to compete secretly. He believed that there was no problem in doing so at the BP level. He selected the top toolman combination in the bottom lane. So he asked the upper, middle and jungle to select heroes who could carry the team, such as Snake Girl, Lion Dog, Green Steel Shadow. King Gang can even cooperate with the Poodle to perform fixed-point instant kills. In his heart, he even feels that in this game of BP, he has surpassed only. But he couldn't guarantee that his team would win, because he knew the strength of the top players, especially Li Hanxing on the road. When the two shook hands, looking at him's calm and confident expression, Byaoya certainly knew who gave him this calmness and calmness. Didn't he do the same thing last season? You can be a BP however you want, and just wait peacefully in the audience for Li Hanxing to start his show. MD! Isn't it great to have Hanxing? Let Hanxing increase his strength today. After the coaches from both sides left the field, the fans from both sides started to cheer for their teams in a tacit understanding, shouting 3 times each. Then, before the scene of Summoner's Rift appeared, the urgent signal sounded throughout Summoner's Rift. Both sides rushed out of the spring and headed straight for their own wild areas. But neither seemed to have any intention of invading. 2. Without the hard assist version, it is almost impossible to break out a first-level group. Li Hanxing stayed in the jungle for a while, and then came directly to the top road. The director also showed the camera to Li Hanxing. Noob chose Power of the Colossus as his ultimate talent this time. This seems to be a very popular way to bring Raven's talent in the high-end game of Korean server recently. Miller discovered the key point. I said when watching Noob's live broadcast that Raven's early landing value is too low. With the Power of the Colossus shield, it can increase the landing fault tolerance. Although the hero Raven is positioned as a warrior, he operates like an assassin in team battles. It relies on the burst of the big move and then flashing into the crowd to make the back row crispy in seconds. And after experiencing several weakenings, the basic value in the early stage is really too low. And one can only rely on such defensive talents to improve one's own fault tolerance. The minions from both sides quickly came to the line. Li Han, who was hiding in the grass online, still learned Q, Dance of Broken Wings, when he advanced to a level. He patiently waited until the melee soldiers were reduced to residual health before walking out of the grass, and had already blocked Q3 in advance. 957 seeing him go towards his face. He naturally wants to take the initiative to exchange blood. Now Camille will choose to learn W, Tactical Sweep, at level 1. He took the initiative to meet him, thinking of tying A with Adaptive Shield first, using the shield to fight Li Hanxing against A for a few rounds. When Li Hanxing tried to evacuate, he used Tactical Sweep to scrape the outer circle to restore his health. It was a good idea, but it was a pity that Li Hanxing had already predicted his prediction in advance. The moment Qi Gang Ink Ping A started his hand, Raven immediately hit Q3, and while the AoE damage took away the remaining health minions around him, it also briefly knocked Qi Gang Shadow into the air and interrupted Qi Gang Shadow's flat A. And the knock-up effect was also triggered, Power of the Colossus. Li Hansheng stole a flat A shot with passive damage and immediately walked back. At this time, 957 no longer had the distance to level A, so he could only use W, tactical sweep, with his backhand, but was forcefully twisted away by Li Hansheng's sideways movement. He was unsuccessful because of the drain on blood, and he also missed all 3 melee minions. Tisk, the blood exchange failed, which made 957 subconsciously smack his lips. He had experienced the terrifying Lang pressure brought by Li Hansheng last year, but he always felt that this year's Li Hansheng was even more terrifying. Brother Legs, when you go on the road, be careful to control your health and troop lines. I will come as soon as possible. This guy Gao Tianyang will definitely be the first to catch him. I will counter crouch for you when the time comes, Kendi said all the time, paying attention to the situation on the road. This time his goal is very clear. That is to catch him. Although their bottom lane is Jin plus Zyra, which has the ability to cooperate with gank. The Poodle must use the grass to complete the jump and displacement, and its ability to gank from the front is not strong. Moreover, Top's bottom lane duo is extremely capable of self-protection. If you want to catch Easy plus Karma, it's best to go after reaching level 6. The snake girl in the middle does not have the ability to cooperate with Knack in the early stage. She can only coordinate with her own position in the top lane. And on this side of the road, the military line is also King Gangying's initiative. The main reason is that Raven's lining strength was a bit weak before reaching level 3. In the early stage, the CD of Power of the Colossus is as high as 40 seconds. Isn't it asking for death to rashly force King Gangying to exchange blood? Looking at Li Hansheng, who was so wretched and didn't give him any chance, 957 didn't have any good ideas. He wouldn't force him to do a blood exchange. Right? You can only push the line slowly, allowing the top lane to slowly form a wave of slow push lines, creating a perfect opportunity for the Poodle to come from behind and squat back. Judging from the small map, the junglers on both sides are brushing all the way up. But there are differences. Gao Tianyang's Mantis chose the full brushing route. He started with the red buff and brushed all the way up. Only the stone man on the bottom road was not dealt with. This resulted in him not being able to get to the top lane immediately, while the lion dog went straight to the top lane with pure double buffs plus a set of 3 wolves and 3 wolves. Since the top lane is King Gangying's slow push lane, this allows the lion dog to go directly to the line and get into the grass. Does Kendi want to capture it? But he shouldn't have a chance in this army line. Right. Xiaotian doesn't seem to have the idea of taking it. The commentator observed the positions of the junglers of both sides on the minimap while speculating on the next situation. Kendi followed the army line forward little by little, and had already got into the grass on the line closer to the blue side. He actually wanted to counter-crouch. After all, in this army line, once Mantis comes, with Raven, he can indeed deal with it. King Gangying poses a fatal threat. He squatted for about 10 seconds, but still didn't see Mantis. At this time, if he could open his eyes, he would be able to see that the Mantis had indeed entered the river after swiping the frog concubine. But instead of going up the road, he turned around and went straight to the middle road. Is Xiaotian going to the middle road? Xia doesn't seem to realize the danger is coming. This side of the middle road, Snake Girl's landing advantage over Rise is actually quite obvious. Xia fights very fiercely. As long as Rise hits Q, he will spray his fangs passionately to chase after her. Gao Di kept an eye out. He first used E spell Surge to throw it at the ranged soldiers, and patiently waited until the CD of the second E skill improved, then walked forward, giving Xia Q some distance to seduce him forward. Really, Xia did not miss this opportunity, and directly used Q to release a cloud of poisonous mist at Rise's feet. However, Gao Dui turned around and avoided it with a deft move. On the contrary, Gao Dui used his backhand E to hit the previous ranged soldier again. The surge of spells spread instantly, and spread to the snake girl through the long-range soldiers. Wait a minute! Wait 2 seconds! Gao Dui shouted. He was still greedy. After waiting for a while, he said, Up! 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 Buzz! He didn't think about saving skills at all. He flashed forward and used W, Rune Confinement, to lock the snake girl in place. Moreover, before W, he also used Q Overload, which was equivalent to Q flashing W. But Rise the Q is not an instant cast, but has a casting action, throwing out a ball of energy light waves flying towards the target, while the W is an instant cast. The advantage of this set of combos is that you can use Rise. W can refresh the Q skill CD effect, and steal one more Q's damage. Since Snake Girl has the effect of Spell Surge, this time W can be locked for up to 1.5 seconds. This is enough for Mantis to use Leap to get in front of Snake Girl. Then Draw followed by W, Void Thrust, and Q, Taste of Fear. Although there are minions on the line, the additional damage of Isolation cannot be triggered. But this is enough. Enough? Let Gao Tianliang play Thunder Lord's Decree. Gao Dui on the side is also a 1000-handed Arhut. Level A then Q then level A. Since he is bringing Storm Knight Surge, he moves forward quickly and gets closer. The Snake Girl with full blood will not be killed instantly. Instantly Flash plus Sprint at full speed to try to escape. If this was in the S6 version, maybe Xia really had a chance to survive. But this is the S7, a severely nerfed version of Sprint. In the past, sprinting could get the highest movement speed bonus as long as it was turned on. But now sprinting requires 2 seconds after turning on the skill to reach the peak of acceleration. Moreover, sprinting is based on your current movement speed. Mantis's red buff has already slowed down the Snake Girl. This sprinting is equivalent to opening up loneliness. The effect of Gao Dui's deliberate waiting of 2 seconds before taking action was also reflected. And his E-skill, Spell Surge, changed its CD again. He directly played AE, refreshed his Q skill again, and immediately threw out Q, so that Q could enjoy the extra damage brought by the surge of spells. Mantis waited patiently until his skills improved, and then flashed forward directly. Since Snake Girl had already left the line of soldiers, Mantis could trigger the Isolated and Helpless effect, drawing a plus Q to accept the head. First blood obtained. Su Han Wei, B, has made no progress at all after all these years. Gao Dui laughed and teased. Sheila is laughing at me. Hey, Brother Wei is good at seducing me. Not to mention how happy Gao Tianliang was to get a first blood kill. He followed up with praise. The domestic mid laner has to look at me. Brother Wei. Gao Dui stopped laughing immediately. Every time the B guys in the team call him Brother Wei, he will subconsciously think of some kind of little blue pill that can improve male abilities. Beautiful. Miller immediately praised loudly. A beautiful linkage between the middle and jungle. Wei Shen's seduction was so beautiful that Xia didn't have any room to react. The main credit for this wave is indeed Gao Dui. But he didn't get the kill. For top, it is obviously more profitable for Mantis to take this first blood kill. After all, Mantis is a jungler with a strong ability to snowball in the jungle. As long as there is a kill, it can directly destroy the opponent's jungle. Kendi seems to have guessed Shutian's movements wrongly. He wasted more than half a minute on the road. Kendi and the grass on the road did look a little embarrassed now. The main reason was that he wasted so much time squatting on the road. But they didn't come at all. Can you take the initiative? Li Hansheng didn't give him this chance either. Li Hansheng's position was very obscene, and did not allow the poodle in the grass to jump, which made King Ganging's first move useless. If the poodle doesn't have enough distance to jump forward, it's useless to stun you first. After Kendi took a look at the situation in the middle, he immediately chose to retreat. He did not choose to reveal his whereabouts, but took a detour off the top road, thinking of controlling the river crabs in the upper half first. And on the roadside? At first, it was King Ganging's slow push line. But when the third wave of artillery soldiers came, the line would completely enter the tower. And at this time, the blue side soldiers would start to take advantage, with the help of the light waves of the defense tower, which in turn forms a wave of slow push lines toward the red side. The jungler left, so King Ganging had to retreat. At this time, however, Li Hansheng was even more certain that Kendi must be on top from a small detail, because he had observed the number of minions. Even though it was his counterattack line, he gained experience faster than his opponent. But according to normal circumstances, Qi Gang Shadow should have reached level 4 like himself. But he has not reached level 4. This is definitely someone taking away the experience that should belong to Qi Gang Ying. So, where will the poodle go? Li Hansheng thought for a while. He called Gao Tianliang in the middle. Come with me to see the river crabs on the road. Xiang Rinjies be maybe here. Gao Tianliang, who originally wanted to control the bottom river crab, immediately made a U-turn. Kendi is indeed at the river crab on the road, and his current location is at the entrance of Delongking. The current version of the river crab does not have a thick shield on its body, and its health volume is also very thick. However, as the lion dog uses full starry to control the river crab in place, the river crab suddenly becomes virtual, and the lion dog's damage is greatly increased. 957 had immediately given a reminder, indicating that Raven, who had signaled to go on the road, was missing. The troops on the top road had not yet entered the tower, but Raven had left the line. This was too strange, but Kendi didn't take it seriously. After all, he saw the praying mantis walking down when he cut the screen to look at the middle road. Could it be that the praying mantis can still fly over?
Gao Tianyang. This bee is definitely in trouble. Brother Legs. Help me.
Before Kon had finished speaking, a mantis flew out of the shadow of the grassy river. The mantis in the air quickly used punishment to snatch away the river crab with residual health, and immediately upgraded it to level 4. After landing, flat A plus Q, Taste of Fear, followed by W, Void Thrust. A wave of explosions stunned Kindy. He didn't know why the mantis that should be in the lower half appeared here. How to spell. All his skills are in the CD, so he can only subconsciously run up the road. However, Li Hansheng came out at this moment and became an obstacle on his way to escape. E plus Q1 completed 2 stages of movement and approached him. Then tied A, and then W, Soul Calming Roar to stun him on the spot. Q2 then tied A. At this time, he flashed out. 957 also used E, Hook Rope, to try to knock out the pursuing Li Hansheng. Can! Raven flashed over to pursue, and knocked the poodle away with a Q3, while also stunning Qin Gangying. Qin Gangying's E skill has a high priority, but the highest priority is E1. That is, when the hook is hung on the wall. No matter what control Qin Gangying takes, it will be forced to pull it over. But no matter whether it is hung on the wall, it will be forced to pull it over. The priority of hitting the wall, flying or kicking will be reduced, and you will be interrupted. The poodle, whose remaining health was knocked away, could only watch helplessly as Raven raised the knife and took off his head with a flat A. The poodle's head was obtained, and the remaining red buff on its body was transferred to Raven's body. This time, 957 was dumbfounded. He was pursued by Li Hansheng and Gao Tianliang, and was eventually forced to hand over Flash to distance himself. Chapter 298 Top are the 5 correct people.
With a beautiful combination of Top and Jumble, Noob personally took away the head of his old teammate Kindy, as if he was saying H, low to his old teammates in this way.
Judging from the operation of this wave of killings, it is ordinary. Just pick up a spectator in the auditorium to complete such an operation. But the most powerful thing about this wave is not the operation, but the consciousness. There was almost no vision in the entire upper half of the area, but the 2 widows seemed to be sure that the poodle must be at the river crab. The 2 men attack each other up and down, leaving the poodle without any chance of escape. As for Raven's Q3 interrupting Qin Gangying, it was more of a coincidence, because no matter how Qin Gangying operated, he could not save this mortal poodle. But this method only added to the wave of pursuit. Ornamental.
Brother Hansheng, did you turn on the radar? How did you know that the poodle was here?
Gao Tianliang looked surprised. Even he was not sure about the poodle's location at first, but Li Hansheng guessed it directly.
It's very simple. The poodle squatted on me before on the top lane. He didn't succeed, so he naturally had to go back to the wild. If he died in the middle lane and saw you starting to move, he would definitely think that you had gone to the lower half. In order to prevent losing the double river crab, he will definitely take the opportunity to brush off the river crabs at this time.
This is a judgment based on the map information obtained by Li Hansheng. Judging from the results, he has no choice. Even if he does not squat down to the poodle, he can still help his jungler to defend the river crab on the upper road, allowing Gao Tianliang to gain enough in the jungle. Advantages of rolling snowballs. The duel between the lion dog and the mantis basically depends on who can take advantage of his teammates to get kills or assists in the early stage, which can form a suppression of the opponent.
It can only be said that as former teammates, we know each other too well.
Miller joked with a smile.
But judging from this wave, it seems that Noob's understanding of Kindy is much higher than Kindy's understanding of Noob. Ha ha ha. That's right.
Wawa smiled and nodded. He looked at the upper half of the area, and there was a hint of worry in his words.
We have a headache now. Weno, who was supposed to have the advantage, actually fell into a disadvantage. Among Xiaoyan also entered the wild area. He is too greedy, but no one can stop him.
Gao Tianliang originally just wanted to come in and take a look, but unexpectedly, he got an unexpected surprise. A group of fresh stone men were in the camp. Then of course he won't be polite. For the losses are far more than this. The 957 placed in the triangular grass on the upper road clearly saw the mantis entering its wild area, and was sure that the mantis was in the triangular grass. He is only at half health now, and his troops are about to enter the tower. At that time, Mantis and Raven can forcefully jump over the tower and kill him. Now that he has no flash in his hand, the error tolerance rate is greatly reduced. And even if one can be replaced by luck, so what? On the road, there are 2 waves of soldiers about to enter the tower. It is not cost-effective to lose the experience of 2 waves of soldiers for 1 head. Under huge pressure, he could only choose to return to the city early. The money he had on him was a bit embarrassing. After thinking for a moment, he bought a Dolan sword to improve his attributes and increase his landing ability, and then chose to TP. See this? Gao Tianliang had no choice but to give up. The full-blooded Qinggang Shadow also had adaptive shield. Mantis and Raven both dealt physical damage, so it was too difficult to kill them forcefully. I have already made enough money by forcing Qinggang Ying's flash and TP. After all, once a TP difference is formed in the top lane, it means that top can then use Li Hanqing's leading TP to organize attacks in other lanes. Top will definitely be able to form a wave of partial attacks with more and less. The red buff of the poodle was transferred to Li Hanqing. His original condition was maintained very well, so he was not in a hurry to return to the city. Raven returns to the city for the first time. If it is a pub game, it is best to wear CD shoes, because Raven in the pub game will bring Ignite to increase the damage he does in a wave. If he has CD shoes, he can flash and Ignite are faster, and they also make opponents unable to calculate their own skill CDs. In the competition, it is naturally impossible to fight like this. But it is best to make Caulfield's Warhammer plus Burning Gem, a small item that doubles the CD, and use the rune talent to give yourself a 30% cooldown reduction. In this way, Raven can use various short CD skills to perform various extreme operations. 957 is also annoying. Li Hanqing has a red buff that can always restore his blood, so he can rely on the lane. And when changing blood, he is not afraid because the red buff provides real damage. Many times, Li Hanqing just forced a blood exchange and didn't care whether he would lose more blood. How? People have TP, and now it's 1 life to fight 2 lives. The damage of Qinggang Ying's early skills can be calculated at the level of a professional player, and Li Hanqing has reached the limit of blood volume. Anyway, Li Hanqing is running out of health, and the worst he can do is go home and TP immediately. But once 957 is replaced with a lot of status, when Raven comes back to replenish his status, he doesn't have TP to get back online quickly. At that time, Raven will get a chance to kill him under the tower. What makes him most desperate now is that he clearly knows what Li Hanqing will do next, but he can't do anything about it. At this time, he can only shake people. Xiang Renjie, go on the road to save someone. Most of the time, 957 will not take the initiative to call the jungler. But this time he chose Qinggang Ying. The hero Qinggang Ying is strong, but he also needs equipment to support him. This kind of hero, who needs to rush into the crowd to deal damage, can easily end up rushing into the crowd to deal damage as long as the damage is even close. His fragile body cannot withstand the opponent's round of concentrated fire and collapse. I'll try my best. Kindi was really helpless now. If he plays a rhythm jungler such as a barrel or an excavator, he will inevitably take care of his teammates online at all costs. But he plays a poodle. I originally wanted to do a counter squad in the early stage, but it failed. If he still tried to face the opponent on the top lane at this time, if he was counter-crouched by Gao Tianliang this time, he would completely collapse. Originally, the 1.5 second immune control effect of the Poodle's full star W in version 7.2 was removed, which greatly reduced the Poodle's operational ability and fault tolerance rate in team battles, which required good equipment to support it. Moreover, there's also a lot of pressure on him in the jungle. Mantis gained experience by eating 2 heads, and then ate a pair of river crabs plus a group of wild monsters against him. The level was at least 1 level ahead. At this time, he no longer brushed to improve his level. When Mantis reached 6, the evolved ultimate move could be used in the wild, when the area is infinitely invisible when entering and exiting the grass. A stunted poodle like him is probably not qualified to even enter the jungle. Brother Leg, you resist the pressure first. At this time, Gao Tianliang, who went home to replenish a round of equipment and bought a green jungle knife and 2 long swords early, first ran to the middle to force Snake Girl back, allowing Rise to quickly clear the troops. Then the 2 of them headed straight to the bottom lane. Brother Hanqing, try to find a safer position. TP can come down. Okay. This way down the road, Jackie Love and Ming have formed a pushback line in the bottom lane, and have accumulated a large wave of troops to push towards We's bottom lane tower. Xia on the middle road sent a signal early, and 957 on the top road also sent a signal. This forces Greenfur and Mystic to retreat, especially when their blue buff area vision sees Rise and Mantis entering the jungle. They could only retreat in time to the closed grass in the bottom lane to stay safe. Although he failed to capture any kills, we also lost nearly 2 waves of experience in the bottom lane. Wow!
Top's linkage this season is so perfect. Miller couldn't help but marveled after seeing this wave. Almost every time Top center and jungler link up to attack the wings, we can see the two lines of Top's troops. It will be very comfortable, and it is almost always the best pushback line for overcoming towers. Indeed. Wawa nodded in agreement. This is probably the change brought about by Coach This is indeed the most obvious change brought about by coaching. The lanes and wilds are linked together. 1 minute and a half before Gao Tianliang and Gao Dui go to the bottom lane for a 4-pack in 2. Top bottom lane has already begun to operate the army line in advance, operating his own army line into a pushback line. Is it an exaggeration? It's not an exaggeration at all. Attacks in the professional arena are basically carefully designed attempts, and they basically revolve around the line of soldiers. Before Li Hansheng crossed over, he saw players such as SMLZ being interviewed and said that before S8 and S9, they didn't even know that they could operate the army line more than a minute in advance to prepare a wave of offensive opportunities. Because domestic coaches didn't know how to do it. No one teaches them this. And LCK? Since the concept of S4 operation began to appear, they have been studying how to operate the military line and use the military line to attack. Why is it that the LCK team is always so difficult to defeat in the world arena? Even if it is a big disadvantage, it will give people a sense of the feeling that they can make a comeback at any time. That is, their management of the military line has reached a textbook level. Any attack must rely on favorable military lines, and the LCK team can always deal with the military line you want to attack in advance. This leads to the situation where the LPL team is obviously the dominant side, but it is still unable to attack. It's not that I don't want to. It's that I can't. You can't forcefully charge the tower regardless of the troop line. Right? There is such a huge gap in game concepts. If it were not for Li Hansheng in this time and space, there is a high probability that LPL would still not be able to escape the fate of being beaten. This is also the fundamental reason why Li Hansheng is sure that even if there are 3 newcomers in the team this season, Top will still be able to achieve results. The improvement has brought to this Top team is absolutely immeasurable. Brother Hansheng, can you please stop rushing to make a CD when you get home? Can you make up a small Tiamat first? Gao Tianliang took the initiative to speak at this time. Huh? Li Hansheng was stunned for a moment, then quickly realized what he meant. That's okay. Tiamat is also Raven's core equipment. It allows Raven to use this equipment to steal a flat A damage in a combo, increase the instant burst ability, and also improve the clearing ability to speed up Raven's development. But in the early stage, CD equipment must be given higher priority. And why did Gao Tianliang let him do it like this? Very simple. Line writes. After Rise in the middle has made Tears of the Goddess and the upcoming Lunchbox, he can use EQ to clear the line without any thought. And he also has the ultimate skill, Warp Jump, to quickly support. As for the top lane, once Raven makes Tiamat, he can quickly clear the lane. Both the middle and top lanes have lane rights, and Mantis can invade the wild area unscrupulously. Now the Mantis is ahead of the Poodle in both equipment and level. By then, Gao Tianliang can even force the Poodle out of the wild area, without giving the Poodle a chance to develop, and continue to roll the snowball in the wild area. Gui Gui! Jackie Love, who had just returned home to replenish supplies and was on his way, couldn't help but joke. Have you been so courageous lately? You dare to order Brother Hansheng. I can't help it. Who told you to be so weak in the bottom lane? If I can't snowball around you, then I can only find someone stronger. Gao Tianliang replied angrily. There was almost going to be a live-action version of Pokemon Squirtle vs. Garlic Tortoise in the contestants' box. Li Hansheng was quite happy about this. He had been worried about Gao Tianliang's lack of self-confidence before, but looking at it now, he seemed to be on the right path. He was full of self-confidence and dared to take the initiative to put forward his own ideas. Junglers have to be like this. In this version, the bottom lane is full of soft supports and cannot roam. The jungler is the only engine on the court and the controller of the team's early rhythm. You must have your own ideas, rather than just following the ideas of your teammates. Whether it is the cooperation between the line and wild players, or the confidence shown by Gao Tianliang, it is perfect proof that Top is on the right path. Li Hansheng immediately bought Tiamat, and after Gao Tianliang returned home, he bought a pair of straw sandals, bought 2 real eyes, and went straight to WE's jungle area. After Li Hansheng buys Tiamat on the top lane, he will indeed gain lane rights, but it will also position himself in the front, which will easily attract the Poodle to gank on the top lane. In fact, this is a conspiracy. The Mantis, have an advantage.
I am better than the poodle in one-on-one combat in the jungle. And now I am crushing him even more. On the top lane, Raven has lane rights. And the lane of troops will be continuously sent to WD's top tower. Will your poodle come? Coming. You cannot defeat me in 2v2 due to your inferior equipment. Not coming? Then once Bin Xian enters the tower, Mantis and Raven can forcefully escape the tower. Once Raven reaches level 6 and has a set of ultimate moves, even the Qi Gang Shadow with full health and shield can forcefully kill him. Top's Widow is so domineering. Xiao Tian almost lives in Kindi's jungle. Miller said about the dilemma we faced on the field at this time. What should we do? You can't compete in the top half. You still have to go. Otherwise King Gangying will not be able to develop. And there will be no opportunities in the lower half. And Kindi must have a huge headache now. What's even worse is that Rise will soon reach level 6. Then he can drive and lead people to catch the edge. We will be even more difficult to beat. Kindi is obviously aware of this. He set his sights on the bottom lane and used the river crabs in the bottom lane to accumulate 4 stars. In this version of the poodle, the accumulated brutality points will not disappear until 6 seconds after leaving the battle. So he has a chance. Superior! In the middle, Xia took the lead and used W, Toxic Fog, to briefly slow down Rise. The poodle quickly walked out of the grass. A long-range soldier in the middle just gave him the position to jump. After he completed the long-distance jump, use the full star E, Lasso Strike, at the extreme distance to hit Rise, causing a 1.75 second imprisonment effect. The Snake Girl immediately used Q, Plague Explosion, to accelerate herself, and then used E, Twin Fangs, to continuously cause damage. The poodle also used Q, Cruelty, to complete the thrust displacement and cause AoE damage. Perfect cooperation. Wei Shen's health is a bit dangerous. Will he be killed? Miller raised his voice. On the field, Gao Dui didn't panic at all, and even wanted to laugh. Are Xiang Renjie and Shila trying to mess with me now? He took his time with his backhand WQQ, and the W locked the poodle in place, making it impossible for the 2 subsequent QS to move out of position. The damage of the 4 skills was released at the same time, allowing Rise to directly apply the Storm Knight Surge effect, since he had previously released 2 skills, W and E. There were 2 layers of rune effects accumulated, and the last Q consumed 2 layers. The rune effect allows Rise to directly gain a layer of shield, and once again receive a huge movement speed increase buff. Double acceleration, and a shield allow Rise to run very fast. The super fast movement speed even makes Gao Dui in the mood to swing back and forth, using the flat A to consume the poodle, before the passive shield of Q, Overload, was cut off. Rise's escape ability with Wind Rider was simply outstanding. It's a pity, Watanabe sighed. Any other mid-laner hero might be in danger in this wave, but Rise is the only one. That's right, Sister Zhou also said. It's a pity that it's Rise. This hero is so good at running and has a shield. Fortunately, this wave of attempts in the middle did not cost Wei anything. After that, the Snake Girl immediately rose to level 6. It can only be said that the foreshadowing of her loss of experience due to being caught by a mantis in the opening wave was reflected at this moment. If there was a Snake Girl with a big move, maybe the situation would be different. But it makes no sense to say this at this time. Kindi hurriedly ran back to his jungle area. He was still only level 5, and had to level up quickly. And the mantis? After eating the second red buff, he reached level 6 early, without any hesitation. Gao Tianliang chose the only correct way to play the current version of Mantis, evolving our incoming Void. Next, Mantis only needs to stay in the grass for 3. You will gain the invisibility effect of the ultimate move in seconds, lasting 1.5 seconds, and the cooling time of each bush is 10 seconds. And after actively evolving, the number of times the ultimate move can be used is increased from 2 to 3 times. This means that Mantis can use its ultimate move, Void Attack, to become invisible up to 4 times in the wild. 4 times of invisibility means 4 opportunities to leave the opponent's field of vision to refresh the Isolated and Helpless effect. 4 times. Being able to brush Isolated and Helpless 4 times. Mantis's one-on-one ability in the jungle is well-deserved number 1. No one can use it. Brother Wei, S6 and the entire upper half of the area are left to you. You can get the blue buff by yourself. And remember to support me. I'm going to fight against the jungle on the other side. Gao Tianliang communicated quickly. Okay. Gao Dui smiled crookedly. Playing wild? He is good at it. And there are good things like this. I suggest you do more of them. Gao Tianliang knew very well the time for Kindi's second red buff to clear the jungle. So he rushed to the upper half of W's jungle area as soon as possible, rushing all the way into the wild area. He first planted a vision field in the red buff camp through the wall, and then placed his real eye in the grass next to the red buff. After making sure that there was no vision in this area, he walked into the red buff diagonal, crouched in the grass on the opposite side. Seeing this, Li Hansheng, who was on the road, immediately pushed the lane. Gao Dui, who was returning to the lane in the middle, did not rush to clear the top half after clearing F6, but ran to the middle to quickly push the lane. After the poodle finished the lower half, he rushed towards the upper half. He finished F6 first, but he still didn't reach level 6. In fact, it doesn't have any impact if you don't reach it. The poodle's ultimate move has almost no help in duel. It just allows the poodle to perform gank better. After approaching the red buff area, Kendi was very careful. He also inserted a ward through the wall, and then used E to pull the red buff down a little. Wait patiently for the red buff's blood volume to decrease little by little. However, just when he was about to use punishment to directly click off the red buff to avoid long nights and dreams, sudden bang! This is the sound effect of punishment. A golden light flashed above the red buff's head, but his punishment is still on the CD. Is Summoner's Rift haunted? Obviously not. Kendi immediately shouted, "Come closer to me! The mantis is attacking me!" Really? The next second, Mantis waved its claws and fired a flat A to trigger the effect of isolation, and then connected with Q, Taste of Fear, plus W, Void Stab. This set quickly unleashed the burst of thunder. Don't give the poodle any chance to fight back. Mantis took the initiative to release his ultimate move, and once again, became invisible, and disappeared from the sight of the poodle. At the same time, the poodle originally wanted to move to the middle to join his snake girl, but in the grass of F6, a circular blue magic circle appeared. This is the special effect of Ryza's ultimate move. "MD won't give you a way to survive?" Kendi cursed. Fortunately, this time he was on guard, and didn't use his skills indiscriminately. He kept saving up his full star skills to no avail. The moment Mantis was active again, he threw a full star E lasso strike with his backhand, imprisoning Mantis in place. Then released W, War Roar, in addition to causing a certain amount of AoE magic damage. The effect of this version of Poodle's normal W can also heal himself for 50% of the damage received in the past 1.5 seconds. And the passive, Invisible Predator, has an additional effect. After using the strengthening skills, the Poodle's movement speed will be increased. The improvement effect is different at level January 7th, 13. And he can now enjoy a 30% movement speed bonus. He immediately ran up the road without looking back, and did not forget to use Q for displacement. Even if it was weakened, the Poodle's Q could still sprint for 150 yards. The 1.75 second control time of Manxing E was quite obvious, and Mantis did not catch up immediately. And the 30% movement speed bonus also allowed him to offset the slowing effect of the red buff. "Wow! Isn't this killing?" Miller kept exclaiming. Kendi has already walked into the grass and inserted holes in the partition wall. Kendi's very spiritual partition wall inserted holes into the Stone Man's camp. He can use the grass to insert holes into the Stone Man's camp. Use your passive to jump over the wall. Mantis used his E+ ultimate move to try to chase, but failed to catch up. What? Noob is waiting here. Kendi is very good, and has no problem with his on-the-spot reaction. He stands in the grass and inserts wards through the wall, and then jumps directly over, trying to find a way out of a certain death situation. But almost at the moment when he jumped in the air, and was about to escape from danger, Raven, who completed 2 stages of displacement and E+ Q1, suddenly appeared in his sight. Almost the moment he landed, Q2 connects with a +W, Soul Calming Roar, leaving him where he is to deal a wave of damage. The Poodle who has not recovered from the flash has no room for maneuver at all, and can only watch himself die. Noob! He always appears in the most critical place at the most critical moment, Miller exclaimed. The top fans at the scene also cheered. "Indy Lowly, is this guy really not giving me any face?" Kendi looked a little helpless. He was killed twice in this round because Li Hansheng killed him. Those who didn't know thought the two had a grudge. 957's expression suddenly changed. "Brother, please stop sighing. What should I do? The upper line of troops has been pushed into the tower, and the Poodle died at the Stone Man. Mantis is heading up the road. Raven is also on the way, and Rise is most likely on the way. He is just a green steel shadow. How does this allow him to operate?" "It's over. It seems that 957 can only wait for death under the tower." The commentators discovered at this time that King Gangying, who was on the road, had fallen into an isolated and helpless situation with the death of the wild lion dog. Mantis could even wait patiently for Rise to join him, and the two of them headed straight for the road. At this time, 957 can only quickly hand over skills to clear troops. But Qinggang Shadow, as a perfect mechanical monster, has various mechanisms, but lacks one key mechanism, which is the ability to clear troops. Green Steel Shadow only has one AoE damage skill. W. If you want to clear troops, you also need to use Tiamat. 957's keyboard was almost full of sparks, but he still couldn't clear the line of soldiers. On the contrary, the top, middle and jungle trio were already approaching him. Rise EW took the lead and provided stable control for 1.5 seconds. Mantis and Raven rushed into the defense tower at the same time. Raven didn't even need to use his ultimate move. The burst of the three was enough to kill Qinggang Shadow under the defense tower. The head was given to Li Hansheng again, not only for the throne within the team, but also because a hero like Raven needs an economy. The selected team must treat him as the core and provide him with various resources. If the team is the younger brother, why would you choose Raven if you can't get resources? It's like you're playing as swordswoman, but your teammates keep asking you to fight in a group fight. You can only wear a team battle outfit if you have no status in the team. What swordswoman do you choose?
Brother Hansheng! Help me! Help me!
Qinggang had just died, and before the top people could be happy for too long, Jackie Love's cry for help came from the bottom lane. It turned out that as soon as Xia saw Top in the middle and Jungle going to the top lane, he immediately ran to the bottom lane to try to recover a little bit of the disadvantage. On the bottom lane, Jackie Love and Ming pushed the lane too far forward, giving the sprinting Snake Girl a chance to go behind.
I am coming!
Li Hansheng immediately chose to hand over TP directly to the bottom lane. WD's side was also red-eyed, completely ignoring the TP light beam that was already on. He just wanted to kill Easy and Karma. But how can this bottom lane pair die so easily? We struggled to kill Karma, but Raven had already reached the bottom lane. Li Hansheng started with the ER directly marked, and then used Q1 displacement to get close to Snake Girl and Jin. At this time, Jackie Love, who was still alive, simply did not run away. Instead, he immediately turned back to cooperate with the counterattack, using himself as bait to seduce W's people to continue to attack. Li Hansheng had a perfect combo of Q2 WA and Tiamat's second stage are followed by Q3. Since Jin and Snake Girl had already handed over Flash in order to force someone to kill, they had no follow-up Flash to evade Raven's skills. Both of them were knocked into the air. Jackie Love made a more radical behavior at this time. He chose to jump directly with E, AQW, and then use W to give Li Hansheng a layer of attack speed buff, and then started to use A for output.
Huh? Jack is so brave this time? Will he die if his health is so low?
Sister Zhou was completely dumbfounded. There is such an ADC player who is not afraid of death. How about saying that for ADC players? Survival is more important than anything else. In the end, Jackie Love did not escape and became a corpse on the ground. But he also delayed Jin and Snake Girl's opportunity to escape, buying precious time for Li Hansheng to kill the two. As for the follow-up Zyra, after all, Li Hansheng only has one Tiamat in his backpack, and his skill CD is not that fast. But that's enough. 2 for 2. Top replaced WE's ADC plus mid lane with the bottom lane. No matter how you look at it, Top is making a profit. If you count the previous winnow, it's equivalent to Top playing a 2 for 4 small group annihilation.
This wave, I estimate that Jack is the only one in the entire LPL who can play like this.
Miller couldn't help but sigh.
He may indeed seem to be superior a lot of the time, but as long as he finds that his teammates can harvest, he really dares to sell himself for his teammates. Create an environment for harvesting. Jackie Love is more like a double-edged sword. It all depends on how the team uses him.
Wawa has a profound insight.
We can't ask him like a traditional ADC. This is not his style. In a team like Top, his style is very suitable, because when facing Top, opponents always give priority to killing Noob and Wei Shen, which will ignore the existence of Jackie Love. And Jackie Love is very brave to play damage. As long as if the opponent ignores him, he can do a lot of damage. Similarly, once the opponent uses a lot of skills to kill Jackie Love due to his aggressive positioning, Noob and Wei Shen will no longer be restricted and can carry the team.
Everyone else is a Korean-style ADC, LPL-style ADC, or Uzi-style ADC. My Winball style will never be defined by others. The self-destructing truck-style ADC is talking about Winball. This seems true. even though Jack dies in many cases. Brother Han Sheng and the others win the team easily. Hey guys. Brother Han Sheng, have redefined the top lane of LPL. As the number one brother, Jack, have to redefine the ADC's game style? Laughing. The other two C positions in the top team are strong in supporting team battles. And they are also very brave in dealing damage. You want to let Jack IU, a player who can guarantee KDA, give it a try? He even blew up his truck. So his game style will be pure giveaway. When the double kill prompt sounds, all members of We couldn't help but feel their hearts tremble, as the fear of being dominated by Li Hansheng seemed to reappear in their minds. At this time, Kundi and LV Mao also experienced it personally. Last year, how did those enemies feel when they faced top? Can't beat it. There is such a monster on your way. How do you defeat it? He gained 3 heads at once, and enjoyed 2 waves of troops in the bottom lane that should have belonged to Jackie Love. When Li Hansheng came home, he immediately took out Caulfield's Warhammer plus Burning Gem and stacked his CDs on top of each other. It can basically achieve seamless Q, which not only makes him more flexible, but also makes him more proactive in changing blood. The top line of troops has been suppressed in the defense tower, and 957 can only passively deal with harassment. Every time Li Hansheng can accurately block the gap between the defense tower and A, he directly consumes a wave of QW plus A plus Tiamat, and then immediately EQs out of the tower for lossless consumption. King Gangying could only be drained of blood in vain, but he didn't dare to follow him with E, because he couldn't beat him at all. 1 wave, 2 waves, 3 waves. After being consumed one after another, the Qin Gang Shadow with a heavy amount of health faced the risk of being raped and killed by climbing over the tower. Li Hansheng walked up to Qi Gangying's face in an oppressive manner, still making a gesture of starting with a draw. The frightened Qi Gang Shadow immediately hit a backhand to draw A, triggering his own passive, adaptive shield. Unexpectedly, Raven chose to forcefully use E to cancel the draw, and use the shield to offset Qi Gang Shadow's AQ damage. Seeing this scene, 957 immediately realized that he was being played. But what can be done? This kind of pure forced error comes from too much pressure on the line. He has entered Raven's killing line. At this time, any small behavior of Raven will make him frightened and overly defensive. Can you say it's a problem with 957? This is clearly not the case. Who can guarantee that Raven will not fake it and really just start with A and then kill himself with a set of combos? The initiative is in Li Hansheng's hands. 957 doesn't dare to gamble at all, and he can't afford it. The next outcome is King Gangying immediately used E to try to distance himself, but Raven, who was close to his face, directly started WR, Q1 then A and then Tiamat. At this time, King Gangying did not dare to bet on his reaction. You could only use the ultimate move first to avoid Raven's ultimate sword energy in advance, then use E to try to escape backward. But Raven quickly pressed Q twice in seconds, and used Q3 to knock the Qi Gang Shadow flying down from midair. At this time, King Gangying could only wait for death. Cross Flash? How can you run away if you hold the second stage R's killing sword energy in your hand? Power of the Colossus, plus Burning Gems make Raven look particularly fleshy, even directly ignoring the damage from defense towers. Again, the advantage is too great, and the initiative lies in Li Hansheng's hands. This is just like a fighting game. 957 is out of gas, and its remaining health is stuck in the corner. The opponent is full of energy and blood. How to operate? It's impossible to operate at all. Li Hansheng made a handsome slash with his sword, threw out his sword energy, and killed Qi Gangying under the tower with high killing damage, and then calmly evacuated. He also completed his first solo kill of the game. It's over. Miller kept shaking his head. We exploded too fast in the early stage, and there was no way to resist. The 957 on the road can no longer develop stably under Raven's huge landing pressure. Kundi's Poodle can't even enter its own jungle area. Mantis is looking for him all over the world, and wants to fight him alone. How to fight? The 3 pads of his own are all disadvantages, and the field of view is also a disadvantage. Every time he enters the jungle, every time he passes by the grass in the jungle, Kundi has to bear huge risks, and even pay the price with his life. Game time is only 13 minutes. The difference in CS between the two junglers is nearly 40 knives. The Mantis' last hit count is 76, while the Poodle's last hit count is only 38. This version of the wild monster counter has been modified, and a group of wild monsters counts as 4 last hits. If calculated according to this, Kundi is a full 9 groups of wild monsters behind Gao Tianliang. Of course there can't be so many. There are also some online minions. But it's scary enough. Hit the road this way. Li Hansheng even made up 124 knives, which was close to the number of last hits in the timeline, while the opposite Qi Ganging only had 75 knives. I was crushed by nearly 50 knives. Judging from Winow's data, we can see why we is so passive. Certainly, Li Hansheng's last hit was not for nothing. Fang Jin had 118 last hits, while Easy only had 102 last hits. Naturally, the missing last hits couldn't have been missed, but were eaten up by Li Hansheng. The snowball continues to roll like this. After 15 minutes of development, the economic gap between the two sides had widened to nearly 7,000. Kendi has no sense of presence at all. He is a poodle, and uses his ultimate move to catch people. Looking around, I found no one to catch. On the road? This raven would probably have to be killed along with Qi Ganging and himself. Middle? With the Staff of Time already in hand. The fleshy and flexible Rise was not afraid of them at all. Bottom lane? Feel sorry. Easy has already made an ice punch. And Karma uses Ari to run back. The damage of the poodle is really not enough. Even if it cooperates with its own bottom lane, it will seem to lack damage. As WE's defense towers are being torn down one by one, the economic gap between the two sides is also accelerating and widening. There's no way to fight. How to spell? They don't dare to take troops online. The jungle economy is completely reversed. And the poodle has not developed in a serious way in the jungle for a long time. The level is too low. When the game time reaches 22 minutes, the economic gap between the two sides has already reached the 1W2000 mark. Top did not torture the opponent or the audience, but resolutely chose to rush Baron and force W's people to come and pick up the team. Top beats Baron very quickly, so we can only come and fight. Will the two sides fight? Noob is here. As the commentators explained, the audience was in an uproar. I saw Raven, who was in the dragon pit, flash directly into the crowd with ER. And W, soul calming roar, stunned all the members of W's back row in place. Immediately afterwards, the flat A is followed by the greedy Hydra, followed by the second stage R, followed by the Q. All at the same time, the sword-drawing shock wave filled with violent energy swept through all members of Wii. Jin and Zyra faced Raven in luxurious divine clothing, and were instantly killed by a wave of attacks. The other three people are all reduced to residual health, just when the three of them were about to escape. Rise's ultimate move had already teleported some teammates to intercept them on the way to escape. Ace. The group is destroyed. We didn't even put up any decent resistance, and was defeated by Li Hansheng, a super explosive Ruiwen. And Li Hansheng also improved his personal data to 11-0-5. After the group was wiped out, all members of Top returned to the Dragon Pit to kill Baron Nash. Then he went home to update a round of equipment. And Li Hansheng took advantage of the situation and bought the resurrection armor, so that he could ensure that he would not die in this game. With Top advancing in a group in the middle, we also grouped together in the middle and tried to defend. But anyone with a discerning eye could see that we had no intention of defending and was just providing symbolic resistance. Let go of the middle Highland Tower and the middle barracks, and choose to use the Incisor Tower to start a wave of battle. No matter what, the equipment gap between the two sides is too great. Their damage was too low, and they failed to get a kill. So they once again contributed ACE to all members. 25 minutes. Top push the crystal and win the game easily. Chapter 299 Yuanba is like this. This game makes me feel like last year's top team is back, Miller said with a smile on his face. Noob once again took out Raven and chopped down the whole game, using his personal ability as a third C player. Drive the fight for line rights, create good conditions for jungle invasion, and directly oppress the opponent as a whole. That's right. Wawa was equally delighted. This is the Top we are familiar with, which uses its powerful 3C ability to drive the game rhythm of the entire team. We as the first in Group B, faced with such a Top, there is no fight back. Power. The two sang and harmonized, complementing each other. In fact, the meaning is the same. That is, Li Hansheng must get carry heroes. It's not that Li Hansheng has the privilege and cannot take tank heroes, but the impact of tank heroes on the battle situation is really limited. In League of Legends, you have to rely on damage to kill others, rather than relying on meat to kill the opponent. Meat is the only way to kill others. Is this the end of a new year for you to wake up? Finally, I no longer miss his tanky top laner. This is how you should fight. My brother Hansheng's warrior top laner is so strong. Isn't this more reliable than giving him some tank top laner? Although my brother Hansheng can also destroy the opponent with a tank. But to be honest, how can it be interesting to kill 7 in and 7 out in a team battle between warriors and heroes? Rush duck. Rush duck. Rush duck. Top will be killed severely. The audience doesn't think about it. And they don't want to make the problem so complicated. They just want to have a good time watching Li Hansheng show off his personal heroism. He rushes into the crowd and kills the opponent's back row instantly. They just like to watch Li Hansheng's wonderful operations to continuously stimulate their adrenal glands. Wasn't that what happened last time? Even if Tianfei Ruiwen's talent is a tank talent like Power of the Colossus. Once the equipment is ahead, he will rush into the crowd in seconds. Mystic and Xia, 2 non-displaceable C-position heroes, do not have any room to perform in team battles. Why? Li Hansheng put too much pressure on me. If Raven moved even a little bit forward, the 2 of them would be on tenterhooks. Especially if Raven showed up. This is also the reason why Jackie Love can survive well despite using all kinds of E-faces to take advantage of the opponent's control skills. Under other circumstances, I don't know how many times I was beaten. But why not? Isn't it because the pressure from Li Hansheng is too great that WC positions don't dare to follow the DPS? No. Jackie Love took off his headphones and started to play. Look at this easy. Bunny! All kinds of dancing faces. The output is full. In about 25 minutes of game time, his Easy did 22,000 damage, which is already an exaggerated figure. Even if Easy, a hero with long hands with poke attributes, can easily deal damage. This damage figure is also very scary. Are you starting to brag? If it weren't for Daddy setting up a shield for you, you would have died countless times. Ming curled his lips disdainfully. At least 1/3 of your 22,000 damage should be given to me. Sure, Ming. According to what you said, Yuan Bao wouldn't be able to deal damage so happily if I wasn't standing by to intimidate the opponent, so that the opponent wouldn't dare to fight back. There's nothing wrong with giving me 1/3 of the damage. Right. Li Hansheng he also smiled and spoke. TCH. Although it is true that I have benefited from my teammates. But aside from this, don't I have no credit at all? Even if it were the same situation for others, would they dare to go up and increase the output? Jackie Love curled his lips, seemed quite dissatisfied. Li Hansheng smiled. That's true. Jackie Love's ability to deal damage is truly outstanding in the ADC position. Since his debut, he has occupied the top 3, and even the top 2 positions in average ADC points output every year. But again, sometimes he is too aggressive in order to deal damage, causing his number of deaths to be ridiculous. It is no exaggeration to say that he plays like a self-destruct truck. That's a good shot. Keep working hard on the next one. Li Hansheng smiled and rubbed Jackie Love's big head. Not to mention it felt pretty good. Everyone returned to the backstage lounge, naturally boasting again. As for Bai Yueyao was comforting the team members. It was my fault for the last one. The BP was calculated by I shouldn't have banned Han Bing. This is because White Crescent understands the truth. On the field, unless the players perform too outrageously, under normal circumstances, verbal abuse and accusations are meaningless. Because these are things that should be done during the post-game review. On the playing field, the most important thing as a coach is to maintain the normal mentality of the players. As long as the mentality is not affected, everything is possible. Once your mentality collapses, what if your BP completely destroys the opponent? Will players with a broken mentality still operate on the court? So, he took all the responsibility for the loss of the game without hesitation. Let's continue talking about the arrangements for the second round. It's a bit unwise to compete with Top in the top half, so this time we have to shift our focus to the bottom half. The main reason is that Lao Li is too perverted. And me. If I hadn't been so disadvantaged in the last game, I wouldn't have been so frustrated, Kendi muttered. Maybe because he felt that his words would cause misunderstanding. So he quickly explained, Brother Leg, I'm not talking about you. It's normal to be at a disadvantage against Lao Li. But this explanation seems to make it darker and darker. Fortunately, 957 didn't care about this very much. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. Noob is indeed too strong. He puts too much pressure on the line. 957 has always been known for its stability. These older players lack the courage to operate as young players. Many times, their choices will be conservative. Conservative means stable. And stable means not easily blowing the line. This is what 957 has always been. That point of stability in the Wii lineup. He was always stable in the last round, but made many unforced errors. Why is this? Isn't it just because the psychological pressure is too great that it leads to operational errors? It's okay. Based on my understanding of Yuanba, this kid tasted the sweetness last time, so he will give it away. Bai Yueya smiled and waved his hand. One thing, they have an advantage over other teams against Top is that White Crescent Moon, Green Hair, and Candy are all from Top. And they know these people from Top very well. They know the style and characteristics of Jackie Love, and the drawbacks of his playing style. Isn't it a little bad for us to do this? Yuanba is still a child. No. 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 In Lao Li's words, we are helping Top find potential problems in the team. We are helping Yuanba find his shortcomings so that he can improve better. How can we grow without experiencing several painful failures? When we win the game, Lao Li and the others have discovered the problem. Isn't this a win-win situation? When the time comes, it won't be too much for Jackie Love to give us a knock, Candy said with a smile. Lu Mao nodded and praised Candy. Don't say it. Your kid is very similar to me. This is what Lao Li can say. Remove the words. Similar. Bai Yueya smiled. If it were Lao Li, he would definitely say such things. Both sides are back on the stage again. This time we will come to the blue side. Let's see how they have changed. With the strength of we should be able to pose a certain threat to Top. Moreover, Bai Yueya, Lu Mao, and Candy were all members of Top last season. Especially White Yueya. As a coach, he should know more about the Top team. It's the pros and cons. Let's see what changes he can bring. This is not. Is change coming? White Crescent does not insist on being strong in the top half. Instead, it strives to get a combination in the bottom lane that can carry the game, and to dismantle Top's bottom lane combination to make Top's bottom lane less comfortable. Candy returning to his roots and starting to play his own rhythmic jungler. 957 also chose a tank-type character who can cooperate with his teammates. On Top's side, began to change the formation again, and once again brought out the hero Thane for Li Hansheng. Finally, the lineups of both sides are determined as follows. We is on the blue side, and Top is on the red side. Top road, Thane versus Beryl. Jungler, Male Gun versus Spider. Mid lane, Syndra versus Ryze. Bottom lane, Easy plus Nami versus Policewoman plus Morgana. WE's lineup is actually a standard 4-guarantee-1 system, although Ryze's values have not been weakened in the current version. And his Q skill, Overload, even has a shield. He is still essentially a rhythmic mid laner. It's just that compared to rhythmic mid laners such as Rockbird, Card, and Ice Girl, Ryze has higher damage capabilities. But Ryze has short legs and short hands. As for Spider and Beryl, they are pure tools. Morgana's magic-free black shield allows the policewoman to do better output in team battles. After all, Top doesn't have much stable point control or group control to limit the policewoman's output position. This time the noob gets Thane again, and other players from Top need to step up. Especially Jackie Love. He can no longer jump out of his face as unscrupulously as he did in the last one, because Top's lineup in the last one did not lack damage. But this time, I rely heavily on him to support the entire team's output. Miller expressed his opinion, leaving the player stand again. The coaches of both sides shook hands. When Bai Yueya looked at there was a smile of success on his face. In his opinion, was giving a chance by letting Li Hansheng play tank and letting others carry. Of course, he also knew that was planning ahead and trying to use this method to quickly grow new people. Since you want to grow, you have to pay the price that growth deserves. And the script of this game was exactly as he designed it. At the beginning of, Top's upper midfielders relied on their personal abilities and hero advantages to occupy the lane, creating an invasion condition for the male gunners. But Candy plays Spider. The good thing about Spider is that he can play Hunger Strike. The Spider loses some wild monsters and doesn't care at all, as long as it can help the lane to catch people. Then the meaning of choosing Spider is achieved. The first one to suffer was Gaodu in the middle. Syndra has long hands, can move and cast spells, and can suppress Ryze in the early stage. But Ryze's EW second company is a nightmare for cumbersome mages like Syndra. In fact, the process of being killed is very simple. Ryze's EW. Although Syndra's reaction was quick, she hit Ryze with a second QE backhand, knocking Ryze unconscious. But being imprisoned in place, he had no choice but to face the Spider that flashed out and used E to keep up with the control. He could only watch helplessly as he was killed. Li Hansheng has a certain advantage on the top lane, but the disadvantage of the male gun is reflected. It is very painful for the male gun hero to cross the tower. Even if Li Hansheng creates a line of troops on the top lane that can safely cross the tower, the male gun cannot come over. But Li Hansheng also tried his best. He first used his personal ability to force out the barrel's TP, so that 957 could not use the TP to cause trouble in other ways. After reaching level 6, he abandoned the wave of troops on the top lane and rushed directly to the bottom lane with his ultimate move to help Easy take down the head of Auxiliary Morgana. 2 minutes later, the same trick was repeated again, and it happened that we also wanted to come to the bottom lane for a gank. There was a fierce battle between the two sides, but due to the presence of Li Hansheng on top side, there was one more person, so they won the team battle. Jackie Loves Easy even got a triple kill. A fat yuppie. On the other hand, what about on the road? 957 there is no way at all. In the version without the defense tower plating mechanism, the top laner can leave the top lane unscrupulously to support the battle in other areas. As long as he can win, it doesn't matter if he loses a wave of troops. Top quickly successfully won the first tower and controlled the dragon. When Easy enters a period of overall strength, Top's economic advantage is getting bigger and bigger. At the 22nd minute, when Top tried to beat the Baron, Kindi's spider snatched the Baron away from Xiaotian's hands, helping Wei to extend its life.
Oh my god! Kindi! It's Kindi again! Did he raise all the Barons in the canyon? I don't know how many times this season he has used the Barons to help the team survive.
Miller was so excited. Roar! In the next wave of advancement, Jackie Love fell ill again. He hit Morgana twice with Q, lowering Morgana's health. Then asked Nami to blister him. And then he went up to try to kill Morgana. As a result, Morgana Q'd her with a backhand.
Aw? Did you hit the Q? Jackie Love has a flash on his hand. It's over now.
Miller shouted anxiously. The control time of Morgana's Q at full level is as long as 3 seconds. And Easy without any toughness has to stand still for 3 seconds. The policewoman put down the clip W with quick eyesight, followed by E then Q. And then 2 headshots. Easy's head, worth 1,000 yuan bounty, was captured by the policewoman. And the collapse of the core DPS in the lineup also meant that Top's frontal battle was defeated, even though Li Hansheng was stunned to resist for a long time. But he was a cumbersome thing, and he had no way to deal with the turns of control from Morgana, Rise, Beryl, and Spider. After grabbing the Baron and Easy's finishing bounty, the stunted policewoman caught up with her in an instant. We proceeds and turn around the female police officer. In the battle for the ancient dragon between the two sides, Kindi once again showed his strength as a champion jungler and the title of Son of the Dragon, and once again defeated Gao Tianliang in punishment. We immediately used the ancient dragon to win a decisive battle in Shuanglonghui. The policewomen in 6 divine outfits produced tons of damage, and Top was defeated. The Wii fans at the scene were so happy. They all said frankly that the champion Nosuk, who spent a lot of money to buy it, was worth every penny. Fans of Top are very dissatisfied. MD. When I saw the tank chosen for Brother Hansheng, I knew something was going to happen. Isn't it that you haven't noticed it for so long? Jackie Love's playing style is not suitable for the team to put treasure on him. He doesn't have the ability. Right? Just pretend. It's best to have a losing streak to get rid of me. What Kunba stuff. Everyone should be a bit more cautious. There are newcomers in the team. Isn't it normal for newcomers to have ups and downs? Lychee? How do you want me to Lychee in this situation? Brother Hansheng is obviously going to win the game casually with soldiers. But he has to make us eat shit? TMD. Sima wouldn't be playing the Korean way of respecting elders and younger ones, trying to establish authority first and deliberately taking advantage of my Hansheng brother to establish authority. Right? Guahao Incel. If this is really the case, I will definitely find you offline for a live PK. It's really possible. Top will no longer fight with each other internally. Right? Don't talk about the audience. Even the commentators on the stage said tactfully, should give Li Hansheng more choices of fighters? The third round for both sides started soon. Back to the top team on the blue side again. This time the lineup style has changed again. The lineups of both sides are: Top is on the blue side, and we is on the red side. Top road, Jace versus Titan. Jungler, Blindson versus Wine Barrel. Middle lane, Syndra versus Enchantress. Bottom lane, Easy plus Karma versus Ice plus Nami. A standard poke system. And Li Hansheng also got his earliest famous hero Jace. And this is the process. It's almost exactly the same as the first game. Although Titan is very good at cooperating with Keg to gank the top lane. The two heroes combined have countless controls. However, then you have to reach level 3. Although Jace's stats were weakened a bit, it still didn't prevent Li Hansheng from starting to suppress him when he came online. When Kindi came on the road, He was counter-crouched by Gao Tianyang's blind monk. The two sides fought a brutal 2-4-2. And no one in the upper jungle survived. But Kendi and 957 were not happy. Because Li Hansheng got 2 kills. And one of them was First Blood. He immediately added the Sawtooth Dagger. The fixed penetration effect provided by this equipment made Li Hansheng's lion suppression power take it to a new level instantly. Even the meaty Yuppie Titan is powerless against Jace. The blind monk made various gank attempts around the upper half, forcing Kendi to come to the upper half. The two sides once again became a battle for the top half. No surprises. Li Hansheng on the top lane controlled the top lane. Several small-scale confrontations in the top half ended with top making a small profit. And top also began to take advantage of the poke lineup. In about 20 minutes, they started to form a group and continuously expanded their economic advantages. 24 minutes. Li Hansheng fired a Q-enhanced cannon into Nami in the crowd, killing nearly 2/3 of Nami's health with one shot. Jackie Love's Easy followed up with a precise barrage. And the two of them were 1,000 meters away from Nami. Kill it from a distance of yards. Finally, in 28 minutes, Top pushed all the way to win. Top continues to defend its 5-game winning streak in major events, while W's winning streak has unfortunately ended.
That's how it should be. I think Coach should really think about it carefully. Didn't he really notice that there was such a big gap in performance when the team got different lineups? It's a good original intention to not make the team rely too much on one person. But we can't forcefully train new people through this method of forcibly restricting the selection of heroes. Right. Wouldn't that seem a bit destructive?
Chapter 300. The Awakened wins continuously. Miller's words resonated with many viewers. Right. The entire top team, including Li Hansheng, has stated many times that the purpose of selecting tank heroes on the top lane is to enrich the team's tactical diversity, have more choices, and prevent the team from relying too much on Li Hansheng. Li Hansheng also publicly supported Um's decision. But so what? If Top was just formed last year, it would be considered a little transparent within the league. It would not receive much attention, and would not be given too many expectations. Under such loose public opinion conditions, no one would say anything about Um's behavior. But not now. The success of this top team in last year's S6 was so outstanding that the audience's demand for Top reached an unimaginable level. From simply winning the game and winning the championship, to having to win the game and win beautifully at the same time. You can't have a disadvantage on the court. You can't overturn the game. You have to crush it all the way. Um's initial hesitation and worry became reality at this moment. MD, I'm really convinced. If I had known this, it would be better to let Bayuya continue to lead the team. He doesn't need to pay so much annual salary. All the money saved can be used to increase Brother Hansheng's salary. Indeed, although Bayuya likes to try NT first, he still knows that Hansheng is the absolute core, and his tactical resources are tilted upward. Does Top need any additional tactical options? You tell me? As someone who is so easy to take advantage of and lose control at critical moments, is Jackie Love worthy of the team allocating more resources to him? After all, in the end, don't you have to rely on me, Brother Hansheng, to win? To put it bluntly, Top is Brother Hansheng's team. Without Brother Hansheng, this team is nothing. Are you worthy of competing with Koreans for the World Championship? Guahao Incel. Labor and management will organize people now. I will attack you tonight. The atmosphere of the barrage in the entire live broadcast room has reached a very outrageous level. It is clear that Top has won the game. But the fans are even more crazy than losing the game. During the post-game interview, Li Hansheng came to the stage. And Yuxuan also asked this pointed question. Certainly, the two of them had reviewed their lines before going on stage for the interview. And this question was also something Li Hansheng requested to answer directly.
About the team's choice of top lane heroes. The audience and fans have considerable doubts. Can you tell us more specifically? This can be used to clear up doubts for the audience and fans.
Faced with the question, Li Hansheng directly gave a positive reply.
I still want to reiterate that sentence. The team's choice of heroes is based on the pre-game tactical arrangements. If the team loses the game, we will be more sad than the audience. But this is the charm of competition, is that no one can guarantee that they will win. There is no need to criticize Jackie Love. He has played no more than 30 games in his career. Everyone has a gradual growth process. Why do you want to criticize a player who has just played? He must play like his peak puff and peak bang. What about his performance? Do you need me to recall for you guys? When Poo came to play in China early in his career and was beaten by the IG bottom lane? How did Bang get ridiculed by you for his poor performance at MSI and S5? I have said it a long time ago.
If the team loses the game and everyone has grievances and wants to vent, then you can scold me or spray me. I didn't perform well, but put all the pressure on the newcomers in the team. It's not necessary. To be more serious, if you still hope that newcomers will emerge in the LPL division, then be more tolerant to the newcomers. Otherwise, after seeing the public opinion environment of people like Jackie Love, who would dare to show off their skills on the court, everyone will change. Are you happy if you don't dare to operate on the court? Li Hansheng rarely speaks such a long paragraph in interviews, but this time he has to say it. The harsh criticism of the audience can play a certain role in spurring professional players, but it must be moderate. This is only the regular season, and you are just staring at 1 or 2 mistakes and being criticized continuously. If a player with a weaker psychological endurance is not allowed to be criticized for being autistic, then he became a bastard on the court who would rather do nothing than make no mistakes. In fact, there is no need for Li Hansheng to tell the audience this, but he feels that he must stand up. If you don't stand up, who knows what direction public opinion will take? At least you should try your best to guide public opinion before more crazy people appear. After returning to the team base, Guihao deliberately found Li Hansheng in private. Hansheng, you don't actually have to do this. It's not good for you to go against the audience. The team has already lost too much money to you. Even if Li Hansheng remained silent about this kind of thing, no one would say anything to him. But Li Hansheng still chose to resist the pressure, which was equivalent to actively transferring the pressure from his teammates onto himself. It's okay. Li Hansheng waved his hand indifferently. Don't I also have shares in the team? If the team is good, I will also have more benefits. Fortunately, it's you. Guihao sighed. He finally discovered that Li Hansheng was indeed a very pure person. If it were someone else who had his achievements, his mentality would definitely change significantly. It would also expand, and he would start to have the baggage of being an idol. But what about Li Hansheng? He did not take advantage of his superior status to be arrogant, and even took the initiative to lower his profile just to allow the team to develop better. Is it really just because of the shares in the team? Today, Li Hansheng can be said to be the most profitable person in the entire esports circle, and his ability to attract money far exceeds everyone's imagination. Such a small stake in the top team is not enough for him to value it so much. It doesn't matter what harm is done. Li Hansheng smiled and waved his hand. There are many popular people. Our team was too successful last year and attracted too many championship fans. These people are too impatient and utilitarian, which has led to the overall public opinion becoming like this. After chatting with Guihao for a while, Li Hansheng just walked out of his office. But unexpectedly, he found him standing outside Guihao's office with his translator. Hey, coach, are you looking for Brother Hao? Li Hansheng greeted him with a smile. Gave him a complicated look. I'm here to find you. Me? Li Hansheng was a little surprised. Nodded and motioned for him to follow him to the team's tactical meeting room. After entering the room, the three of them found chairs and sat down one after another. Glanced at Li Hansheng again and couldn't help sighing. I must apologize to you for my stubbornness. It is my personal stubbornness that makes the public opinion facing the team seem. It has reached an irreconcilable point. In fact, understands everything the outside world says. As a professional coach, how can he still not understand who is the most talented in the team and who can carry the game best? No. Knows better than anyone that Li Hansheng is the soul of top and the key figure in winning the game. Having been in the League of Legends industry for many years, he has never seen a player that can have such a profound impact on the game like Li Hansheng. Not even the peak faker. Li Hansheng's dominance in the top lane is far greater than anyone else's. At the same time, the overall talent of the top team is visible to the naked eye. In other words, he clearly knows that he has coached a team full of talent. But the more this happens, the more it stimulates his inner ambition, training such a team into his ideal invincible team. Said it at the beginning. The idea of an invincible team in League of Legends in his mind is that every C position can stand up at any time, and the team can choose to focus on top, mid, bottom, or even the jungle. Become a true hexagon team with no shortcomings in theory. This is a bit like the NBA's fortune teller. Pat Riley's explanation of the ideal lineup for future basketball is that 5 Durants team up. It is also too idealistic that makes such a tactical concept sound more like a fantasy. But this top gave this unrealistic fantasy. And to say the least, people are always accustomed to have higher pursuits and are unwilling to stand still. Just like White Crescent Moon will take the initiative to resign and look for new challenges. For his challenge in coaching top is to turn top into a brand new team. He has his own arrogance, and is unwilling to repeat the path that others have taken. He wants Top to use another way to win the game. But now, the reality told him that his idea was wrong. Not everyone can be as perfect as Li Hansheng, without any weaknesses at all. Each player has his own unique style, and a good coach can use their strengths and avoid their weaknesses to form a perfect team of 5 people, using the team to cover up their shortcomings and promote their strengths. Take Jackie Love for example. His play style is to self-destruct trucks. This is an attribute that belongs to the top second boss, but he often lacks the ability to make the final decision. You have to let him forcefully become the boss. He does not have that ability, and is not suitable. But now, in order to compete with himself, he forced himself to make such a wrong choice. So he was actually the one who made the mistake. In other words, Jackie Love is the one who carries the thunder for him. After all, he arranges the tactics. Jackie Love has never said that he wants to be the core of the tactics. Now Top is indeed winning games. But the pressure of public opinion faced by the team is even more explosive than losing games. And this is also caused by him. Looking back at what he had done before, found that he was a little too crazy. So after weighing it, he took the initiative to find Li Hansheng, which could be regarded as reaching a reconciliation with his heart. The coach's duty is to let the team win the game, no matter what method is used, even if it takes the path that others have taken.
Are you worried that I have other ideas? You probably don't have to worry about this. When I invited you, I said I would support and cooperate with your work.
Li Hansheng didn't know inner thoughts yet, and thought he was because of external public opinion. I came to test my tone.
No. No.
Shook her head.
You are excellent and very cooperative with my work. You have not broken your trust with me. I was too persistent before. A lot of times it's true that I didn't consider the reality. After that, I won't be obsessed with getting the team to the ideal state. But based on the reality, I will publicly apologize to other team members later, and will also ask the team to help publish an apology letter to the fans. No.
Li Hansheng stopped him quickly.
You can apologize to other team members, but never apologize to the fans.
Li Hansheng knows very well what the crazy people on the internet are like. If apologizes to them this time, they will think that they have succeeded in putting pressure on the team through public opinion online. After that, they will only become more unscrupulous. And there may even be so-called fans running the team. Although didn't like Sisterly, he still chose to follow the advice given by Li Hansheng. After walking out of the team meeting room, called all the team members together and expressed his apology to the team members very sincerely. In fact, such behavior will not reduce the coach's authority within the team, but can easily bring the relationship between the coach and the players closer, making each other more harmonious. It is not yet clear to the outside world what is going on in the Top team. I just got some inspiration from the few games that Top lost, and I was desperately thinking about researching and targeting Top's bottom lane, and regarded Jackie Love, who is prone to aggression, as a breakthrough for the Top team. The LPL schedule is also continuing. The day after the match against Wii, Top will face their next opponent, the Snake team. With the departure of Holy Spear Brother and the semi-retirement of Crystal Brother due to a hand injury, the Snakes team that created a youth storm seems to have disappeared from everyone. During this year's transfer period, they sent away Holy Gun Brother and exchanged newcomer Audi and Rockstager's substitute mid laner Zet from EDG. Xiukai did not let Zet move to ADC like EDG did, but continued to let him serve as mid laner and transferred from IG. The coming gestures take turns. Zhuowu still chose to visit Incheon and invite Oak. In the bottom lane, Oak and Ding Huang were in a rotation state, which was basically tied to their posture. After all, when Sov occupies one foreign player quota, Oak and Zet can only take one. The player Oak did have a good performance in Ninja Black Sword, but after the subsequent transfer, his personal competitive status has been declining. However, when Zhuowu was live broadcasting during the transfer period, there were all kinds of little stories and 3-part visits. Incheon invited Oak to show their sincerity, and said that Oak is a player who has high demands on himself, and will be very angry if he fails to meet the training tasks. The fans of Snake were stunned for a moment. Result? After arriving on the court, Oak's performance can only be described as a disaster. This match against Top is no exception. Sov rarely comes to the bottom lane for gank, and wants to cooperate with his own bottom lane to jump over the tower and kill. Oak manipulated Jin to cooperate, but his next series of operations left people stunned. First, when his teammates provided the first control, Fatal Huakai failed to make up for the control. Then, he made a mistake in damage calculation. confidently flashed forward and tried to kill him with a shot, but failed. Then he rushed into the defense tower in anger. He wanted to make amends. But Lulu, who was nearby, backhand Q, sparkling spear, to slow him down. He was killed by the defense tower, and his backhand gave away the advantage in the bottom lane.
Oak, what are you doing?
Guan Ziyuan was also confused. The barrage is full of taunts. Good guy. Is this the legendary Mr. Wulong invited by Zhuo Sangyu to Incheon? With this performance, he and Ding Huang can indeed be regarded as a pair of sleeping dragons and phoenixes in the bottom lane. The word,
Crouching dragon and phoenix chick,
feels insulting. It is obviously a complimentary word. It really made me laugh to death. I feel like the strongest king of the Chinese server can put someone who specializes in playing ADC, and he can perform better than him. I can really do it this time. Should we pay close attention to Incheon for this kind of rubbish? The Snake team deserves no results. Zhuo Wu is so blind. Well done to brother Xingqiang. Otherwise, you will have to be tricked by these rubbish teammates. 2-0. Top won this match very easily, while newcomer Audi had no power to resist Li Hansheng. When he returned to the middle, he was no longer the confident DJing boy he once was. Facing the same talented domestic midfielder Gao Dui, his performance was unsatisfactory. After defeating Snake, the next opponent is OMG. Ever since S5's Planet Light failed to form the Galaxy battleship, OMG has been in a bad state in the league. The double C combination of SMLZ and Icon looks good, but their teammates are too stretched, so that the two of them can't carry them at all. To beat this kind of opponent, Top is almost a dead blow, without any hesitation at all, still defeating the opponent easily. After facing two weak opponents, Top finally faced two relatively strong opponents in Group B. IM and VG team. IM almost got a spot in the S competition last year. This year they kept the same team, and still played the sleepy Iron Turtle style. They were mindless in defense and dragging on the court. But Li Hansheng did not give them this opportunity, and went straight to the road to breakthrough, forcing a gap in their hard turtle LS.
Hey, have you noticed? Top seems to have obviously changed his style of play recently.
Miller expressed his opinion in the commentary box.
I see Noob's recent hero selection. Almost all of them are warrior heroes. It seems it was Coach who listened to everyone's opinions and made optimal adjustments to the tactics. It should have been like this a long time ago.
Wawa smacked his lips and said,
Look at how smoothly Top has been winning games recently. Noob's terrifying dominance in the top lane has made it difficult for top laners from other teams to parry.
As for the VG team, VG does spend real money on the League of Legends division every year. If it counts as investment, VG's investment amount is second to none in the LPL. Nothing can be done. VG's money never seems to be spent in the right places. They also bought Korean Aid. In S5, they bought Samsung White's team Brains Mata plus Dandy. They originally expected this pair of champions Nosuk to invigorate the rhythm of the team. Result? Dandy became addicted to Landlord and became a pair of three. And he no longer had the style of being the dominant player in the jungle. Mata was even declared dead and broke the defense, becoming the world's #1 one-handed J support. Then, they sent Mata away, and poached the champion mid laner Monkey King at a high price. Since League of Legends is said to be a mid-jungle game, there is nothing wrong with them forming a champion mid-jungle game. Right? Result? Last year's VG still barely reached the threshold of the playoffs. This year? Everyone says that Dandy, who is from the 3 Galaxy system, and Monkey King, who is from the SKT system, are naturally at odds with each other, and have different horoscopes. Well, they sent Dandy away, and hired the jungle from SKT at a high price. They are known as the man who is best at raising the mid lane in the world. Benji, the hot man behind Faker. The result of it? The champion midfielder from SKT still failed to carry the team's banner, and the VG team's performance still showed no improvement. This team has become a pure and grudge team in the eyes of fans. Faced with such a combination, Top still shows no mercy. Top lane Alonga can be regarded as a blue-collar top laner with good strength in China, but he is still a bit unsatisfied in front of Li Hansheng, and can only struggle to parry. And the old jungle faced the young Gao Tianliang, and the jungle was completely defeated. SKT has strong tactical execution and ability to operate the military line, so it can cover up Benji's lack of confrontation ability in the jungle. Arrived at VG? Brothers are too busy taking care of themselves. Who will go to the jungle to help you relieve stress?
Wow! The praying mantises are crazy! Benji has no power to resist. And now, he doesn't dare to enter the jungle at all. No one in the world can stop this top team. No one can. Top's winning streak is still going on! One Lauer shouted excitedly in the commentary box. Looking at it now, maybe we can only count on EDG. After all, they have Brother Holy Spear on the road. And the director has returned to the game after a period of rest. As a newcomer, Xiao 7, he has returned to our site with a new look. Among them, and the performance of newcomer Eboi in the bot lane is also very impressive. He and Jackie Love from the top are the two promising stars of the future bot lane in LPL. At the same time, EDG is also the last opponent in the top cross-group showdown. After playing against EDG, Top will start the second intergroup confrontation in Group A, which also indicates that the spring split is coming to an end. This heavyweight cross-group showdown is also scheduled for prime time on weekend nights. The attention was immediately filled, and everyone was curious about whether EDG could stop Top's winning streak. In the first game, the two sides engaged in a fierce confrontation. The fierce battle lasted until 36 minutes. Li Hanqing's Sword Princess attracted 3 people on the side to gank him. The top 4 players decisively captured the Ancient Dragon, and Li Hanqing also escaped smoothly, and then used the Ancient Dragon to gank him. The buff is pushed forward and the victory is established. In the second game, EDG's Eboi became the key player. During the crucial Baron team battle, Jackie Love's Virus found an opportunity and got stuck in the field of vision. He flashed over and tried to use or to control the policewoman who was standing in the front. Once Eboi's policewoman falls, EDG will lack the most core key output. However, Eboi showed his extraordinary reaction speed, faced with Virus' ultimate move thrown from his blind spot. Under everyone's gaze, he successfully evaded it by handing over Flash. Oh my god! Miller took a breath and kept exclaiming. Is this the reaction speed of young people? Isn't this too outrageous? This time, Jackie Love's position became very embarrassing. In order to save him, Top's formation was completely broken up, losing the key Baron group and losing the Baron. Under the protection of her teammates, the fat policewoman pushed her all the way. But Top unfortunately lost. And here comes the crucial deciding game. Facing Brother Holy Spear, who chose the big tree to start a mess, Li Hanqing directly took out the captain. Gao Tianliang thoughtlessly grabbed him on the road to help Li Hanqing establish an advantage. On the contrary, the factory director thoughtlessly grabbed him. After all, the stage shown by Eboi in the second game is worthy of the director's careless support. Moreover, the director's gaming habit since his debut has always been to support the bottom lane. This game is a bit interesting. It's very similar to the previous showdown between LPL and LCK. One side has an advantage in the top lane, and the other side has an advantage in the bottom lane. Who can be the winner? The confrontation between the two sides is still fierce. 21 minutes. Top didn't want EDG to get the third Fire Dragon, so they took the position early. Li Hanqing's captain was lying in ambush in the grass, and a perfect wave of 3 consecutive barrels hit tons of AoE. Coupled with his own ultimate move, he almost crippled the entire EDG team by one person, forcing the entire EDG team back and cutting off EDG's Xiaolong rhythm. At 27 minutes, it was Li Hanqing's captain again. Top opened the Baron first and forced EDG to come over to take over the team. Li Hanqing, who was hiding in the Baron pit, found the right moment and used a wave of Q Flash and E triple barrel to launch a wave of tons of AoE to start the team battle, and then blocked EDG with his big move. The road to retreat. It's exploded! Wang Lauer shouted in a sharp voice. Noob's triple barrel hit EDG's double C again. Use the ultimate move to make up for it. Is the damage enough? The policewoman may be killed instantly. Whoa! In order to come over to watch Baron, EDG's overall formation was too dense, but it gave Noob a perfect space to play. This wave of AoE is too scary to know. At this time, the captain already has a 4-piece set of 3 items. Bloody Hand, Yuang, and endless luxurious output. For a captain with this kind of equipment, if a wave of continuous barrel damage hits the back row, it is enough to directly destroy the opponent's back row. Eboi's policewoman was almost beaten by Li Hanqing in a single moment. Fortunately, he still reacted in a timely manner. He started treatment immediately to increase his blood, and the Kalmaari group shield that assisted Mako also provided a group shield in a timely manner. This prevented his double C from being directly killed by the captain. However, both C states were severely disabled. Although he was not dead, he had basically lost his combat effectiveness. Although Li Hanqing was killed when he rushed into the crowd, the tons of AoE damage he dealt had already sealed the victory for the team. 1 for 5. Top won the key Dragon group. Then using the Baron buff to advance,
EDG was no longer able to resist, and could only accept being pushed all the way. 2-1. Top continues to maintain his unbeaten golden status. But even though EDG fans saw the team losing the game, they were quite happy. After all, anyone with a discerning eye can see that EDG is indeed very strong and can at least compete with Top. Especially the super newcomer Eboi, who they have high hopes for. To replace Deft, has good personal abilities and condition. And the most important thing is that he has no stage fright at all. He is obviously a newcomer, but his performance on the field does not look like a newcomer at all. Judging from this BO3 alone, Eboi's performance even surpassed Jackie Love. Although brother Xingqiang was passively beaten against Li Hansheng on the top lane. At least, he was the top laner, who performed well against Li Hansheng in the entire LPL. The consensus reached by the LPL now is that as long as the line is not blown when facing Li Hansheng, it will be a victory. The standard for measuring the strength of the top laner in your team is whether you can break the line when facing Li Hansheng. Tang Jing saw Top's momentum so fierce. He posted an update directly on his Twitter account. 11 consecutive wins. Who can stop the crazy Top? This news also instantly attracted comments from viewers on the internet. This is Accept Faker, the second non-European and American player to attract such high attention on the internet.